Let's talk about these anti-flat Earth defense mechanisms the vast majority of people seem to have. The first one is the term flat Earth itself. When people hear that word, or they hear you questioning the globe model, the moon landing, or anything of that sort, they go, "Wait a minute, you're not a flat earther, are you? You're a flat earther, aren't you?" With this condescending, all-knowing tone, as if you accept this label, you've been pigeonholed, and anything you say afterwards holds no value. And why is this? Because of websites like the Flat Earth Society, giving misinformation and straw man arguments, and mockumentaries like Behind the Curve, showcasing the worst examples of so-called flat earthers for everyone to laugh at. So now, you're guilty by association if you admit that you're a flat earther. I'll use the flat earth keyword for the algorithm because it's what everyone searches for. But I named my children's book The Earth Plane, and we named our movie Level, purposely creating quote-unquote flat earth content without this pigeonholed label in the title. So of course, among other globe skeptics, level earthers, whatever you want to call us, we can accept that we are flat earthers. But when your friends and family members or strangers on the street you're trying to convince hear a bit of your skepticism and then ask, "Oh, you're a flat earther, aren't you?" I recommend doing as Del from Beyond the Imaginary Curve does, and insisting that no, you're not a flat earther, because the Earth has mountains, hills, and valleys, so of course the Earth's not flat, thereby disarming their first anti-flat Earth defense mechanism, because you don't admit to being their straw man version of a globe skeptic, what they have seen in mockumentaries or on the Flat Earth Society as a flat earther. No, you're not that. You're just a man or woman like anyone else, questioning their reality, questioning what they're told, not just believing outright what the government or government organization says. So the next one, once you've disarmed them and they realize, oh yeah, he is a flat earther, regardless of what he calls himself, their next anti-flat earth defense mechanism will be, why? But why? Why would they lie? The incessant mantra of the ball earther. But, why would they lie? It's not even a question. It's a defense mechanism. They haven't researched the evidence for an alternative shape of the Earth for even a minute, but suddenly they want to know the motive for this lie. Yeah, right. This isn't a genuine question. Imagine a detective rolling up to a crime scene, and there's blood all over the place, bodies everywhere, stinks to high heaven, and little deputy rookie volunteer rocks up behind him, taps him on the shoulder, and says, what do you think the motive would be for a crime here? I'm not seeing why there would be a murder here. The detective looks at him, squints his eyes, waves his hand, shows the blood on the walls, the bodies on the floor, asks the rookie genuinely, are you not seeing this? Do you not see the evidence all around you? And the rookie, as if blind to the crime scene, unable to research or open his eyes long enough to see any of the evidence, just impotently continues on, asking, but why? When people ask you, but why would they lie about the shape of the Earth, when they haven't even researched the evidence whatsoever? That question is not a question. It's a defense mechanism. And if somebody is just asking you a question as a defense mechanism, you're not required to give them an answer, nor is it in your best interest to try and give them an answer. Because Why are they asking you that defense mechanism question in the first place? Because it's such a huge and open-ended question, and you are not the one who's lying, so you couldn't possibly explain the motive of the liars, even if you knew it to the finest detail. Therefore, regardless of what answer you give them, or how good it is, they're just waiting for you to open your mouth so they can laugh and scoff at whatever answer you try to give to their impossible question. But why would they lie? People who ask this question are unaware of just how prevalent lies have been and continue to be throughout history, in all facets of society, in the media, in government, in history, in science. The lies are everywhere. And anyone that's going to ask you, but why would they lie, is obviously a mainstream media believing conformist sheeple who hasn't got the slightest idea of how the world actually works, and trying to hold their hand and explain to them the entirety of history and politics and conspiracies that have been hidden from them is an impossible task. As they say, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. You can lead humans to standing bodies of level water, but you can't make them understand that they're impossible to bend. So when ballers chant their "why would they lie" mantra at you, don't feel obligated to try and dish up some answer that's somehow going to satisfy these insatiable people. If they really cared, they'd be looking into it as deeply as you are. And instead of that question being some flippant defense mechanism, it would be a genuine question, like it is for you or me. I can list dozens of reasons why they would lie, and I have in other videos. But just realize that this barrage of questions that ball earthers throw at you are more defense mechanisms than genuine questions, and you're not required to try and answer all of these defense mechanism questions. One of the biggest impediments to waking up is ego, and it is their ego that's chanting these "but why would they lie" mantras, these "oh, you're a flat earther." You'll notice your more enlightened friends and family members, when you told them about it, didn't come at you with this kind of attitude and these dismissive questions. Your more open-minded friends and family members were probably curious and interested, and when they asked questions, they were good questions, and they listened to the answers, and then you had productive conversations following them. This is a whole different thing than you get with these other people, and almost all people, when you ask them if they consider themselves to be open-minded, answer in the affirmative. So everyone likes to think of themselves as open-minded, but notice theirs and your reactions to certain things, and notice if you really are as open-minded as you think. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism, aka insincere question, asked by these egoistic people is, how could they pull it off? Why are there no whistleblowers? You're telling me everyone that works at NASA is in on it and lying? You're telling me everyone in every space agency around the world, every teacher, every astrophysicist, every scientist is in on the lie? Again, as you can tell from the attitude, from the way they asked the question, it's not a real question, but a defense mechanism. And again, people who actually ask this question genuinely can and will find the answer. For example, most people, scientists, teachers, even people within NASA and other space agencies, are just duped like everyone else. And they're compartmentalized in a hierarchy of need-to-know basis. So the only people that are actually in the know are the acternauts and the very highest higher-ups in these organizations. And again, what these scoffing people have never researched, don't understand or realize, are things like Freemasonry, the prevalence and potency of secret societies in the world. They don't realize that literally all of the astronauts were members of this largest and oldest secret society in the world, and their members are blood oath bound, sworn to secrecy. So why are there no whistleblowers? Research Freemasonry, secret societies, blood oaths, and why these people would never and could never blow the whistle. Research Freemasons like Captain Morgan and John Robison, and you'll see exactly what happens to Freemasons who break rank and try to blow the whistle. But again, the people condescendingly asking these questions, they don't care. They're not asking the question for you to give them an answer. They're asking you the question to shut you up and to laugh at you. So what is the actual effective way of dealing with these people? I've tried giving genuine answers to them, spending your time and energy and patience, eating your pride to allow them to talk to you condescendingly while you still sincerely try to give them answers, because the only reason you were talking to them about this in the first place is because you genuinely want to help and inform them. But all they see is an opportunity to laugh, condescend, and boost their own egos by stomping on yours. Now, it's not our duty, nor is it even that effective, to allow them to do this. And it may sound harsh or crass or ineffective to those who haven't experienced this to the degree someone like myself has. But I'll give you my advice. When someone comes at you with this attitude, give it right back to them. Don't waste your time, energy, and patience trying to be sincere to someone who just wants to condescend and laugh at you. Laugh right back at them for their stupid belief in a wobbling, spinning, tilting space testicle in an infinite vacuum with bendy oceans and upside-down people in Australia. Laugh at them for thinking they can dig a hole to China and find more sky below them. Roll your eyes and tell them, okay, then enjoy spinning on your wobbling space ball, genius. By refusing to engage with them and taking their ego down a notch like this, you're actually helping plant a seed that will make them genuinely more interested next time. And when you withhold information from them because of their bad attitude, that's the negative reinforcement people like this need. You know, your good friends who didn't laugh at you and condescend you, you were able to give them positive reinforcement. Use your time, energy, and patience to explain things to them. But when people use these anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions and give you an attitude, don't even bother answering these people. Just plant the seed and walk away. Come back to water it another day. Or let somebody else water it along the way. It's not your responsibility to hold these people's hand. Just plant your seed and go on to more fertile ground. Because even if you do answer their question, then they'll just ask you the next defense mechanism query. Why does it matter? How does it change my life? I still have to go to work in the morning. So why does it even matter? I don't really care either way. So now suddenly, it doesn't matter to their life if the entire world has been lied to about something as fundamental as where we are for the entirety of humanity for centuries, duped about literally the most fundamental truth possible. And these people are like, yeah, but why does it matter? What does it even matter? How does that change my life at all? If the fact that you and everyone you know has believed the biggest lie in history doesn't matter to you or change your life, what does that say about you and your life? What is important to you then? How could the truth not be important? I got so annoyed with this stupid question, I even wrote a song about it. Hey Eric, why does it even matter if the world is round or flat, or we revolve around the sun, or if the sun revolves around us? I still have to go to work tomorrow, and it hurts regardless. I still have to pay my bills, and so I fail to see your logic. Please stop adding to the list of things in life that make me suffer. I don't want to be empowered. I just want to be a martyr. I would rather ask you why you think it matters than be honest and admit the simple truth is that I haven't thought about it. And refuse to do my research. I don't even click your links, and when you ask me what I thought about them, I don't even think. I just want to pop some mollies, dance around and get my jollies, in a club or off in Bali. I don't want to contemplate about the shape of where we are now. Human race, mental state, being raped, and I like it. Feels good, slavery is fine with me, and now I've answered my own question, 'cause to people like me, it just doesn't matter, does it? So then the next thing they do, whether you've given them answers to their initial anti-flat earth defense mechanism questions or not, they'll start to get into the, well, then explain this, and explain that questions, with a smirk, a mocking tone of voice, and a narrow-minded impatience that shows they aren't even asking to learn the answer. They're asking to put the onus of unnecessary verbiage onto you, so they can just scoff at whatever you say next, no matter how rational or logical it is. Well, explain sunsets then. Well, explain time zones then. What about the Coriolis effect? What about Foucault's pendulum? And they'll often throw a bunch of them at you all at once like that. Again, proving it a defense mechanism, not a real question. Because in real conversation, you can only answer one question at a time. And when people throw them all at you like that, it's an attack, not a conversation. And as a skilled conversationalist, you need to understand when you're being attacked and switch up your tactics. This isn't a normal conversation anymore. And it's not your job to explain this and explain that, and what about this, and what about that, to these people. If they actually care, they will do what you did and read books, watch videos, search the internet, perform their own experiments, and figure out the truth for themselves. And at this point, I'll give another piece of advice. When you get to the explain this, explain that stage of questions, it's difficult in impromptu conversation to give perfect answers to these difficult questions. So instead of even trying, you're better off recommending them specific videos that answer the questions. For example, on my channel, I have at least one video for pretty much every single question I've ever heard asked about the flat earth, on purpose, so that people can do this. Instead of trying to give their best version of an answer in a comment or in a conversation, they can send a link to a video that answers the question in a much more complete, well-thought-out way than anyone could do when put on the spot. And if they won't watch a video, which many of them will say, no, just answer it. Just talk to me. Just tell me in a comment. I don't want to watch another video. Well, again, they're showing you they're disingenuous. They're showing you they don't actually care. They're showing you these questions aren't real questions, they're defense mechanisms. And they're asking them to shut you up and to make you look stupid. So the second you recognize someone coming at you with this kind of attitude, I recommend starting to close up shop, you know? You don't have to immediately block them and run away, but I mean, recognize that, okay, we're about done here, and just take their ego down a notch. Give them a little flippant remark. You know, I like to tell them, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, genius. A little sarcastic boost to their ego, you know, call them a genius. In this day and age, you can't even call people stupid anymore. You'll get flagged and blocked for bullying. So, you gotta use strategic sarcasm like I do, and you just be like, whoa, well, enjoy spinning on your wobbling space testicle, you genius. And I'm telling you, answering them in that way piques their interest much more than giving them an actual answer to their actual question. You know why? Because they see that you do value your time and energy, and that you actually have enough intuition and follow-through to notice when some snarky moron is just trying to bait you in. The next anti-flat earth defense mechanism is the appeal to authority. You're not a scientist. You're saying you know more than Galileo, Newton, Copernicus, Einstein, and every astronomer in history? Again, not understanding the multitude of lies throughout history, the multitude of lies within science, the prevalence of Freemasonry among these heliocentric scientists, nor do they even know the trivium and logic and logical fallacies and understand what appeal to authority is. Appeal to authority is a logical fallacy. It's a sophist argument that means nothing. Just because someone is a so-called expert in a field does not mean their every word is truth. And that is why such appeals to authority are fallacious arguments that hold no merit. And what's the next one once you throw that out? Appeal to futility. Once you've thrown out their appeal to their space priests at NASA, then they may start to appeal to futility instead and say, "Oh, we'll never know. How could little old me know? How could little old you know? We'll never know in this lifetime." You even get a lot of guys in the so-called conspiracy community doing this appeal to futility. So-called flat earthers, also. Mark Sargent, for years, said that he doesn't know if the earth is flat. He's just sure that it's not a ball. Sam Tripoli has also been riding the fence for years now, where he refuses to accept that the earth is flat and motionless, and instead continues his endless appeal to futility, where he says, "I'm too stupid. I don't have time to research it. I don't have time to figure it out. So I don't know. But what I'm sure is NASA's full of shit. The moon landings never happened. And I'm skeptical of the globe." I don't understand people that have conspiracy programs, conspiracy podcast, but then says they don't have the time or the energy to research conspiracies. And then they just sit on the fence and say, I don't know about everything. What is the point of your show if everything holds equal merit? Straddling the fence is good for viewership, because then you don't piss anyone off. But if you actually care about the truth, you can't just straddle these fences for years. If you want to be a leader, you have to actually have discernment. You actually have to make decisions and follow through with them. And that leads me to another type. The endless debater. Whether it's on the flat earth side or the globe earth side, debate is the last refuge of the cultist. Debate is not how one arrives at truth. Objective reality isn't debatable, and anyone looking to frame the discussion that way is being disingenuous to begin with. I'll talk with people about flat earth, but everyone wants to debate, like we're discussing what color to change the White House to, or something. But we're talking about direct, observable, measurable, empirical reality here. It's not a debatable subject. So when people go on about, why won't you debate? When is there going to be a debate? Again, it's an egoistic mentality, wanting to see some kind of winner or loser playing this subjective game. But again, if you wanted to change the color of the White House, that would be something you could debate. Debate the merits, the whys, the pros and the cons, and come to a final conclusion at the end. But when you're talking about physical reality, demonstrable, tangible substance, there is no debate to be had. There's only truth and fiction, reality and lies. The problem is, these people have no intuition, and they're gullible as all get up. They think the government and mainstream media are bastions and beacons of infallible truth. And again, this is why no debate or well-worded answers to these questions are going to do anything to these people. They're so far gone. They've been so indoctrinated into the mainstream propaganda, their government-warped view of the world, that it would literally take them many months of genuine introspection and deep research to get out of the prison their mind has become. They don't even realize that their questions are defense mechanisms. They think they're being rational and logical. They think your skepticism is so far beneath them that they can barely hear what you're saying anymore. So again, instead of running around and doing all their research for them, I suggest just noting and verbalizing the fact that you see their attitude, you hear that condescension, and it's fine. You were just checking. You can see they're not ready. And you've been treated this way before. It's fine. You're just not going to subject yourself to it again. And they may even try to reverse then, oh, no, oh, come on. Because they wanted to laugh at you. They don't like that you're using your intuition and then asserting yourself and not playing their games anymore. They'll start coming at you like, oh, no, come on, no, I'm serious, why would they lie? No, come on. Just explain the sunset to me. Explain time zones. So just plant the seed, walk away, find more fertile ground, and if they come back with a better attitude, then it's time to water those seeds and you may see them sprout eventually. Because that's how it actually works. Nobody wakes up in a single conversation. The subject is too big. You can only plant seeds and then hope that they are open-minded enough, intuitive and discerning enough, and care enough to actually look into it for themselves. And when they do, it'll be obvious. They'll come back with a blown mind, and your next conversation will be a whole different thing. And that leads me to my last recommendation, which is watch parties. If you really want to wake someone up, get them to agree to sit down with you and watch an informative documentary on the subject, like our new Level movie, or 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, or The History of Flat Earth, or How Everything Works on Flat Earth, are some examples. By getting them to agree to sit down and watch a video with you that explains the answers to all of their questions without them even having to ask them, and does so in an engaging and hopefully entertaining manner, we'll get past these anti-flat earth defense mechanisms and get to the deluded soul, the deluded baller soul in there. And remember, people have been programmed through the media to view conspiracies and conspiracy theorists as crazy and unstable. So when they start making you feel this way, with their condescension and scoffing at you, don't retaliate by going all crazy and getting mad at them and raising your voice and all this. But lead by example, by showing them that you're so far above their worldview and their egos need to stomp on you for presenting something different from what they think they know. Show them that you're confident enough in what you know to be true that you don't have to share it with them. You were trying to do it as a favor, and when they show you that they don't want to hear it, do them the favor of stopping. Put your hands up if you don't want to know about it, if you don't want to talk about it. I have other more intelligent, more open-minded, less egoistic friends I can talk with about these things. Thanks.
Hello, am I in the chat? Hello. Can everyone in the chat hear me?
in here. What's going on? Globies, don't sleep. Wake up, Globies. Measure the curvature. Not a single glober. Oh my god. But where is everybody? Are they in Nathan's? Out the box. Oh, debate flatters. This is Jim Panda.
hate people who do not believe in like Jesus Christ or your religion?
No, it's their choice. It's their choice.
Guys, this isn't a religious. So, everyone is welcome from every
Roger,
layer.
you're lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're like only allowed to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server. And I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine. But this isn't a religious server. So,
but
yeah, and
it's really
hard. Yeah, sorry, wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new, and why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth? Like out of 10, 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7, 10. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure, I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical,
Okay, but so 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth?
Yeah,
or?
I think it's most likely a flat Earth, yeah.
And why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this? My entire life, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's like upheld by actual logic and sense,
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
space ball, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and...
Yo, Elbow, do you not believe my story, bro?
The government has like a million bajillion dollars to do that, and all that money from funding NASA. I'm sure they could. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry,
I felt it. I felt it too. So let's go, Gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. I've been like everyone says the horizon is like
okay.
Like
so besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay. I've seen an experiment where
no. Don't even go down that road at all.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
Yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? Do you understand
not really,
those words?
No. Please explain.
Yeah. What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is. Okay. So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement. Okay.
I believe.
So back to
just flat.
Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily flat Earth. I need an example.
So you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Does it have a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
By experimenting first.
No, that's retarded, by the way.
That's retarded.
It has,
okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So it's not exclusively, it's not independently observation all by itself. There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. You would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Okay, well then please give me the answer, okay? Because you have
measurements. Three-dimensional reality. You measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school elementary.
Okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out if I believe or not. But
shapes. No, it's not about belief. I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, it is what it is, unless you're a solipsist. Okay, are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are, and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay, that's not obvious to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in reality.
I've never claimed to have the proof or know what is what it is. I mostly came here to learn and make sure and stay, skeptical about everything. I don't understand why you're targeting me necessarily.
Only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for.
Is it only because I don't believe in God?
No, not.
Oh God!
That's the only thing I was talking about.
Yeah, that's it. You figured it out.
When he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least.
Wait, I never said I was
now. Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way, but now you seem to be leaning more. Okay. So I don't know.
There's no progress.
Listen, can I interject for a second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is. Right?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right. You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right. You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right. And when he's calling you a low energy troll, because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear. Right? That's what it sounds like to me. No. Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen, why do you think, see, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. I don't know where you got that idea from. I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone.
Most of the people on this server
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
no, that's not true.
Religious people.
Only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've spoken to everyone.
23,000 people on this server.
Religious.
There's 23,000 people on this server. You talked to 5 people.
Oh yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion. So I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because it's not the basis of the server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
We're sorry
sound like
because you guys think
listen, Pom dude that keeps interjecting from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
So what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
all right.
I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So you just sound like this is based upon religion. If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to get it off, get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
So your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's
then why did you say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious. And you're the you're the only person I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to,
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah. So you're just like
I didn't hear the whole thing. Say it again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone else how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
Well, I didn't pick.
This is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're inferring is just wrong. But you don't know. You don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you. It's about what you
know about all of this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay,
seriously.
I appreciate
if you keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So, just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther, or globe earther, concave earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right? We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that, listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something. And it's not your fault you think that. It's because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb. Right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out, people come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point. But we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say exists, right? We take their model, radius 3,959 miles, It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line some other distance, right? Some other length, right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curving surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image. They show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves this is the nature of our reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
like, I guess, yeah, to start things off, just go through and introduce yourselves, and I guess how long you've been aware of that the Earth was flat, or believe that the Earth was flat, and then kind of what got you into it. So that was Panto. Yeah, you just did. That was perfect.
Cool, man. Well, I'm Panto Math. I've been in the server, well, our original server, including this one, like about 6 or 7 months. I've known about Flat Earth now coming up for 5 years. I think that's about it. I mean, I've always been into like speaking to people about it, find out where I lived in this reality, and I went along with the heliocentric model all my life. I hung on every word NASA said for decades, literally, and then I decided to just stop going along with everything that I'd been told and go back to what I could verify myself and my natural experience on Earth, which is that we experience it to be flat and stationary. We need to be told we live on a ball flying through space, which the TV helps quite a lot. But apart from that, we do experience Earth to be flat and stationary. That's good enough for you.
Well, what makes you believe that? Is
hold on. Well, Ben, allow the others to introduce
you're right.
themselves.
Yeah, introductions. I apologize.
Yeah, perfect. Pantho, it's nice to have you on here, man. We appreciate it. Whoever wants to go next, just go ahead and speak up.
Thanks for letting us come.
Yeah, of course, man.
I'll introduce myself. I'm FE Jedi. I'm from the 24/7 Discord server 2.0. I've been a flat earther for coming up 4 years now. This September, actually. So yeah, next month. So yeah, I've been a flat earther for 4 years. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. How did I get into it? It was just, I've always been curious. I've always asked questions. I've always done personal research. Conspiracy theories, some people want to turn in, but it's just personal research into things. So I've always asked questions. I got to a bit of a point. Well, you know, I felt like I'd gone through everything, and I just clicked onto a video. It didn't have Flat Earth in the title. I didn't even realise it was about Flat Earth until about 15, 20 minutes into the video. And then from that video, I just had to start asking questions, because the information that I got within the video was, it was definitely something that I had to follow up and ask and look into. And that was 4 years ago. And yeah, here I am, willing to talk to people about the Flat Earth.
Awesome.
Okay, so really it was just YouTube videos that like fully convinced you and stuff. Like you haven't, there was nothing like, in your actual life that really like had you on this beforehand. It had a lot to do with like seeing what other people had researched.
Well, primarily it was just research like that, but I went out and done some of the tests and observations myself. I live in the southeast of England, and the coast of France is 24 miles away. There, in my position on the southeast coast, I could see different locations at different times. Looking at that with the Earth Curve calculator, when you find out that you are literally seeing things in the distance that predictably should not be able to be seen because we're told that we live on the ball, then you have to start digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And yeah, within the community and with stuff that I've done myself, I understand you have to be flat and stationary.
If I can ask, while we're doing introductions, it sounds like both of you guys have seen some videos that I'm sure you've shown other people. Please feel free to share them with us, because I would love to see them myself. And I feel like if you guys, I'm sure that you guys have the permissions to post them in general chat or whatever chat. I obviously would love to take a look. So if you guys have 1 or 2 specific videos that, you know, like the go-to ones that you say, that if somebody asks you, like, which one would you recommend looking at? I would love to take a look at that one as well.
Also, I just pulled up 2 more people who talk about this subject. And,
okay, well,
Jose, you're the leader of the server, I believe, right? Like you're the
Jedi. We're really happy to have you as well, Jedi. Appreciate it, man.
And Jose, you're like the head, right? Like you run the 247 server.
I'm not the leader. We're a whole community that we work together. I just happen to be an administrator because I'm pretty decent, like, I guess, making choices as an administrator maybe. But no, I'm not the leader. Like, I see myself in the same position as everyone in here.
Okay, awesome, man. And Jose, how long have you been with the Flat Earth? I guess I don't want to call it a cause. I guess just
movement.
A movement. I guess, yeah. Like,
so I've been looking into Flat Earth since 2015. Would you like to hear kind of how I got into it?
Yeah, of course, man.
All right, so it was 2014 for me, and I was a big space nerd. I used to watch like Cosmos. I used to watch anything to do with space. You know, anything that with the word space in there, or outer space or planets. I was watching it. So I used to watch all these shows, and I was on YouTube one day, and I seen this video that was made by this guy named what's his name? Sorry, I can't think of his name right now, but he made this video called The Principle, right? and it's a geocentric documentary, and it had a lot of high-level scientists in there, or astrophysicists, theoretical physicists. It had Michio Kaku, Lawrence Krauss, like all these very big names in these fields, right? So I was really drawn to watching that because I was already watching those guys. So when I saw this The Principle, it pretty much opened my mind to the idea that the Earth was still a globe, but that it wasn't moving, that it was stationary and everything revolved around us. So that's what the whole idea of a geocentric model would be, right? And it wasn't until I saw that video that I got so into that idea of geocentric that I started typing on YouTube, geocentric Earth. Because I didn't know what it was called, I didn't know what it was, but I was looking into it like that. And every time I typed geocentric flat Earth, I would see a flat Earth video pop up, flat Earth geocentric, and I was like, what? It's flat then? I was kind of confused because I didn't know geocentric meant what it meant. I thought it meant it just wasn't moving, but I didn't know what the flat Earth was at the time. So I clicked on this video by Eric Dubay, that's my recommendation for anyone. It's a little bit buried because YouTube censors flat Earth now. I'll go and pull it up in a minute for you guys. But this is a video that kind of got me with my eyes wide open into flat Earth. It's called The History of Flat Earth by Eric Dubay. And that was the first video I saw. After that one led me to another video. And I literally went through a couple of weeks of just going through these flat Earth videos, and it wasn't long before I was into this for a month that I saw enough long distance observations that just sold me. There was things that were being seen that should not be able to be seen on a globe, and the only explanation that there was for the globe Earth is that it was some type of mirage. And I've seen mirages, I know what mirages look like, and I'm like, that's not a mirage, that's actually there. Now I can agree that there's a thing called refraction that makes the image be a little bit distorted. The claim for that image to be loomed up, to be observed on your field of view, right? It just doesn't make sense to me. And that was my first, my first steps to flat Earth. And now we're a little bit more advanced. There's a lot better proofs, which we'll get into in a little bit later. But that's my whole little story of flat Earth and how I got into it.
Awesome. We'd love to have you here, Jose.
Yeah,
and so
I'm glad you guys were serious too. It's nice to be able to know that, I was worried that we were just going to get a bunch of trolls who were going to come in and just say some stupid bullshit. So it's nice to know that you're a reasonable human being and you're actually being someone in the chat is this guy sounds legit. You actually, it's nice to know that we're not just getting. We had a guy come in recently who was pretending to be an incel, and he just went off on Kayla, and it was just he was trolling. So we.
You actually have the as well to back it up. You were in space and into researching scientists already, so that's actually really cool to know.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you something that's very interesting about flat earthers, at least in our community, in our Discord. I guarantee you that most of the people that go in there that believe in the globe don't know the globe, and I guarantee you that most of us know the globe in and out way better because we came from that side. We were actually nerds for the globe, Mm-hmm. So it's we're not retarded. You have to I know flat Earth sounds insane.
Oh, we don't think you're retarded.
No, I know. I'm just saying for people that believe that. I'm not generalizing you guys, but most people will go out and be flat earthers are retarded. Or I don't know if you've seen that late interview with Scott Kelly, the astronaut. They asked him, what do you have to say to flat earthers? And he says that he doesn't even deal with these people because they're special kinds of people. So there's that stigma of flat earthers being retarded. I understand you guys don't feel that way, but the majority do.
Okay.
But see, I didn't know if I thought you guys were necessarily retarded or anything, but I thought maybe it's a LARP. There's no way, because it just sounds so bizarre and out there that it was a LARP,
Yeah, we get that a lot, buddy. We get that a lot.
I was going to say.
Yeah, quite a lot. I mean, the guys that you got here in the moment from the 24 Discord server, we speak to people all the time. Quite a lot of those people will come in, and their main aim is to troll and ridicule. Because it's the flat Earth, right? We're absolutely retarded and backwards, of course. So we get it. We do understand that.
Have you guys seen a rise in people joining and stuff since? I guess flat Earthers. You guys said that some of you guys have been involved for over 4 years. So I'm guessing. I mean, it's just now becoming this mainstream, kind of. I don't want to call it a meme, but that's what the mainstream media and Reddits and things like that are spinning it to be. And so have you guys seen a lot of an influx of joins since then?
Yeah, I mean, again, just going back to the server, we have so many people joining on an hourly basis. We've just started a new one, the 2.0 from the 24/7 Flat Earth. But ultimately, we see it growing on a daily basis because we're live streaming as well. We have a lot of people brought in, and there's a lot of other Flat Earth content providers out there on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and all of these places where you can see that the movement, or whatever you want to call it, is definitely growing.
Yeah, I call that
Sorry,
go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, just to put that in context, as Jedi just mentioned, we've got this new server. I think we started it last Friday, was it? Was it a week ago?
Yeah, over the weekend.
And there's more than 1,000 members already, so it's, you know...
Wow.
How many servers can get 1,000 members in a week?
I think that's crazy, man. I think it's almost the Trump effect, right? Or the Streisand effect, where for every one person that comes into Reticle, you have one person that comes in that says, "Oh, you know, I'm actually interested. You know, I'm glad I found out about this." So it's kind of like a growing effect.
Yeah, and we've had loads of people. Sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I just want to ask: is the goal of the server to educate, or is it more so just to have a discussion with people that are already believing? Or are you like actively trying to? I don't want to say convince, but I guess educate people and try to bring them in. You know,
a little bit of both, really.
I think our position is this. Like, this is the position of the server. What most of us say, when someone comes in, we're like, we're not here to convince you. We're here to present information that we came across. It is really up to you to research the information we're presenting and come to your own conclusion. That's our goal. Our goal isn't to indoctrinate people. Our goal isn't to like make you believers, because we're actually, Flat Earth is actually against that. Because in our position is that's where we are. That's why we are where we are, because a lot of the stuff was indoctrinated to us through the school system. Things were just taught as fact to us, never presented a different argument. So we've been indoctrinated in this worldview. So we're not going to do that. You know, we're not going to return it back and be like, oh, we're indoctrinating people in the Flat Earth. We're just presenting what we came across, and people are, eventually going to decide whether they've researched further into it and maybe figure it out for themselves, or just not do anything with it. You know, it's really up to them.
So I feel like, thank you for explaining that, but I feel like Flat Earth kind of really took off, especially here on the West Coast, when I believe the moment not too long ago when Tesla decided to launch the Roadster into space. And from that moment on, that was kind of when you were watching the chat that was going on, and you saw people say something about Flat Earth at least every other second as the video was going on. So I'm sure, I just wanted to ask you guys if you guys remember that moment, if you guys watched that video happen, and your take on it, because I specifically remember a moment, a very long moment for, a couple minutes or possibly a half hour longer, where the feed legitimately cut out and you couldn't see anything. So I was curious if you guys remember that and your take on that whole experience.
Yeah, I was one of the members in there actually trying to debate people. You might have seen me in there, who knows? But I was in that chat while I was live, and we were also trying to find things to deconstruct that whole video, like live. We actually have a couple members on our server that downloaded the original video, and we did some research, and it turns out that SpaceX did something really interesting on YouTube. They were able to go back and edit their live video, which is impossible for anyone to do on YouTube. So they did edit some stuff out, and we actually still have the original. We downloaded it as it was published within a couple of minutes, and then the next day later, they actually went back, kept their views, kept everything, but they re-edited a couple parts of it. I think they took 7 seconds off of it, which is really interesting, because what kind of pull would SpaceX have to have with YouTube to be above every other YouTuber, and they can do something that no other YouTube can do? It's something to question.
Well, there's actually something interesting with the. I was looking into this before because I was looking into getting in some shares in SpaceX. Do you know the only way you can get shares in SpaceX? Does anyone know? No, you have to buy shares in Alphabet. Now, who does Alphabet own?
No clue.
Alphabet owns Google. Oh, who owns YouTube? Google.
Oh, okay.
So they're not independent at all. The only way you can buy shares in SpaceX is through buying shares in Alphabet.
Okay, that's a hot take for sure. That's definitely interesting to know. And earlier, I know you guys mentioned when YouTube. I guess so. Does YouTube classify what you guys put out as conspiracy, or the information on Flat Earth as conspiracy theory videos? Because I know they recently they stopped putting the conspiracy videos in recommended, right?
Yeah, a good couple of months ago, or so, a good couple of months, the end of last year, Google, YouTube announced that they were going to be, putting a restriction on the amount of fake news. Some of the things that were mentioned were things like vaccines, Flat Earth, and a couple of other things. Just throwing all of these things in together because that's bad, right? Ultimately, now, what will happen is when you search on YouTube and you put the phrase Flat Earth, what will happen is basically what happens the first 4, 5, 6 pages is you'll just get, ridiculous flat Earth claims or debunk videos, 5 reasons to debunk flat Earth and this, that, and the other. Not content that's really provided by true flat earthers, I would say. Yeah. So you'll come across that. Basic clickbait. It's kind of reassuring to see reams and reams of pages and recommendations, showing that the flat Earth can be debunked in, one proof or this, that, and the other. So it's just clickbait primarily, as opposed to say this time last year where you put flat Earth into a search and you would primarily start getting, good content providers who were talking about flat Earth. Eric Dubay, ODD Reality, to name but a few. But yeah, there is definitely something going on with the algorithms and the search engine. Yeah. There's also been, as the movement's been going and growing stronger, there's obviously been, media straw men built up. There's a huge straw man, what we call a gatekeeper, which is called the Flat Earth Society. Now, the Flat Earth Society are the people that made the claim that the Earth is a spinning disk, and it's rising at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's how we have gravity, but space still exists, and all this type of stuff. They make a lot of, straw men claims, and so when people go there, they have a good laugh. They pull the argument down in about 5 seconds and carry on with their day, thinking that the flat Earth is completely ridiculous. So we have things to deal with as well.
Sorry to interrupt real quick, but I have a quick favor to ask of you. Do you mind posting your YouTube or Twitch channel? We have a lot of people on our server that want to watch your Twitch,
Okay, I'll just put it in the general chat. It's twitch.tv/neat_life. And to touch on that censorship, that is extremely deadly or dangerous to any cause, really. And I can only speak on it from we just had the drug users on here before this. We did an interview with them, and just something from that is when you Google harm reduction things, like how to safely use a drug or something. Now, the only thing that comes up on Google is just pages and pages of these rehabs, these paid centers for people. So it's almost like that censorship is in a way for multiple causes doing more harm than good, because these are people that are already going to use the drugs or whatever they're doing regardless, and they're trying to look to Google for information or Reddit or anything, and all they can find is these pages just telling you to go to rehab. Or in your case, you're looking up these things, you're trying to get information on flat Earth, and you're finding just this bullshit or debunking videos, and it's almost like the cards are stacked against you, against actually spreading information. Even I think censorship of any kind, especially that, is extremely dangerous.
What's quite interesting is I was just looking up, because Jose recommended looking up Eric Dubay's History of the Flat Earth. Now, when you type in specifically, with no other words, Eric Dubay, The History of Flat Earth, which is the name of the video, it's like the 8th or 9th link. Yeah. Every link above it is why history, why flat Earth is retarded. And then the next one is explaining the flat Earth and brackets obviously debunking it. And then and it's video, and eventually you get to the exact thing you typed, and you just think, well, how is the algorithm giving me a bunch of stuff I didn't type way before the thing I typed?
It's just an insane amount of censorship. And it's just happening so much now. It's like we're getting into that position where are these I don't want to call them outlets of information, just like search engines, like Google as a whole, are they getting into a position where they're kind of able to choose what you see now, where it's not this freedom of information that the internet should be, and it's more so people are getting indoctrinated, because even if they want to see something else, obviously you just said it, the first 8 results had nothing to do with what you actually wanted to see, and instead it was just information shitting on that. So it's almost like they're in a position now where they're choosing what is fact and what is reality,
See, the thing is, at the end of the day, I think most flat earthers would agree with me when I say this, is if they're hiding it, why don't they just prove it? Why don't they just prove the spinning ball? Why don't they just give us the empirical scientific evidence, which is something that we'll get into later? Why can't they just come out and give videos that just prove that the Earth is a ball? They can't do that. They have to pour storm.
I just want to ask a question from the chat really quick. There's a question that just says, what does the flat Earth even change about the world? I guess I sort of on that page, what does it change about, because I'll say, you want everyone to believe it. What if everyone does believe it? What actually changes?
Well, I can answer that real quick if you like. This is my opinion, by the way. My opinion is that it changes your whole worldview, because if you believe in the heliocentric model, you're going to have to believe in evolution. Evolution makes you believe that you came from a big bang, and that we came from slime, and it kind of gives people a very atheistic, nihilistic worldview where nothing matters, YOLO, you only live once type of deal. So people are not interested in finding anything else because everything's been given to them. Now, what that would change, in my opinion, is if everyone knew that this place might be even created, it might give rise to the idea that this place has some intelligent design behind it. Now, that's one of the reasons why it would change. Another thing that would change would have to be just the structure, the way everything's ran, because if people are lying to us at the very top, that structure is going to have to change, right? It will. I see change coming if they ever get exposed. So there could be a lot of change, but if will your daily life change? Will you still go to work? Will you still have to do everything the same? Yes, of course. But at least you'll know the true reality of where you might live,
There's like a lot of crossover between Christianity and flat earthers as well. Like I noticed you mentioned just intelligent design. Like, is that a big crossover or is that not a big crossover?
I think it is. I'm not Christian. I'm not religious, but I definitely believe in intelligent design. But there happens to be a lot of Christians in Flat Earth because their book really supports an immovable stationary Earth with like pillars, dome over. It makes a lot of sense. But I'm not religious and I don't really follow any religious texts. But I definitely do believe that there's some intelligent design to this nature of this world we live in.
Yeah, I think.
Can I add in?
I think that the Sorry, go ahead, philosopher. But I want to add something after.
I was going to piggyback off of the religious, spiritual side of it, because it does bring in a lot of Christians, but it also brings a lot of other people from other religions, and it also opens up the idea of other religions and spiritualities as well. Like myself, I was Christian, but since the Flat Earth has come about, I've looked into other religions and other spiritual texts and stuff that also teach a flat earth, like Hinduism and Buddhism, Jainism. They all show that the earth is flat in their religious texts as well. And I actually I now err more on the side of Hinduism than anything, but their flat earth is called Bhumandala. That's the name of the earth for them. It's like in Norse mythology, the earth is called Midgard. But it's all still flat in all other religions. Sorry, go ahead, Crypto.
I mean, you more or less said what I was going to say, but I'll just I'll answer the question a bit more directly. Is there a crossover between Flat Earth and Christianity? I would say that's not a wide enough question. Is there a crossover between believing in, say, a deistic or a theistic worldview and Flat Earth? Yes. That's what I would say yes to. I wouldn't say yes to specifically Christianity. Myself, I'm a deist, and I think virtually all flat earthers are either deistic or theistic in some regard. Very, very few atheists, but I wouldn't say that there is a huge amount that are specifically Christian.
If I could answer a little bit as well, back to we get this asked on the Discord server, what would they gain? Why would they lie? I mean, where has this lie come from? We've kind of, looked at a little bit of religion. The majority, if not all, of ancient cultures and religions of the flat space.
Gotta shout out Faded Console. He's our only subscriber, so I gotta shout him out. He said, "I just woke up. I'm here." Shouts out to you, Faded Console.
Much fucking love, buddy.
Sorry to interrupt you, but shouts out.
Yo, is Mid IHC with you guys, by the way?
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Okay, do you guys want him up here?
Yes, please.
You guys are incredibly articulate for who I thought you were gonna be. Like, this is like, I'm kind of getting convinced. Like, you don't do this.
No, so I'm glad that you guys came like so well prepared. It is nice. Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of us were worried that it was gonna be just like some like YouTube. Just be like, watch the YouTube video. The fact that you guys all have different perspectives as well is pretty fucking great. I'm not gonna lie. I'm interested how you connected it to fucking Norse mythology and like Buddhism and shit as well, though, because it's like part of me just goes like, cause what about the picture of the blue dot or whatever? Like, is that not considered any evidence at all? There's like the stream of light with the blue dot, and it's supposed to be Earth floating in like the whatever the fuck.
Like, no.
Can I just do this one? Sorry, I love talking about images. Because I try and bash this into people's heads all the time when they're like, we get these like really hardened globers come in and doesn't matter what you say to them, they just, there's no way that it's flat, sort of thing. And so I had this discussion yesterday with a couple of the guys, and they were basically making the argument that if you see something enough, then it becomes true. But then this is an argument I always say against it, is, well, if I give you a picture of an orc from Lord of the Rings, you know, do orcs exist in reality? Of course, you would say, well, no, it's just a film, right? And then, so then Jose gives you a picture of orcs, and then FE Jedi gives you a picture of orcs. At what point is us giving you pictures of orcs making orcs real? You know?
True. I mean,
it's like, but part of me's just like, damn, like, because these scientific people, it's like so much of what they're doing has to do with the search of truth. I just feel like it's like, how meaningless is your job if all you like Carl Sagan, right? Like, I mean, it's like part of me that's like it's appealing to human nature, but part of me is just like, damn, boy, how do you have a whole career doing some shit that's just complete fucking lies and not just feel super not fulfilled? You know, you're
actors, man.
But maybe he doesn't think it's a lie as well. I think this is the thing, is that we get this other question, which is, wouldn't look like, you know, tens of thousands of people have to be in on the lie? No, I think the vast majority. I mean, you guys believe that you live on a globe, and maybe some of you have never even really thought about it. You just thought, well, that's what I was taught, so it's probably true, you know, whatever. And you even see that attitude manifesting in some of the questions, where like, how does it affect me? You know, so it's an extension of that attitude of, yeah, it's probably a globe, who cares, you know, whatever. So maybe Carl Sagan believed it. Who knows? But he is just a presenter of a TV show at the end of the day. I don't know what qualifications he's got, but someone like Bill Nye, he's an engineer. Like, what would he really know? Has he ever been to space to check out what it looks like? No, he's just an engineer. So how would he have any special knowledge that anyone here doesn't have?
What about there's this clip that I'm sure you guys are aware of. It's from the Flat Earther convention, I think, and where the guy misproves his own theory, right? Where he sets up the lights, and I'm sure that's like a video that gets brought up a lot in your Discord. Maybe it's
Yeah, I think you're talking about the one where the guy shines a light and he goes, interesting. Is that the one? Yeah, that's actually I know those people, and here's how it went. It's not so much a parody. It was just the people that did the video, the producer, literally cuts and pastes things how he wants it and skews it to make it look like a certain way for the viewers, right? Now, here's the thing. The story behind that is he didn't disprove anything. What happened was he was supposed to go do a laser test, and he had these 3 big old, type of wood things with holes in it, right? And the point was to get them with enough space and distance, so like if the Earth was curved, there's no way the light should be able to shine through all 3 holes, right? Now, he had a laser with this, but what happened was right before the test, he actually melted the collimator on the laser, which made the laser, invalid to be used. So he used a flashlight. Now, if you're familiar with how light works and flashlights and beam divergence and all that, you'll know that a flashlight's beam divergence and its intensity of the light will diffuse, and it was actually not strong enough to make it through any of the holes. So what happened was when he raised it up, they were able to see it, but when he brought it down, the light wasn't able to pass through all 3 holes. Now, they took that as in he debunked himself, but in reality, it was an inconclusive test. And the producer knew this, but they painted it in a way where it's like he debunked himself.
I just know that I just brought that up because that's one of the videos that like everyone uses to like, oh, look at this guy, he shit on himself, basically, like he disproved his own theory.
Yeah, and it's the same with the gyroscope in that same video. I don't know if you saw the whole thing. There's a man in there that claimed that something about 15 degrees per hour, and then they got a quote where it's like, oh yeah, we measured 15 degrees per hour. That's a problem because we know that like the globe Earth model is supposed to, have axial rotation, and it's supposed to be the sun's supposed to move.
Whoa. So I got to interrupt really quick. Faded Console just gifted 5 tier 1 subs to the people in the audience. Damn, this boy based as hell, boy. I swear to God, boy.
Yo, I'm gonna suck your wiener.
Oh, you got my premium snap now.
Yeah, I will too.
Sorry to interrupt, but you got my premium snap, boy. Premium snap for this boy.
I probably won't, but you guys feel free.
Interjecting quickly, Crypto, Jose, and you guys. One quick question: did you guys touch on what Mother Hubbard was? I was on a call just now, unfortunately. What does Mother Hubbard have to do with? Because someone asked me to throw that on the roll. Flat Earthers.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh no! Just ignore that. That's just me being. I'm just a bit weird sometimes.
Now, when you said Hubbard, were you referencing the Scientologist?
No,
Around Hubbard.
no. I was just saying Mother Hubbard because I didn't want to swear. So it's just like, someone get me a roll, and I thought I'll swear, and then I thought,
well, you guys are flat from Mother Hubbards now, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, it's nothing to do with their own Hubbard. Sorry.
Okay, but back to what Jose was saying.
Yeah, Jose.
So the gyro video.
Yeah, the gyro. So like the man made a said something about 15 degrees per hour, and they took that in context that he had the gyro in his hand. Like they made it seem like this man literally proved the 15 degrees per hour, shift of the Earth's rotation with this gyro. Now we know this person too. This is from our Flat Earth community. What happened was this other man. It wasn't even never in Bob's hand. That's the guy's name, Bob Nodell. It was never in his hands. He commented on something and misquoted it. Misspoke. Now, what really happened is the owner of that gyro actually recorded about 7.5 degrees per hour, which would mean that the Earth is spinning twice as slow. Because it's 7 times 7.5 plus 7.5 is 15 degrees. So that means the measurement they got was actually half the speed. So there is some movement, but now there's a big debate whether it's an ether. I don't know if you're aware of that. Back in the days, they used to believe in this kind of like movement of the ether, and that's another possibility that'd be causing that. But to be honest, no gyroscope test is really any scientific test, because if you're familiar with the scientific method, you need to be able to manipulate the cause to know, if to have that cause and effect relationship. Now, tests don't do that. All they do is infer data, and then you correlate the data to what you want it to be, right? It's not really.
Sorry, I gotta cut in again. This boy's gifting more subs. Fada Console throwing Sludgy a sub. This boy is balling out so hard in our channel right now. Thank you so much, homie. Sorry to interrupt, man. I gotta shout him out though.
Yeah,
this is a real one. This is a real one in the chat. He the VIP. Oh goddamn.
So with the gyro, he had him chain like. It's so basically all of it has been like a slop operation. Like anytime you guys have got involved with anything, it's something has been taken out of context and spun a way that's made to actually shit on your cause.
And that's what they tend to do, just twisting the truth. Like when you get some real facts in that bitch, it's like, okay, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting enough, like anyone that's familiar with like the topic of like how gyroscopes work and all that, they will know that video is complete garbage. But for an average viewer that isn't familiar with how gyroscope works or how what 15 degrees per hour is to them, that's going to be like, wow, they debunked flat Earth, But it's the real people that actually are familiar with these instruments and how they work that can be like, that's bullshit, because no one's ever proved motion on the Earth. No one. There was a bunch of experiments in the late 1800s to try to prove that. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment. It's literally an interferometer where they try to find a phase shift of light dependent on the movement of the Earth, and they actually didn't find any. But what they did prove was the ether. But now then there was this big problem, because if the ether existed, then it proved that the Earth wasn't moving. So in the scientific community in the late 1800s, 1900s, they went with the path with, well, the Earth has to be moving, so the ether must not exist. So that's the position of mainstream science that they've taken. Now we have this theory called the general theory of relativity, and special relativity, which is what the mainstream science now, it evolved from like those tests, all these theories,
Yeah, I just thought I wanted to add on to that just to make it crystal clear. This is what the theory was there to do, was to discard the ether. It doesn't just ignore it or hope it goes away. It philosophically discards the ether, which it has no proof. It has no proof. That the test found the ether, and they went, "Nah, we'll just discard it. We'll just come up with a framework that doesn't include it." So it's literally ignoring the elephant in the room.
So wouldn't this all get squashed if we could just fund a big ass spaceship to go up and be like, "Pop screenshot, got your ass"? Like.
Isn't there a guy that tries to do that?
Some dude in the chat said
that's so ignorant of me, but like that's
Console trying to fund a spaceship.
Well, yeah, there's a guy named Mad Mike. I'm sure that's the guy you're talking about.
That guy's a troll, right?
Yeah, he launched stuff in a rocket and it went up to like 18,000 feet, which is not even higher than a plane.
Yeah. No, but I just mean like actually, Kyrie Irving's a flat earther. Be like, yo, bro, like I know SpaceX is eventually going to do like a commercial space flight. I just be like, bro, like put up the money and just prove this shit once and for all.
Well, the problem is just to get into past a certain altitude, you need permission. That's the problem. See, like all these ideas of like funding something, like it could all be stopped because we need to essentially ask for permission just to go to a certain altitude. There's even permission just to send high altitude balloons now. Just look at the new stipulations for NOAA. They actually require for you to actually go and get approved before you do any of these things.
That's what I say, don't weather balloons go to space?
They reach
high altitude balloons.
2 miles. Go ahead, FEJ, go ahead.
No, yeah, they're just high altitude balloons. They just go high up to the atmosphere. I wanted to cut in because you're talking about two subjects that are close to flat Earth's heart. You know, how high do you have to be before you see the curvature of the Earth and let's go to space?
Yeah.
Ultimately, it doesn't matter how high you go. We've got high altitude balloon footage of 135,000 feet that show an eye level horizon and an Earth extending into the distance, no curvature to be seen. How high do you think you need to go? Ultimately, there are curve calculators out there. We're on a ball with definite dimensions. We can map the hell out of it and figure out the drop value between point A and point B. The thing is, you should be able to see curvature from the Earth and a relative, using high-powered optical equipment. There should be a prediction of things you shouldn't be able to see because of that curve of the Earth. But ultimately, we can talk about space. Why would we need to go to space? What is space? It's this controlled place, right? It's a place where there's other planets and the moon being a rock and the sun being some kind of nuclear furnace and blah, blah.
I do have a question about that. What do you guys feel about other planets? Do they just not exist or are they just in the sky?
Right, yeah. So other planets, no. Other planets don't exist because this Earth isn't a planet. That cosmology that I told you about, like Mars being a planet due to being a super gas giant and the sun, like I said, being in that nuclear furnace, is absolute bollocks. It doesn't exist.
What are they then? Because I literally just saw Saturn and Venus.
Yes, well, ultimately, to me, you and everybody else down here, if we use our eyes or a telescope or high power,
yeah,
because we're looking at it, we can't reach out. And everything that you've been told about those lights in the sky, you've been taught. Everybody has been taught. We've all been indoctrinated into the system, whether that be educational, propaganda, films, TVs, what have you. It's that kind of cultural thing. Space a story about it. But ultimately, me, you, and everybody else will only ever be able to see it.
So what is it? I mean, definitely, if you're looking through a telescope, you can definitely see a planet. I mean, so what is it? What to you guys? What is the moon? What shape is the moon? Is the moon like a big potato chip or?
Well, here's the thing. Like when it comes to what planets are, the moon, like no one's denying that we can't see them. Like we're not like retarded, we don't think like, oh, if I pull out a telescope right now in my backyard, I don't think the moon's there or the sun or the stars or the planets. No, we see everything the same as any other person. It's just we've been sold the idea that they're planets and that we're planets and that they're terraform and they're just like us and that they're spherical. To be honest, there's no way to even determine that they're spherical by looking at them with an optic, because when you look through the telescope, that's a monoscope, meaning that you have no depth perception. That means you cannot perceive 3D shape with one eye. You only see one side of it. Now, whether they're globe, sphere, flat, whatever shape they are, it doesn't really have no bearing, because in the flat Earth cosmology, it's not like the planets and the Earth are on space. This is going to be the part that probably makes you guys like hate flat Earth, because this is the part that
no, we wouldn't hate it anyway.
Well, this is the part that was hard for me to get to flat Earth, because space isn't what we've been taught. Like everything is within the system, and those things that you observe in the sky are all within the system. They're not like trillions of billions of light years away. Now, planets, yeah, we refer to them as wandering stars, and that's what the ancients referred to them. Whether they're terra forma, whether they're just like Earth, that's actually a non sequitur fallacy, because we haven't proven this place to be a planet unless you believe in every NASA space agency that's been to space. If you believe in that, then I can understand why you would have that train of thought. But if you're coming from the perspective of like, hey, what have we proved on Earth? We haven't proven the Earth to be a planet or those things to be the X amount of distance that they claim they are. And we don't even know if they're terraforma, meaning you can't land on them. For all we know, it can just be a light in the sky,
Yeah. But I mean, when observed through a telescope, you can definitely see like surface on the moon. Like, so I guess what if we're not a sphere, is the moon a sphere? Or no? Or what do you guys, I want to know what you guys feel about
ultimately when we're talking about what lights in the sky are, we don't know. And that's because none of us can go there and test it out. We can't go to the moon. We can't bring.
So was the moon landing fake?
Yeah,
100%.
And I'm just going to add this, and I'll let everybody else jump in. Every single story you've been told about space, satellites, international space stations, moon landings, remote-controlled cars on Mars, pictures from outer planets from a satellite or a probe that's been slungshot around Mars through an asteroid field to give you pictures. All of these stories about space are not true because space fundamentally can't exist. It breaks natural laws. You can't have gas pressure without a container, which within the heliocentric is exactly what we've got. We've got gas pressure, atmosphere here, uncontained from the vacuum of space. Second law of thermodynamics will dictate that busy energy, air pressure, atmosphere system will disperse into the space available. It's akin to constructing a vacuum chamber, opening the door and watching all the air rush in because it's now uncontained. So what we've also got here is we're going to start going into a little bit of science, but what we've got is something that we can't demonstrate. In the heliocentric model, this spinning ball with atmosphere attached, you can't demonstrate your necessary antecedent for gas pressure. In every single demonstration, you require a container for gas pressure, whether it be in a tyre, whether it be in your Coke can or just deodorant can, whether it be in an oxygen tank that a scuba diver takes swimming. You need a container. Earlier I said you needed to construct the vacuum. Yeah, you need to contain one pressure from another. In the heliocentric model, we don't have a container, and we do not have a demonstration of the necessary antecedent, which would be gravity.
So, just to touch back on the moon, as I lived in Alaska, and you can literally see the tides like coming in and out, and just the massive effect they have on the Earth. What is a tide then? If or is that just another thing that you guys chalk up to? Oh, we don't know what it is. So,
well, I love talking about the moon. I'll be happy to talk about the moon landings, but we can do the tides first if you want.
Yes, please.
Did you know? So you say you live in Alaska. I grew up by the sea as well. I'm sure a few other people here have as well. Obviously, tides are quite a significant part of how the seas and the oceans work.
Yeah, very noticeable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. There's parts of South Essex, where I'm originally from, North Kent as well, where you can literally walk from one county to another when the tide goes out. So
yeah, that's how Alaska is.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like
literally an entire bay that had water in it will be a mud flat at that point. So
yeah. So how does that compare to a Great Lake? Do Great Lakes have tides? The answer is, I think, no. When you look this up on Google, it'll say they have like an inch of tide.
I think because I also spend a lot of time in Michigan, and I do believe that the Great Lakes can be seen having tides there. But I mean, the whole reason that the tide works based on the moon is because the water has somewhere to go, whereas the Great Lake, where is it really moving? You know?
Sure, but then this is the thing. You taking it back to a scientific perspective, the observations are very different, aren't they? So to give the same cause to two very different observations is, I mean, that's fallacious. You're not seeing the same thing. And, without going into gravity, this is another problem with gravity. You have multiple observations chalked up to one single cause, and neither of them have an experiment that you can actually verify the cause of. The cause for, sorry. So, yeah, I don't want to go into all of that really, but it's interesting because you've got these huge tides on the oceans and the seas, and these barely noticeable tides that I actually think don't exist on Great Lakes. Now, when I say they don't exist, what I mean is that yes, weather can affect the lakes. There's other atmospheric effects, but the moon's gravity, which is or just gravity generally, which is considered the cause of tides, I think fundamentally doesn't match observation.
All right, but so you. I can understand what you're saying. So, but what is the tide or anything like that? Like, so that's something like when I present you with the moon or the other planets, you can say, oh, well, we can't touch them, we can't see them. There's no physical evidence, and I can accept that as an answer. But with the tide, that you guys just simply have no answer for that. Then
and there's behind
tide is physical evidence. Like the tide is clear.
That's what I mean. Yeah, that's clear, physical, and measurable.
Exactly.
Evidence.
Yeah, but was it measured? What is it evidence of?
Was evidence of something gravitationally moving the water levels, because it's not that there's an increase in water, because we can't agree that matter is being created. There's only a set amount of water within the ocean, so it would have to be gravity moving it, because gravity is a set.
Unless someone
we know how water behaves physically, right? Like the way water fits into its container.
So like how do we know for sure it's a mass point?
What does the tide have to do with the globe Earth?
We know that it's
no. But then there's a whole new can of worms if we're talking about gravity. I'm sure.
But it's like,
that's why I didn't want to.
But it's like, well, how does your physics model explain that? Because they can explain, I feel like, tides through our physics model quite well.
Well, why are there two why are there 2 tides per day if there's only 1 moon?
In some places there are 6.
Ooh. Oh, well, because the moon's on one side of the Earth and the other, so it's like it's.
Well, I mean, because people that believe the Earth is a globe also believe it's tilted on an axis, so that explains that.
Not really. You see, you've got tides on opposite side of the supposed globe, and you're saying that the moon causes the tide. Well, which one is the moon causing, and what's causing the other one?
Man, I smoke Reggie on the moon, boy. I swear.
No. See, that's the thing is that's things that we don't know, and that's why we like to have you guys on here to like. Yeah.
But I mean, but your only evidence is
I do have to keep it real with you. Like there is like an effect of what they say gravity from another mass to the pulled liquids that pulled stuff. You know, if you'd let me finish. The thing is that's why like on these full moons and stuff that the people with like bipolar tendencies, it's fucking with the fluids in their body, and like it's like shifting different things, and they fucking flip out. So like that's a big thing behind it too. But then I
don't think any. Sorry, I've got to think.
No, Ben's bipolar, by the way, so he's speaking from experience.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't think any flat Earth would deny that the moon has some kind of effect on the Earth. We just, it's just a lot of correlation. But how would it have that effect?
If everything is just sitting in the sky, so if it has an effect, is the moon just like this object that just like fucking spins around our disk?
We live in a very electrodynamic environment. Yeah, we've got compasses. They seem to point north. We seem to have energy ley lines. All of these type of electrodynamic phenomena, lightning, for example, electrodynamic potential rising every meter. These types of things. So we obviously live within this electrodynamic environment. Maybe these lights in the sky, they impart energy differently. I'm talking about the sun and the moon, the lights in the sky, which appear the same kind of size, even though one of them is supposedly 400 times further away and 400 times bigger. But ultimately, they could, as they appear to be the same size, they also appear to be different. No one's denying that there may be some kind of connection or correlation between the energy output of the sun and the moon, which is related to the tides. I mean, we're talking about predominantly, the script I was pointing out, the salty seas, not the lakes, not the clear waters, the salty seas. And we should understand what happens to electrodynamics in salty solution, for example. So there could be an electrodynamic energy system at play. We obviously live within a very complicated environment. We've got seasonal cycles, we've got day cycles, we've got constellations. We've obviously got energy being inputted into the system primarily by the sun and the moon. So maybe this is the cause of tides. It doesn't have to be gravity, mass attracting mass. You can talk about gravity if you want to. I'll just quickly say this, just so we're all on the same page. Gravity, mass attracting mass was superseded in 1915 in favour of Einstein's general relativity. Now, the guy who abandoned the ether, they also abandoned this gravity because it didn't fit their model, this mass attracting mass, this magic at a distance. Now, the scientific rhetoric is the bending and warping of space-time. This is based on a presupposition. Both of these gravitational ideas are based on a presupposition. Mass attracting mass, working on the presupposition that the Earth is already a ball, already existing in space, and gravity is the course why we're standing on the floor. Even got people standing antipolar to us in Australia. The general relativity is starting on the presupposition that the Earth is already a ball, and we're in space, and this ball of mass is sitting and bending and warping the fabric of space-time, which is how we observe gravity. Both of these ideas have not got any scientific evidence or experiment to prove them.
They're theories. Yes, they are theories.
Yeah, but no scientific proof.
Can we go slightly into the moon landings? Because I feel
definitely. That was a hot take, boy. When I asked about the moon, so I definitely. That's like base level conspiracy theory, or what people would call base level conspiracy. That's like that's where you start, right? That's the first. Do you guys have a pill? Do you have like the flat pill?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
It's just like really flat. It's like
let's get flat pilled, boy.
It's like a nanometer thick, but it's really like long.
The flat pill,
like a tablet. It's a float.
You just have to take one a day.
It's recording. Like all the other incels have the black pill. You guys got the fucking flat, the Zan pill, dude.
Yeah.
Red pill.
I mean, it is a red pill.
It is a red pill. I just wanted to a lot of people say flat Earth is the ultimate red pill. So you kind of got to work your way up from the moon landing. You know, you get it. Yeah.
So you guys are like top tier red pill. Okay, the flat pill boy. Hit me with it, Ronald.
I'm trying to find the lunar module because my god, it looks absolutely horrendous, and I'm honestly so
This is actually where I'm on
amazed.
your guys' side. Like, I think that when I look at like the moon landing, like the technology, when they see that calculator nowadays has so much more electronics than the fucking space shuttle, I'm like, boy, you're telling me we could do that when like literally like the fucking tablet I got sitting on my table right now for $60 has like a million more. It's so much more complicated than the fucking space shuttle.
You know, they use Stanley Kubrick to big dick the fucking Russians.
I unironically think that's a way better excuse. Like Stanley Kubrick had the skills, he filmed in he knew how to make space look good, and fuck boy, like a calculator. You're telling me a calculator got sent to the fucking
like what?
I swear to God, but my TM-83 in high school, that shit was way more powerful than a fucking spaceship.
But yeah, I mean, you are right. You are right. But there's so many more problems. Like, yeah, Bino's just posted it. But there's one that's I'm trying to find it at the moment. It's an amazing picture where you can literally see the grey is there. It is. Thank you very much, Bino. Look at that shit. Right, that grey is clearly cardboard. Clearly cardboard. Right? If you look at the rods,
that's a space peanut.
They're obviously curtain rods that they bought at, I don't know, do you have Target or whatever in America? That's not high-tech space equipment that's going to the bloody moon, is it? Look at the gold foil. I can buy gold foil in my local shop.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff.
This stuff isn't. It just looks like a 10-year-old science project. That's not going to the moon. And anyone who looks at that and goes, "Yeah, that's legit," there's something wrong with you.
Hold on, is this a picture of it on the moon here? I'm guessing.
Yeah, this is this first one that Bino showed you. Like they're trying to pass that off as this is us taking a picture of the moon, like us on the moon. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. So, like that shit, I just like when you actually look into, you're like,
check
me. I mean, like now, but then again, it's like part of me. I do think we could go to space now. So it's like,
yep, recording.
That's definitely the difference.
Well, let me ask you a question.
The thickness of the walls of that
what
were
about that Red Bull
the
jump
thickness
where
of
the
3
dude like
sheets
went
of
to
foil.
space and he parachuted, like he did the world's biggest space.
Yeah,
jump.
the red.
That Red Bull jump. Just quickly, that Red Bull jump. What you've got to do is ask Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he will turn around in his bed, and he did it on TV, that you shouldn't be able to see the curvature of the Earth from Felix Baumgartner's jump. That shit is flat.
Oh, okay.
If you scroll back a bit, I posted that when we spoke about deGrasse a minute ago, 5-10 minutes ago. So if you scroll back, it is back there. Like.
Oh, that picture's from that jump.
Well, MIDI HC has actually done a hot flat Earth rap remix. If you check that out as well.
Ooh.
Quick
question. Yeah, maybe I should become a flat Earth rapper, boy. I got some.
16 minutes ago, so 28.
I want to know what this picture is here with this guy looking at a spaceship and see a wall. Who is that? Is that picture edited? Like, can I get some detail on that? Bino?
What picture?
I think that's
if you scroll up a little bit in general, it's right before the Red Bull jump gif. It's like a guy looking at a spaceship.
Isn't that Stanley Kubrick?
I don't think so. I don't think that's Stanley Kubrick.
That looks edited, boy.
That's the guy that cooked my wife.
I didn't know what that was. It looked realistic, you know.
Oh, no, it's not
the background.
It was the moon landing a cuck story.
Yes, bro.
Yes.
Yes.
The moon landing was the final nail in the coffin. As long as they got everybody to believe that space existed and we were on a ball.
Yeah.
This lie about the Earth being, a ball hasn't really been going on that long.
I think I'm getting flat pilled.
We got some background. Warren Von Braun.
Yo, Kayla, your mic actually sounds like you are sucking a fart out of a bendy straw.
Holy shit!
No, it's
so.
That's Von Braun. Yeah, of course.
Did you guys already get a chance to talk about the sun? Because I'm really curious about your perspective on the sun and what is revolving around what in that scenario.
Okay, well, the sun, like the moon, is revolving around and above the flat Earth.
Yes.
Now, the sun seems to revolve. It is smaller and local than what we've been told. So I don't know the size and I don't know the distance. but it appears to circle between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn throughout the year. This is how we get our seasonal cycles. So when it's circling the Tropic of Cancer in the north, it's obviously summer in the north because that's where the sun is closest to, and it's winter in the south. 6 months later, when the sun's across the equator and gone down to the Tropic of Capricorn, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. It's obviously how we get our day and night cycles, because, you know, it's quite easy to understand moving a light is going to only shine a light on a certain portion of the surface you're shining it on. So the sun is moving, it only shines its light on the portion of the surface it's able to shine its light upon at any one time. So it goes around in a circle throughout the day and throughout the year constantly. And this is how we get our day and night and seasonal cycles. What it is, I don't know. Again, it's another light in the sky. It's intangible to us. We can't physically go there. We've been told a story about what it is. There's a little bit of pseudoscience to back that up. But ultimately, again, we don't know the size and we don't know the distance. But quite hard to understand the sun. We can just observe what it does.
Okay. So going into that, the next question that I had, speaking of that, you kind of touched over it, is that there is really no climate change that much on the equator as opposed to the poles, if from a globe perspective. Yeah. So, you know, obviously Antarctica, Arctic Circle, the cold side, and then you have tropical in the middle of what is considered you know, a circular globe Earth. So in your case, how would you explain that climate difference between these locations?
Really simple. So you've got a central north where our compass is pointing, where Polaris is above. Obviously, Polaris is a star in the sky that never moves. So we've got this northern point, which is the Arctic Circle. Now, as I said earlier, the sun only goes as far north as the Tropic of Cancer. That's as far inwards as it goes. So obviously, it doesn't get as close to the Arctic Circle. So it keeps circling in and out between the two tropics. This is, you know, the heated zone, for example. Obviously, the equator is the hottest. But ultimately, it never goes any far further north than Cancer. It never goes any further south as the Tropic of Capricorn. And this, again, is how we have our Antarctic Circle.
I just want to interrupt real quick. This guy in the chat's got a pretty good point, I think. He's saying, well, he gets talked about the ISS yet. Like, what do you guys think about the International Space Station, or like Chris Hadfield, like guys who are like filming themselves floating in the ISS supposedly?
Or what about that lady that just committed fucking cyberspace crimes, boy? Is that not real? Is that real?
We've actually got a role.
Boy.
We've got a role on our server now. Every time some ridiculous space story comes out, we invent a new role for it. So we've got a space herpes role. I don't know if you guys heard about the space herpes.
No.
Okay, well, we can post that up in a bit as well. But yeah, the latest role we've added is space criminal. So if anyone comes in and we just fancy just having a laugh with them, we just give them the space criminal role. But I mean, fundamentally, these stories that they come out with from the ISS, they're to sell you the story of the ISS existing, right? So, do you guys know much about Hegel?
No.
Okay, well, I'll try and be as like basic. I don't know what your audience is normally like, so I don't want to be like going like deep into this stuff. But there's a sorry.
Keep going.
I don't know.
Yeah, like, I mean, like, basically we're just building the audience up. The point is just to get some good VODs and good interviews and some deep insight. Like,
yeah, you can go as deep as you like. Please, no filter with your stuff whatsoever.
Cool. Okay.
That's what we need.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So there's a concept known as the Hegelian dialectic, right, which Hegel came up with, hence why it's named after him. The idea is that you present kind of two options, but that both options actually present a result that you. So you've got the synthesis, the antithesis. Sorry, the thesis, the antithesis, and then the synthesis result. Okay. So, for instance, let's say I wanted to convince you that dragons existed. I wanted FE Crypto Gangster wants to convince everyone that dragons exist. So I might put someone out there saying, yeah, dragon scales exist, you know, and then another person goes out and says dragon breath exists. So your two options are dragon scales exist and dragon breath exists. Well, the synthesis result is that dragons must exist because your two options are scales or breath, right? So obviously it's removing the option of no dragons existing, which is the point of the Hegelian dialectic in the first place. So you see this everywhere in politics, and you also see this in certain other concepts such as the flat Earth. You know, the moon landing is a Hegelian dialectic. Okay, so you've got the moon landing happened versus the moon landing didn't happen, but it was to screw the Russians. Okay, so both of those sides of the Hegelian dialectic have the synthesis result of the Earth's a ball, which is the whole purpose of the Hegelian dialectic in the first place.
Okay. But
it's a little bit like this as well. I mean, it helps prove space. So this is why we get lots of stories about space. You know, did we or did we not go to the moon that's an object in this place called space that we could possibly get to? Yes or no? Doesn't matter. The place called space already exists. That's what they get you to do. Because half the time you don't realise that you're doing it. It's like the paper that the story is being written on. That paper is space, and you can take that away with the second law of thermodynamics. But ultimately, like I said earlier, they will give you as many stories as they can about this space, because we can all see it and point at lights in the sky. They call the stars, and they've already categorised them for us. But we can all see space, right? It must exist, that dark part in the sky that comes out every night where the moon is, where the sun is. It's just a lot of stories to make this place called space
so what about
tangible.
Interstellar? Are you telling me Interstellar wasn't a true story?
Well, Hollywood often does a better job than NASA. We joke about this all the time. You see like stuff from NASA and you think, fuck man, like the film Gravity looks way more realistic and it's admittedly fake, right?
Yeah.
Who would believe that the film Gravity actually happened? No one. But it looks more real than what NASA produces. So
I thought Armageddon was a true story, to be honest. They saved the Earth with that giant black guy. That was fucking based. No, real question. Actually, like on the topic. So, what about what? I'm sure this is you guys are probably pretty used to answering this one. What is the edge of the Earth, boy? Is it an ice wall or what?
It's a sweet rave party.
That'd be lit.
Well, there's areas you
that's
can't.
A concept.
This is where
that's a concept that you. It's a concept that you can talk about, the limits to the Earth. You mentioned ice wall. This isn't as far as we can go. That's just the container for the waters, the seas, the oceans. Antarctica is a very mysterious place. There's a treaty that stops people from freely exploring this place, for example.
So you don't think we can ever get over it? Like cross Antarctica? Like
we can get. We've got scientific research stations. You can go down to Antarctica on a cruise ship and go and spend some time with some penguins if you want to. Like I said, the scientific research, there's activity down there, but ultimately it's just along the coast. What's further inland, we don't know. We're not allowed to freely explore. The place is on lockdown. But we're talking about a very extreme environment. You know, we can't survive there anyway. We'd have to take resources with us. We wouldn't be able to walk there. We'd have to take a lot of fuel with us. We're talking about an extreme environment that could go on for thousands, if not tens, if not maybe hundreds of thousands of miles away from the circle of the sun. It's only ever going to get colder and colder and colder, and eventually it's going to get dark. You're not going to be able to see the sun anymore because you're too far away from it. It's going to set beyond the horizon. You're never going to see it again. It's ultimately, this might be outer space, a place where it gets cold and dark, a place where they are actually going. And
so that we couldn't go.
Yeah, we can't go there, buddy.
What about so do you guys believe in like so aliens just 100% can't exist, right?
Aliens is a secret that NASA wanted you to think they were keeping.
But the secret is.
I guess it's really interesting for you to talk about.
What was that?
So for aliens, I'm not saying I believe in aliens or I don't believe in aliens, but I'll tell you what. Do you know who Aleister Crowley is?
Yeah.
Okay, so Aleister Crowley is supposed to be he summoned a demon, and when he drew a picture of what he summoned, it looked just like a gray alien. I'll drop a picture of his drawing. So there's this theory that people believe that aliens are actually demonic entities and not coming from outer space, but they're interdimensional. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's one of the theories out there that I've heard kind of thrown around quite often. And I'll drop a picture of the alien he drew in.
The tall gray, right?
I heard that.
Yeah, it looks like a gray alien.
Someone recently saying
I've met a tall gray boy.
Get to the point of like summoning something like that and thinking that it would only cause destruction. And the scientist that was talking about bringing it or whatever, that it would aid in helping civilization.
That alien's got a obese brain, boy. That big watermelon brain.
I don't know. I can't quite subscribe to the alien idea.
No, I definitely believe in aliens. That's why I wanted to get a flat earther's take on aliens.
Boy, you've been mainlining Chris. Boy, calm down, just play it.
No.
how can you though? Like, I don't know, dude. Like,
how can you what? I mean, because I believe that like space is ever expansive, and so that's how I believe in it. So that's why I wondered like a flat earther's take on it.
Boy, I've been
interesting though that you use words like belief. I believe X. I believe Y. I mean, I prefer to keep it to what's observable and what's verifiable and what you can actually.
I know, but you guys have literally said a lot of things that you can't prove as well. So you just believe that those things are the way they are.
What we said that we can't prove?
I mean, the tide. You can't prove what the moon is.
Hold on.
What they are.
This is a good one. This is a good. Yeah, this is good. This is where people are being honest. We can't, for example, go to the sun. So even within science, we couldn't find out the cause of that effect. The sun is out of the realms of science in this case. So we don't know what the sun is. So we're just being honest when we say we don't know. Tides, we've been told a story that it's because of moon gravity. Now that story has to be thrown to the wayside because the moon is not a rock. Its gravity doesn't exist in the way that we've been told, blah, blah, blah. There's obviously another mechanism. We live in a complex environment. Maybe the sun and moon do have something to do with it in an electrodynamic sense. But ultimately, we don't know. I don't know, but we are just being honest. We haven't said anything that we can't back. We haven't even gotten to proofs of, why we understand the Earth to be flat and stationary yet. Predominantly, we've been talking about space, a place that none of us can verify.
So what do you think? How does the sun move around us then? Or do we not? Do we move? That's what...
Again, I might just be giving you a story because I don't know what the sun is, therefore I don't know how it moves. It may be electrodynamic in nature. It may work on some kind of electromagnetism.
Okay.
It might be quantum locking.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure these guys... Do you know what quantum locking is, guys?
No, but I'll look into it real quick. Quantum locking, you said.
Well, I can bring up a video.
Oh, damn, well, I'm about to die. This hurricane... What about this hurricane that's about to smoke me, boy? What is that?
I have to go for a second, but if you guys could, for the VOD, talk about one of the things that I know for sure is that Antarctica is not accessible to most people, right? There's a lot of military involvement in that area, so I'm sure you guys have something to say about it.
Yeah,
there's about 50 plus nations that signed off on the Antarctic Treaty that pretty much states that no one could independently explore past that 60-degree parallel south. So yeah, it's pretty much locked down. Now we're not stating that people can't pay $10,000 and go like enjoy a little vacation with penguins at like Myrtle Beach or somewhere out there in Antarctica. What we're claiming is that it's inaccessible to independently explore. And now there's applications to sign up so you can do that, but they're so very difficult to even get by. You can't even take a shit in Antarctica. You have to pick it up. Like it's like there's so much stuff and stipulations with Antarctica. It's pretty impossible to go out there and actually do some research. Like if we wanted to go and explore it, see how far it extends, whether there's a 24-hour sun, it's really hard to get that going,
Okay.
Would someone else like to touch up on it a little bit more? I know I kind of just gave a quick talk about it. Indio, maybe?
Yeah, I'll touch on it. Just like, okay, so the Antarctic Treaty is enforced by the signatory nations. So in the there isn't like an international body that's going to do something to you. It's the nation of which you're a citizen. So the United States has laws which in there. So the United States laws, if you wanted to go to Antarctica, you need an environmental assessment from the EPA. You need a permit from the National Science Foundation. You need approval from the United States State Department. You need an emergency evacuation plan in case you get hurt. You need, what else is it? I can't remember. There's another requirement. But all these requirements combined, I mean, the EPA assessment alone would run you $50,000. And that's just the cost of getting permission to go there. Then if you actually go there, then you have the problem of being there, which is you have no water. There's no rivers, right? So there's no drinkable water. You have to carry everything with you, all your food, all your water, all your energy. And like Jose said, you can't take a shit. You have to pack anything you pack in, you have to pack out, just like a national forest. So you can't just go down there and traipse around and just... And there's actually a precedent for somebody going there unauthorized. The guy's name was Jarl Andahoy. He's a Finnish sailor, and he went down there, went down to the ice, took a snowmobile, rode around, and when he came back, he didn't have a ship anymore. his ship was at the bottom of the ocean, and the 2 people he left there were dead. He got arrested, shipped back to Finland, and then he tried again to go down there to I don't know, to retrieve something. And before he even got there, they knew where he was going, and they arrested him again and shipped him back to Finland. So you can't just go around and traipse into Antarctica and do what you want. It's a highly restricted area.
I found that super weird because even those the hollow Earth theory, that's one of those things. It's and they're oh, the entrances are in the Arctic, so you can't even go to them. What do you guys think about the hollow Earth? If you believe in the hollow or the flat Earth?
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence for that. I've seen more evidence for a concave Earth than a hollow Earth.
Fair enough. But I guess if you believe in a hollow Earth, you have to believe in a globe Earth because if it's going to be hollow, it has to be a globe.
Well, who knows what's under the floor?
It's kind of like a globe, except for you're on the inside of the sphere, upside down or whatever. Mm-hmm. And the sky is a black sun in the center.
And the other thing is, as well, is the Earth is provably hollow in places. I mean, does that make the whole thing hollow? I don't know, but again, we're talking about things we can't verify. The furthest we've gone down is a few miles. We've 7.6 miles, I believe, that we know of anyway. How are we going to know what's 20 miles, 30 miles, 50 miles, 500 miles down? No one can verify that. So it's just literally just people having opinions on it. So I guess this leads us into the core of the Earth argument. We're often asked, what about the core? The core can't be verified. So how do you know the core exists? Another thing that's interesting about the core, I don't know if you guys know what the Curie point is, what that idea is.
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay. It's the point at which metals lose their natural magnetism. So if you heat any metal up to a certain temperature, it then loses its magnetism. Problem with the core is that it's said to be the magnetic center of the ball while being several thousand degrees above the Curie point of every metal in that in the ball. So
the mass of it is nickel, from what I understand. Is the
nickel and iron, yeah. So nickel and iron, but nickel, I forget the exact numbers, but it's around sort of 700-800 degrees.
Yeah,
one of them
really easy. It's not got high temperature.
So they're both in the hundreds, or possibly the low thousands, and the temperature of the center of the core is said to be 6,000 degrees, which again can't be verified, but it's just the model. So even the model doesn't work. The fact that it doesn't even comport to reality isn't even being considered at the moment. The model isn't even internally consistent before it's even being investigated. So yeah, there's all these problems with the core as well.
Why is it so quiet?
My bad. I just sat back down. So, so you guys don't believe in that the Earth has a core either, huh?
Well, to have a core, it'd have to be a sphere, wouldn't it? And there's no measurable, observable, practically used curvature.
So, what do you believe is under us then? Or is that just another don't know?
Yeah, again, like Crypto said, we've only dug 7.6 miles down. The Ariana Trench is about the same distance. We've got a limit to go down. We've already discussed, the 3 fundamental limits of our reality. It's hard to go up, it's hard to go down, and it already looks like Antarctica is an extreme environment that you were dying. You didn't take food and resources with you.
Yeah.
So natural limits to our reality. It's hard to go up and dig down. But nobody knows, mate.
All right.
Boy, we need to get Kyrie on this shit. We need some funding, some evidence.
Yeah, what do you guys think would actually be a way to fully prove this if money wasn't an option? Because I thought it's there's a singer too, Wale or somebody, or maybe somebody, I don't know. Somebody definitely is a flat earther as well. How much would it cost to just get to the height you guys actually need to get to just fully prove it and be like,
we don't need the height.
We have something a little bit better than height, I think. It's just measuring the surface of the Earth. Now, the globe Earth has never been scientifically measured directly. They've inferred it. Have you guys ever heard of Eratosthenes, the guy with the stick?
Yes.
Okay, so Eratosthenes in, I believe, 230 BC, came up with this idea that if you put a stick in Cyrene, at solar noon, where the sun is high above the sky, he would get no shadow there. And 500 miles away, he had a buddy, I guess, and I guess he must have sent him a text to check at the right time, because I don't know how they communicated back then. But point is, his buddy at 500 miles away measured a 7.2 degree shadow. Now from there, they measured those angles and derived close to the radius and circumference that we have now. But that's not a direct measurement, because that measurement has to infer that the light source, which is the sun, that those light sources have to travel in parallel lines, the light itself. Now, if we were to change this on change the two assumptions, which is the Earth is a globe and the light is parallel, if we change it to divergent rays and the Earth is flat, you can come up with the same angles on a flat surface. Now, what flat earthers have, we've done some tests. People in our community have done tests where they take a laser, a very high-powered laser, very expensive laser that they actually have to put like on this. It's called a satellite super aiming laser device. Now, this laser is about 2 meters above sea level, right? And they shoot it to pan at a couple targets that are about 6 kilometers, 12 kilometers, and 41 kilometers. Now, the distance between 2 points is over water. Now, in the globe Earth model, the prediction is that everything should get pulled to the center of mass. Therefore, the most curvature that we should be able to measure should be on water. Now, the curvature rate is roughly about 8 inches per mile squared. Just so you get an idea, at 10 miles, there's 66 feet of drop, meaning from point A to point B. Point B would be dropped 66 feet from point A. Now, the point of the laser is to use that as a straight edge, right? Like a ruler, like we're putting a ruler on a ball. That point, from point A to point B, there should be a drop-off, right? So the targets that are being hit by this laser are about 1.5 meters of height, and the furthest target was about 25 miles. Now, at this distance, that puts the lowest target to hit on the globe model is 90 meters of height. But these people are able to pan targets that are 1.5 meters, showing that there's no convexity to the surface of the Earth, in these measurements at least. So the globe predictions actually fell when you actually directly measure the surface of the Earth.
But you just gave us evidence from like what 200 some BC, like, and like it hasn't been redone. I don't know. Let me say this. You said you have something better. You have something better than getting height and getting like a snapshot to like fix my doubting Thomas.
No, he said he would want something better.
No, okay, he says they have something better, and it's measuring the curvature of the Earth.
So if I got really high and I took a picture and it had Bigfoot in the image, would you like accept that?
Boy, I'm a doubting Thomas. I'd need to go up there myself.
No, like with images though, imagery in and of itself is subjective, like the interpretation of.
Would there be like a flat earther that you guys would trust that could go up and be like the vessel to say, boys, it is in fact round or flat? If you
no, because then you're still going with trust. See, that's the thing. We don't want to have to trust anybody.
Okay.
If you take what Jose said, and he said in something BC, someone proved it, right? So why can't we prove it in 2019 to ourselves?
Yeah,
we're more technologically advanced. We're smarter. We're better. You know, whatever. You know, why can't we prove it? Why do we have to rely on some, stranger that we don't know to go on TV and say, yeah, I did this. Here, look at these pictures.
But it comes to a more fundamental...
Think about what they're claiming. Just if I showed you video of something fantastic, like someone flying, or elves, or ghosts, or aliens, or anything like that, you wouldn't believe any of that. So they show you images of people floating around, experienced, a ball you've never seen floating, way up into space, something you've also never experienced. And all these kinds of crazy, magical, fantastic things that you've never experienced, and you have no way of judging, the reality of that image or video depicts reality. Why would you just believe it? You should apply the same skepticism that you apply to any other thing.
I'd have to stick my fingers in the side of Jesus. I'd have to be right there, dude. I have to be up there seeing it. That's what I'm saying.
That's the thing is, I know you guys said you get this a lot, but why? Like, what does anyone gain from this? Like, just like all this, you gotta agree. There's just tons and tons and tons and tons of information out there about space and planets and all this shit.
I know.
What do they gain? What gain?
Well,
what gain do people get from pulling the wool over your eye?
Well, like I explained earlier, what they've done is they've given you a new creation story. It's called the ontological primitive, the dichotomy of creation, how the Earth got here and how we got here. In every single argument or debate about this, every single point will land in one of these two camps, point A or point B. Point A is that a creator, an intelligent source, created the environment, the earth, everything you see, and you to experience it. Or in camp B, nature created it. Matter created matter and sentient life from nothing regarding a Big Bang and billions of years. It's called the ontological primitive. By doing this, what they've done is they've given you the option of not creator. What they've done is they've, taken the obvious created environment around you, the earth, the lights in the sky, the clockwork nature, and the very dynamic patterns and structures we have here on earth. They've taken that obvious reality away from you and given you a more atheistic ideology. Now, the people that have lied to you, the historical argument, you can go back to religion for that. We can go back to, as far back as you want. We can go back to the Greeks if you want to. We're talking about the perfect sphere. We can go back to the Kabbalah with the Talmud. We could go back to the Egyptians. This kind of nefarious, we control the people, kings and priests ideology. The Vatican, for example. The Vatican Church were the ones who gave us, primarily through this kind of new science that they were trying to build in at the time. What they gave us then was the heliocentric idea, turned everything into balls, us revolving around the sun. In 1931, Monsignor Lemaitre, another Jesuit Roman Catholic priest, gave us the Big Bang cosmology. So they've literally taken the creation away from you and given you a new creation story. This way, they've made themselves creators.
The only thing that I've noticed is you guys actually have no working models or figures. You just say that these things can't exist. Look at the proof; it doesn't look real. But you have no proof of your own. You have no working model of what the Earth actually looks like. You have no answers for anything, really.
Well, hold on. Let me say this very quickly then. Let me say this.
Do you think?
No problem. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. When I mean practically used, it's built upon, navigated across, and travelled across. If it's observed that way, you will only observe a flat stationary plane. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon will always rise to your eye level, and you will, with high-powered optical equipment, see things in the distance, 10, 20, 30, 1,200 miles away with an altitude that you shouldn't be able to. So we don't observe the ball. We practically measure over vast distances of water between lasers and hitting target. This is a direct line of sight shot. This is impossible on a curved surface, thus demonstrating that the water below that laser line is indeed level. How water always appears. You notice how water reflects light, like a perfectly level surface. Cut glass. When you're driving down the road and you see a bit of rain, you see the lights in the road. It's exactly the same way that all large bodies of water reflect light. The sun's light. If you're at altitude in a plane looking down at the surface of the seas and the oceans, it's reflecting light like a perfectly level surface.
What is an eclipse then? How do you guys explain solar and lunar eclipses?
Back to the sky again.
Yeah, so basically, I've noticed that talking, like I'm trying to be very objective, not rude, but basically it's like having a debate with a Christian. Anything you can't prove, you just say, well, it's just a miracle, or it just happens, it just is that way.
No, well, what can you prove?
Okay, can I just?
No, I let him say his piece, but my thing is, Sketa. Here's the thing too: is like from where they're coming from, the only actual science-based funded shit is out of like control of like normal civilians. Like that's the thing is they lack the ability to do it.
I mean, but have you ever debated a Christian? It's much the same. You ask them anything that they can't prove.
All the time.
It just happens.
Talking about belief, bro. None of us have been speaking about belief. We're talking about.
But you do. You are talking about belief. These are things.
No, actually, I think this is fundamentally different. Can I explain to you why I think it's fundamentally different? Because you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? But actually, we're doing the opposite. We're saying, sorry, Panto, can you mute, bro?
Somebody's echoing.
Panto.
Okay, you're good now.
Yeah, so you're talking about the God of the Gaps fallacy, which, yes, when you debate some Christians, if they don't have an answer, they say God did it. I understand.
Anyway, you have a misconception. Flat Earth is not a model. Now,
you have no working model.
It's not. Listen, because it doesn't require a model, because it's not a physical theory. Right? We're not trying to explain phenomenon. We're only trying to determine what is, just like you would determine like the shape of your kitchen floor, the shape of a table, the shape of your house. You don't need a model. You don't need a theory. There's no theory of the shape of your house, right? We're only saying, listen, we go out, we measure this, and it's flat. It does not show a convex surface. Now, why that is, who knows, right? But it's just an empirical fact that's what happens, right? You believe that there's some that explains all the phenomenon perfectly. That's ignorance, because in fact it doesn't. So I'll give you a perfect example. In 1597, Barents, the Barents Strait was named after. They got their ship was stuck above the Arctic Circle. So as you know, when you're supposedly above the Arctic Circle, it's 24 hours of darkness. So they're waiting for the sun to come back up.
I lived in a place where the sun is like that as well. So yeah, I'm actually well aware that that's true.
For the sun to come up, so the ice will melt, so they can get their ship out. Well, just so happens the sun came up 2 weeks too early. 2 weeks. Not like a few hours, not like a few days, 2 weeks, right? And it came up every day for those 2 weeks early, right? So there's an example of where the model didn't work. There's tons of examples.
Okay, that's like some hearsay bullshit. But I've lived in a place. I lived in Alaska.
Documented.
I spent a lot of time in Alaska, and the sunrise and set is measurable, and it happens on literally the same way every year, and that sunlight and the lack thereof during the winter is definitely measurable, real. So how do you explain that? Again, it's just something where you say, "Oh, we don't know," but the globe theory.
No, I didn't say that. You're putting words into my mouth. I didn't say that. No, we don't know. I just gave you an example where the model doesn't work.
But that's all you guys can say. All you guys can say is, well, this story proves that it didn't happen that way. But that's just bullshit.
Let's not say that.
Listen, hold on. Let me finish. Let me say this, dude. Because you're trying to make as if the flat Earth and the globe Earth are equivalent. That's incorrect. Ours is based upon measurements, right, of the physical world, whereas the globe model is a physical theory. It's something that's completely different. There's a theory. They don't go out and measure a globe Earth. What they do is they say gravity exists. Gravity is caused by mass attraction. Mass attracts mass, forms everything into a ball. Therefore, the Earth is a ball. That's a whole line of reasoning.
But these all these
the Earth is a ball, which is completely different than saying I took a ruler and I went out and I measured a ball.
But the thing is, all these theories line up. All these theories.
No, they don't. Yes, they do. I just pointed out a point you were ignorant about.
They do. All these theories line up. And
I can give you more. Do you want more?
Is that,
listen, I can give you more.
You're getting
upset. I can give you more examples.
You're getting upset, which is
I'm not upset.
Which makes sense because you're a sensationalist.
Listen, you're wrong. You're just incorrect, and your ignorance is showing. The reason you don't know where the globe doesn't work is because you never actually looked at any data. Which most globe earthers they don't look at any data. Like you never went to time and date and verified any of the data to see if it matches up, or the angles of the sun, or to see if the sun, observing the sun, those angles intersect at the same place. You've never verified any of this stuff. That's why you think it works.
You have no working model, but you can't explain anything.
Because I explained why there's no model, because it's not a physical theory.
I'm getting lots of feedback here from people DMing me saying that maybe we should I understand that you don't subscribe to it, right? Because you feel
I just subscribe to actual fact.
But that's
measurable fact.
The facts that you don't know that exist, right? The facts that you don't know that exist.
You don't have.
Can I take this? Can I take this off in a slightly different direction? Because I'm aware that we're on a podcast. So
how many theories of light?
Yeah, perhaps the guys who are.
So when you look at a diagram for an eclipse, and they show the way the paths of light take, what is that? What does that look like? So those rays diverge, or actually they converge. But then when you look at, say, the Eratosthenes experiment, they say that they're in parallel. And then if you look at why the sun rises at the wrong time, then that the rays are refracted and they're bending in a curved line. So sitting here saying the consistent model for the globe is just your ignorance. There's a model. Not that you're stupid, that you don't know something, right?
Because I understand what the term ignorance means. I understand what the term ignorance means. So you don't need to explain that to me, big boy.
I don't.
You're the one that the way that you're talking. I mean. And it's the only thing.
Let's move on then.
Hold on. The only thing that you can repeatedly say with no provable model, nothing that actually lines up. When something doesn't make sense, listen to me. Be quiet. When something doesn't make sense,
be quiet.
I mean, you're continually trying to talk over me while I let you speak your piece.
So I'll just listen to you lie.
I just listen. Listen.
So straw man for 5 minutes.
I feel like
I just allowed you to
eating shit about the model.
Go ahead and
right?
talk.
So I said there is no model.
I've been PMing with Motivated Bet. I think that we
did I not?
To probably just
so
I just allowed you to speak to talk your
points. It's meant to be an interview, and it's not meant to be like a debate.
Feel free, speak.
So. Should we?
And then you try to talk over the interview, so you actually are upset. So let me talk.
I don't know.
For a moment.
Does anyone agree with me?
I just have a question.
Yeah. If we can.
Okay, should we bring it back to the realm of interview and not debate? Like I don't
do that bad.
Because I'm happy to debate, but I didn't feel like that was the purpose of us being here. So we can debate another time if you want, or if you want it to be a debate, we can debate. It's up to you. But I don't know. I was brought in with the idea that it's an interview. So what do you guys want to do?
I want to ask, if you have no provable facts, no working model, anytime you can't explain something, you say it just is. I don't know why.
Why are you saying that?
Okay, hold on. Can I make? Can I make the point I was trying to make about 5 minutes ago? Right. What you're invoking?
Go ahead. You might as well just answer that, I guess.
Just go for a debate. He wants a debate.
No, I'm asking you to answer the question. Here's my 2 cents. Skita, I understand that you have some questions, but like you have to understand the questions you're invoking are kind of conjuring up a debate. And I think it'd be best to continue back with the interview, and then later on we can come back and we can have a little debate, a little bit more, get a little bit more rowdy than this. Just to be nice to your viewers or the people watching this, just kind of give them back to the interview. Maybe they might be interested in that, and we can always schedule a debate.
All right, that sounds good, man.
Thank you, Skeeter. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too, man.
Right, the thing I just... Go on, Chris. Karen,
sorry, I've been trying to make this point for ages, so I'll just be very quick. You talked about the God of the Gaps fallacy, right? I understand, I hear what you're saying, but actually, that's not what Flat Earth does, right? When you say what causes that, a Flat Earth of the Gaps would say, oh, well...
if nobody else is going to talk, I'll bring up some evidence that the Earth is flat.
India can hear me.
I'll list a whole bunch of things.
Can someone make sure India can hear me?
India, can you hear crypto, mate?
India, I think you have Crypto Gangster muted. Can you double check to see if you don't have muted?
I don't think he is.
Yeah, let me see here.
He couldn't hear me talking, and then he said, if anyone's going to talk, I'll talk. No, I know, but I don't think India can hear me.
I'll disconnect and jump in the other chat.
Yeah, that's why I think I didn't think he would just want to talk over me. That's why I was getting a bit confused earlier. So maybe just have me muted. Whatever. The point I'm trying to make, what we're doing is actually the direct opposite of what Skedder accused us of, which is the God of the Gaps fallacy, but the equivalent of. Instead of giving answers that we can't prove, which is what the God of the Gaps fallacy is, we're telling you we don't know. Right? So it's actually the opposite of the thing you're accusing us of. It's the direct opposite. So we observe an effect. It's like, oh, what causes the sun to float? Well, if I wanted to give you a God of the Gaps fallacy, I would say God caused the sun to float. That would be a God of the Gaps fallacy. But I'm actually telling you I don't know. So it's the very opposite of what you're accusing us of.
Can you guys move India back up to when you get a chance? Sorry.
Well, here's the thing: is what I think was going on there. There was a little miscommunication. Skedit felt like he was being talked over, unfortunately, and that kind of heated him up. This boy's high T. He's got that high testosterone. So what the thing is, what I really like to do, I'm the guy who came in, talked to you guys, like, yo, come through. We really appreciate this, but like that, there's just a little bit of a miscommunication. However, you can't expect us to like subscribe to this outright. Like we get that, But then that's why
the interviews. So that's why it's an interview, right? We've got different ideas, and you're here to
absolutely. And dude, this is like our third like big our big podcast, and we're getting there. But you guys are bringing the content. I'm loving it. Like it's just But I guess if you want me to go back, I'd love to just string this right on back in. Why do you think that we will never ever get an objective eye view of a flat Earth ever? Like, because I need to see something. You know what I'm saying?
It's not necessarily true.
Well, you don't think that could ever happen? Because like the guy before, he was saying we're gonna have to fly everybody up into space and personally see it with their own 2 eyes. Like you can't just have a picture, this and that kind of.
Yeah, he's talking about verifiable evidence though, and I do agree with him on that point. Like if you can't verify it, then you can't know it to be true. But I think Jose then touched on that earlier, and he said, well, you can just measure the ground. So why not just measure the ground? That's something we can do from here on Earth.
And that's the thing. That's what we do. There should be, according to the Ball model of 24,900 miles in circumference, there should be curve over water. It's 71% of the Earth's surface, yeah? So this is where we should primarily be able to measure the curvature of the Earth. We do this in drop value. The calculation, like I said, 18 inches per mile squared. From point A to point B at distance should descend so much. Yeah? Now, we use lasers. We use high-powered optical equipment. P900s, 1000s with infrared filters, for example. This is the technology that we use to observe things in the distance that, according to the model, should not even be there. Now, we're talking 1,200 miles maximum distance, and the mountains that are viewed in the background should be tens of miles beneath the curvature of the Earth. They shouldn't be there. You've got observations from 1 inch above the surface of the water, observing islands 18 to 20 miles away, the beaches, for example. And we see the bottoms of objects at great distances across what is apparently supposed to be a curved surface. And when we go and measure this, we use lasers, we hit targets that, again, should be predictably hidden behind the curvature of the Earth and not be hidden directly in front of us. So we have a direct line of sight, and we verify that with the laser targeting system. Now, practicability as well. We are able to use or not use the Earth's curved surface. Aeroplanes, for example, planing across the Earth. They go up, they get to altitude, and they literally fly level. They don't go up or down. You will never feel like you're going around the curvature of the Earth. For example, if I was to fly from Heathrow, London to Australia, I would get on that aeroplane and I would get to altitude. I would look out the window and I'd see an eye-level horizon. I'll probably be able to see 200 to 250 miles directly in front of me, depending on air clarity. The waters beneath me will be reflecting the sun's light like a perfectly level surface. Now, when I get to Australia, apparently I'm supposed to be upside down from where I first started. Now, you don't realise, you don't notice, you never see a ball. You will never see a ball. No matter the altitude that you gain, the horizon always rises with you. Think about it like this. The Earth's surface is supposed to be always curving down and away. That the horizon with distance was descending, the horizon would drop. It never drops. They tell us it should. The horizon is an apparent location. We witness it through the atmosphere. It's light and atmosphere. It wiggles around a little bit. Like most things at distance through 20, 30, 40 miles of atmosphere, it's going to wiggle up and down a little bit. But ultimately, we see the object because it is directly in front of us.
So I have a small brain question for you. You ready?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so let's say that there's a flat plate suspended in Earth, correct? In space. A flat plate that's Earth suspended in space, correct?
No.
What's its shape? Is it like a little concave, convex?
Well, we don't necessarily believe in that. We don't necessarily believe that we're a disk floating in space.
No, again,
flat Earth. I don't. So like a triangle, a pizza shape.
No. Think about it this way, right? Yeah, think about it this way. When you're walking around in your room, do you believe that the floor of your room is floating about in space?
No.
No, it's just the floor, right?
Yeah, it's stationary.
So the Earth is the floor, and everything you see around you is above the floor.
So there's no universe.
Well, not in the way that you would conceptualize it in the globe model. No, there is no universe in that respect.
So you're saying it's like a snow globe kind of situation?
I don't necessarily subscribe to the dome. I know that there are certain people who talk about a dome and they'll say, here are certain reasons why a dome would be logical, and a couple of those guys are here. They can give you those opinions. They can probably argue them more intelligently than I can. But what I do know is that if you're talking about a flat Earth, then in my opinion, it would have to be the floor, and everything that happens above the floor, i.e. the planets that you see that ancient people used to call wandering stars. These are all happening in the sky above you. So there's an objective up and down, rather than a relativistic up is out from the ball and down is towards the ball.
So there is an existence outside of this ecosystem per se that we're in. That's a flat Earth.
There may be. We can't leave the Earth, so we don't know.
So you think that existence, space ceases to exist in a certain boundary?
I mean, that would be the same problem with the heliocentric or acentric, is that what's beyond the edge of space? Because it's said to be expanding, right? You said earlier you believe in an expanding universe, right? So what's it expanding into?
I don't know. I don't know what I believe. Like I think there's just so much information at our fingertips that it's like it's you know what I'm saying? Like you really can't get a grasp on anything.
You understand that? Yes, I know that's another one of these questions that you can't answer, but actually, it's a question that neither conception can answer. What's beyond the known universe? Dunno. I can't tell you. Neil deGrasse Tyson can't tell you. Bill Nye can't tell you. No one can say. But what we can tell you is what we can observe and what we can verify.
Well, and this brings me to like my small brain question for you is like, so, man, that doesn't even work because like I always like see pictures of when I think flat Earth is like a disc, just like in the sky or something. But like, see that just throws me off. Yeah, that's crazy. And I feel like that's awesome. We can like we just said like, boy, there's too much damn information. Like all we can really do is just observe and theorize. Like there's really no solid fucking concrete like any evidence on fucking anything, and everything's just been so diluted. It kind of makes sense where it's like, damn, we could look for an alternative thought process that makes sense in a certain way. That's really awesome. You guys are able to like do that, like come together as a group for that. So
the shape of the Earth is an observation and measurement question, isn't it? We're talking about the floor, so we observe it, like I said, long distance observations across the water, and we measure it across water.
Yeah.
There you go. The Earth is observed and measured to be flat. That's it.
Yeah, you have to understand. Like,
I feel like I'm too low IQ to like wrap my head around this. Like it's.
Hey, motivated Ben. Sorry to cut you off, but you're not low IQ, man. I was exactly where you were when 2015, when I first heard about this. All these terms we're speaking of, all this like stuff we're talking about, I would hear guys talking like how we're talking now, and I always thought, damn, I'm too stupid to get this. But if you're really interested in looking into it, I guarantee you within a couple of months of research, you'll get to understand a lot of the things we're describing, like when we're talking about certain laws of physics and all that stuff. It's not that hard. They've made us believe that you have to have a PhD, you have to go to Yale University just to like grasp this knowledge, but in reality it's like so easy. You can just self-teach yourself these these principles and build from there. Now the whole sky thing, here's the problem. When we think of like a globe Earth, a lot of the proofs come from places we can't validate. I know we touched up on this earlier, but like we're told like how eclipses work. We're told how distances of stars, or how stars can't be seen all over the Earth, and that proves it's a globe. All these things are pretty great. They do support a model somewhat, but in reality, when we go down to Earth and we measure like the direct surface of the Earth, we don't measure the convexity that the globe presupposes, which is about 24,901 miles circumference with a radius of about 3,959 miles. We don't measure this convexity in any of the measurements we've done. Now, I'm not saying that the measurements 100% prove the Earth is flat, but so far the measurements have proved that those areas, which to me, it does prove it's flat, because if you believe in gravity, you'd have to know that the water should have that curvature rate, that the globe presupposes. And we haven't measured any of this. So like, there's definitely a lot of room for new ideas, a lot of new room for a new alternative. All we're here to do is present our views, and I hope you guys are enjoying this so far.
Yeah, so we actually got Sludge Babe in the chat. We spoke to her earlier. She's from the drug Discord. She said she was in the chat actively kind of asking questions and talking. I think she's got some questions for you guys. You there, Sludge Babe?
I just wanted to present what I kind of realized, talking with the people in the Twitch chat, is, how do I put this? It comes down to, like, I don't think we can actually disprove them by talking. I think they have an explanation for every single point, and it's a valid explanation at that. It's actually, like, valid points that they're making. So, like, what kind of made me realize this was that the whole gravity discussion we were having, like, gravity is technically a theory at this point, because Newton's... Man, I'm on drugs, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I think I go into, I think I see where you're going. Like,
yeah, I don't know. Was I talking to somebody who's in this chat?
I was actually in the chat. I was under an alias, Duke Silver. That was like my old Twitch.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. It was the Aether theory versus Einstein's theory of relativity, and they're both theories, and you gotta just choose which one to fucking pick. And it comes down to like arguing over pretty much which god is real. Like,
that's exactly it. But that's the thing, is this forum like actually brings people together to like think about that shit. Everything is literally a theory when you think about it. You can't base fucking anything off reality, dude. You don't even know if like right now I'm fucking AI talking to you and you're in a matrix getting like
stuff. Well, now we're getting into like philosophy.
Yeah.
So like I can blow this bitch out of the water, really. But like that's the thing, is we love having you guys in here and like to do this. But in all honesty, like if anybody has any other topics to bring up or something, we'd love to have you guys back on. Stick around in the Discord. People probably have questions, I'm guessing, like, you know, if or something like that.
Hey, Motivated Bet, is this a current show you do daily, monthly? How does this work, your show?
Oh, we've been kind of me, Skedit, Sid, and Kayla kind of get together. It's a daily thing. Like we just love to understand where subcultures come from, because people are so deeply ingrained in a belief set that they subscribe themselves and spend multiple hours a day on these different Discords. We love to get people out and like kind of just bring together in like a smorgasbord of a community, because in all honesty, like we can fucking scream and yell at each other all day, but like having all these people together, like that's not really done anywhere else.
Oh, Turbo Choker, thanks for following, homie. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
So Motivated Bet, here's the thing. Well, on our platform right now, we have a bunch of diversity of cosmology. So I can promote your place. I can have some even concavers show up. There's some concavers on our server. I mean, we have enough content that goes on our server that we can probably have some people come over here and you can have them as special guests, kind of like us, man. We can
absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah, we would love to do that. And like in all honesty, like you're like, what is this going on? Where I think our ideology is, because nobody knows what the hell's going on. All we know is that we just need human interaction and connection. And we just got to bring it together, boy. Like, that's what this Discord's for.
Can I just mention something quickly?
Yeah, absolutely.
Give me 2 seconds actually, but I will. Sorry, you carry on for like 1 minute. I'll be able to talk 1 minute.
The OG fucking Faded Console gifted another sub to the boy Con Swizzle, who's like our #1 chat OG. Damn, we got some real ones today, boys.
I'm loving it, boys. I'm loving it. See this is moving someplace, because we're able to like objectively look at different things that we've never looked at. Like I don't spend hours on researching the flat Earth, and like hearing this kind of stuff and like being able to kind of connect the dots. It's like, okay, maybe that's a little bit more of a piece to the puzzle of like what the fuck is reality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe that's a little too deep, but yeah.
No, I agree, man.
Balling out, man. He just bought Duke Silver a fucking sub too. Jesus,
underneath the links that I posted for the server, there's a Google Drive link that's got literally like gigs and gigs worth of data. So imagine if he's kept a hold of that. There's thousands of memes. There's a PDFs for the laser test. There's literally hundreds of links and stuff in it. So
yeah, I'm actually interested in this. Like, you guys, in all honesty, you're the biggest Discord we've interviewed. There's so much wave behind this that, you know, this is a reality to people, and whether or not it's real, like it's not to be ignored. So
it's what we experience, bro. Yeah, you really need the TV to tell you live on this ball flying through space. When it comes down to it, in your own experience, we don't see any of this. We don't feel movement. We see water seeking level and laying flat. Almost 3/4 of our surface is water, trying to find its equilibrium and lay flat. So if it's not being manipulated, it's laying flat. So how can almost 3/4 of a ball's surface be spherical but not observable or measurable? It's ludicrous.
Yeah, 100%. I just wanted to mention, I think you were saying about you're basically making the claim that, how can you know anything, that sort of thing. I don't know if you've ever looked into sort of Cartesian philosophy, but he's got one thing that he's, so I'm trying to break it down as simply as possible. It's called the evil demon, and basically the way this goes is that you don't know that anything's true because you don't know that an evil demon hasn't got control of your faculties, right? So how do you know that this evil demon isn't just and presenting you a false reality? What I find quite interesting, though, is that people don't look so deeply into what can be known when it's a ball, but as soon as you say, oh, the Earth might be flat, suddenly people are asking these questions like, oh, how do I know anything? Or how can knowledge be attained objectively and all this stuff? And it's just like, well, why weren't you asking these questions before, when you thought you lived on a space ball in the middle of literally nothing? I just find it interesting how the mind goes there only after the paradigm's been challenged.
Yeah. Interesting.
Our community has brought together so many people that have so many different backgrounds and so many areas of inquiry and research that we've talked about so many amazing topics. So we've had such incredible conversations. So we want to bring people back and talk about more than just flat Earth. There are tons of topics that we've come together and discussed in amazing detail.
Well, definitely then. Yeah, we'll absolutely have to have you guys back on. This was a fantastic interview, and I think we should probably do another deep dive after maybe we've done some if we're gonna have maybe a discussion or more of a debate style thing. I think there's definitely more research needs to be done by people on our side, and maybe we could even just have some of the people from the other communities come in and talk to you guys. I'd almost be interested in seeing what the incels think about you guys. It'd be interesting to hear what their perspective is on the flat Earth. Maybe it'll give them something else to focus on other than the fact that they can't get laid. But yeah, this was fantastic, guys. We really appreciate your time. I'm just gonna end the stream and restart it just so we got a VOD. That was fucking awesome.
Not much. What'd it be like?
Nice and sunny day here in the Midwest. Just chilling.
Cold as hell in Texas. I'm wearing pants. But a first freezing night in Pennsylvania last night. Excuse me.
It got to 34 here. Yeah, it was pretty cold.
Yep. Furnace is kicking. So, India, what were we just listening to?
That was a quote-unquote interview. You know how the interviews always turn out into something else, right?
Sure.
They get triggered. They can't stop themselves. So, yeah, that was an interview we did on a Twitch stream called Neat Life back in 2019, I think. January.
Oh, that was
2019. Yeah, that was quite a while ago.
Are they still doing these things or interviews?
No one's asked us in a while. Well, I mean, we did do one recently on that Chatterbox. Probably like, I don't know, 6 months ago.
How'd that go?
It always goes good. Because we got the evidence and they don't. So it always goes good, right? They don't have nothing. They got an empty revolver.
That's true.
That's literally what they got, an empty revolver, because you ask them to demonstrate anything, they can't. Like nothing.
Yeah, the gun goes click, click, click.
Like, what if I got hollow points? What if 96% of the, you know?
I mean, the only thing they can ever say is, look at these equations.
Yeah, we didn't really have any globies coming in here, debating, challenging us. Nothing. It's definitely slowed down now. I don't know if anybody noticed, but there's definitely less people popping in here.
Yeah, I mean, we've been slacking on like the promotion aspect, so I just been super busy like the last 6 months. It's just been going crazy.
You ain't the only one, bro.
The real life. What was that?
You know, you're not the only one here, bro. I mean, I think it's up to us to form an alpha team and go do some recon.
Yeah, Mike last night was looking for a battle mod. That is, I don't know. He was out going on the Discord, looking to drop our link on other Discords. Unfortunately, they were all like degenerate Discords, so we were like, nah. It's amazing how many Discords are dedicated to the trans community. I think that every third person was trans.
Yo, but what can they really talk about? Like, what do they talk about?
I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's the subject, dude? Like, what the fuck you talk about in the trans community?
Maybe just cry about being oppressed. I don't know. Like, especially on Discord, like, why do you have to tell people that no one would even know? It's not like you can get laid over the internet, right? So what does your genitalia really even matter?
Yeah. Yeah, like when people come here, like, do you guys accept gay people or do you accept trans? Like, who cares? Why even ask that?
Yeah.
Did anybody ask you?
They're baiting. Yeah, they're baiting, man. That's an old trick they've been doing for a long time. They're trying to get somebody to say something,
right?
You know, anti-trans, anti-gay, so they can report the server and get it deleted. You know.
Yo, but can they really do anything about, like, if, let's say, if you are anti-gay, anti-trans, can they do something about that shit, or?
I don't want to find out.
Yeah.
I know they can't do anything about the voice chat. Discord says they don't monitor the voice chat, and because someone came in one time and said that they were going to rape our families and kill them and stuff, and I reported them to Discord, and Discord told me we don't accept third-party recordings and we don't monitor the voice chats because it's encrypted or something. So basically, beep. Basically, what they're telling me is you could say whatever you want to anybody in the voice chat.
So that brings me to my next question. Like, why can't we talk about what's going on right now? Like,
because of YouTube. Because of the live stream.
Oh, okay. So, I got you, bro. So if
we got the double whammy, we got to worry about guidelines.
So if Helio wasn't streaming and Roger, there will be no problem, right? We will be able to talk about this. Oh, okay.
Well, we wouldn't let you post. We'd have to make that text because I don't know if they've done it lately, but when COVID first kicked off, they were deleting servers left and right. And they were saying for spreading misinformation, but they wouldn't say what the misinformation was.
They just deleted it.
They just deleted the server. So we were no posts, text. I don't really care about talking in the voice about it because I know Discord isn't going to do anything. You only have to worry about YouTube.
Yeah.
They might do something. But they haven't so far. I haven't got a whip of that.
Well, I got to say this. It's kind of revolving door misinformation about COVID because, a few months ago, this bit of information, blah, 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 it was false. And then now it's actually true. It's like, how did that happen?
Dude, just stick to the beginning. This is all I have to say. The beginning. The beginning of the COVID crisis, let's call it. People having seizures on the ground. Instantaneously dying in the streets in China. Don't touch your face, nose, or eyes, or you're going to die instantly. People were going crazy. How is that not misinformation? This is the mainstream media saying this stuff. Everybody forgot all about that. It's all down the memory hole. Nobody remembers. Think of how many things that they've said over this whole crisis have changed.
That soup.
Hundreds of factoids.
Yeah, predicting millions of deaths in the following year.
Yeah. Nowhere even close to that. Chance of being hospitalized, just hospitalized, not even dead, COVID, according to their statistics, is between 1% and 5%. They polled Democrats and Republicans. Both were wrong in their estimate of what's your chance of hospitalization. Democrats thought you had a 50% chance of going to the hospital if you caught COVID. 10 times what the actual rate was.
And rolling out this week, the approved thing for the kiddos. 11 to 5.
Yeah, we gotta, experiment on them to see how safe it is.
33% of the dose. Wink, wink.
11 to 5. Remember, the 5th of November. 11-5.
So they're gonna make it that you can't go to school if you didn't have it.
Wow.
Good.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah.
There's gonna be even more homeschool kids, I guess, after this.
Or what if parents got together and created their own private school out of each other's houses or extra bedrooms or whatever, and then taught their own kids only stuff that they could actually prove, only factual, empirical stuff.
How come I don't see that happening? Everybody's got to do their own. They take your child out of school and homeschool them. I feel bad for parents who can't do that. A lot of parents have to work 9 to 5. It's not easy, man. It's not easy. Oh, they fucked everything up, dude. They fucked up the whole society. I'm gonna stop talking about this shit right now, guys. If you guys want to go, India's not here. I don't feel comfortable. I don't want to get the server in trouble. Yo, Creation Bear, how about that double knee last night? Did you see that? Two dudes hit each other in the crotch.
Oh, yeah.
I've never seen that before, dude.
Yeah, and he was like trying to hug him during it too. That was interesting.
Right? He's trying to comfort him. Like, oh, you're going to be all right. Don't worry. I got hit too, if it makes you feel any better. Yeah. I've never seen that before, dude.
What are y'all talking about?
Last night's Contender Series, Dana White's Contender Series. So two dudes kneed each other in the crotch at the same time. They both fell on the floor.
Yeah, definitely.
Good times.
Goodness. I didn't see the last fight, yeah. So don't tell me. I'm gonna check it out today.
I was falling asleep, but yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saturday for sure. I'm going to be watching live.
This Saturday is going to be wild, dude. Yeah.
I might stream it for you guys if I can figure out how to do it on Discord, not on the live.
So wait, you buying pay-per-view, dude?
Yeah, we're buying a pay-per-view.
Oh, dope.
Oh, yeah, cool. If you can stream it, but maybe I shouldn't talk on a live stream, but I can send you a link where you don't have to buy it.
Yeah, same.
Hank, if you're interested.
Yeah, maybe that'd be good.
Okay.
But if the link goes down, I'm gonna buy it because I still want to watch it. So yeah, if it works, great.
If it works for me every time, but
yeah, I've watched last couple of years.
Yeah,
never dropped $1.
So you guys got a VPN or something?
No, not here. Not for me.
Nope.
Okay.
I'll send you a link right now, bro. So
yeah. But yeah, definitely hype, man. Madison Square Garden, some huge fights. I'll definitely be watching as well. I'll send out a ping. Just we added a role, by the way. I suggested a FE Fighters role. So if you're interested in MMA, boxing, that type of thing, if you're a moderator, just give it to yourself. But if you need one, just ask.
All right, Hank, I just sent you a link. So you go into that, you just go into live sports. And when the event is on, it's just going to be listed right there. You click it and you watch it, bro.
That sounds super easy.
It is. It is.
You guys ever notice the MMA? It's just weird thinking about it because two guys are in the middle of the ring beating the crap out of each other. There's a crowd around them cheering them on. In the middle of there's signs, usually it's the Monster symbol. We all think it's the energy drink. But what is a monster really, right? It's like the devil, isn't it? But that monster, I'm sure some of us have seen how the monster, in Hebrew it's 666 written. So a lot of times it's monster, you got 666 in the middle of the floor, two guys beating each other to death, and the whole crowd around them cheering them on. To me, it's hell. It looks like hell. It's hell on earth, isn't it? With 666 and everything. I do enjoy, like, you know, martial arts and things like that, but the way they've made it, it's bad to me.
It is, bro. Just like everything in society, it's full of symbolism, ritualistic shit, and yeah, can't deny that. 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, I just watch it for that.
I don't have an excuse other than, like, you know, a lot of the stuff that you see in there was like my life in my early childhood.
Yeah.
Like, I've been in a lot of fights, and I can't deny that. So
that's why I watch it too, just for the skill, man. Like, right? Like, for us who understand what fighting is about, like, I watch it for that. I don't watch it for the symbols or because I think it's wicked or hell or because I love violence. You know, these fighters talk about violence. They want to go hurt someone. That's just not me, dude. You know, I love the fight. I love the skill set. I love to see what these guys can do because I can relate. But I don't love, you know, when dudes get hurt badly. You know, I'm not into violence like that. So, but when people point these things out, they're like, yeah, I can't deny it. It's a little crazy that I love that shit, dude. That, yeah, two people kicking each other's ass. It's a little crazy when you think about it, but hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, I grew up watching fights, so I grew up fighting. It is what it is, man, you know? I'm not a violent person. I don't go after violence. I would never hurt anyone. I hope I never fight for the rest of my life. I didn't fight in like 2 decades, dude, since I was a kid. No, I don't want to fight.
Same here.
I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want anybody hurting me. But for some fucking crazy reason, I just enjoy MMA. I enjoy martial arts.
That was very well said, Vlad.
I'm sure that's how you feel too, Creation Bear, you know?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, 100%.
I mean, I can't help but watch it myself. I agree. I know what you're saying. I got you, man.
So basically, my dad told me to never throw the first punch, and my mom taught me to never back down. So those two combination, I had to fight growing up. Like, I was taught that you defend yourself and you don't let people pick on you, and you defend the innocent if there's too many guys on one dude. So by the time I was in 8th grade, I was in like 17 fights.
That's exactly right, man. I was in fights too as a kid, and I took martial arts and things like that. Even as a later adult, I also took kung fu, you know. But I never wanted to get into a fight with anybody. This is all for self-defense. If somebody's fucking with me, right? This is for self-defense. I always looked at it like that. I never start shit. That's the way it is.
See, that's the philosophy of martial arts, you know?
Right.
Like, we like to study it. We like to study it, right? Not only because of the science of it, and I'm using science loosely, of course, you know, but also like the philosophy of it. The philosophy is do no harm unless you have to protect the innocent. And if you're the innocent, then you have to protect the innocent. Because you're basically the number one guy in your rescue. If you're calling someone else to rescue you, you know, they might be late. So you're the number one guy.
Exactly. Is it? Oh, I was just, you know, this MMA thing. What they've turned it into is what I like. I really like watching like the Shaolin Kung Fu folks. You know, all the trainings that they do and things like that. The hard work they put in to get that spectacular results. Muay Thai and things like that. But when even those Muay Thai fights where it's just like the old traditional types, you know, versus what we have today here in the MMA. That 666 in the middle of the floor. I can't get that out of my head. Two guys beating the crap out of each other while the whole crowd cheers them on. Monster symbols everywhere. I mean, and the way they act and the attitude and the pride and everything, the arrogance, all of it combined. What they've turned the MMA today into is crap. But I do respect the traditional stuff.
See, my favorite fighters are like Rose Namajunas. Watch her when she comes up. She's like saying the Lord's Prayer, or she's saying her mantra. And Gunnar Nelson, I think is his name. He's like super calm. Like, look at the dude, he's about to fight. Joe Rogan said he looks like he's about to take a bus. So I like those like calm fighters, like those mentally strong fighters who are going in there and like they're just like completely calm, and it's not ego. It's just I'm going to practice my art. And to me, that's what it is. It's another form of art, and I will never ever like trash someone's art. Like for me, art is like freedom of speech, you know, in a way. And these two people like agreed to do it. They signed a contract. I mean, that's I don't know, man. It just seems right. Seems like that's what they want to do. Okay.
Yeah, and it's definitely hard to get away from any of the symbolism, like regardless of sport. If you're into racing or basketball or whatever, that stuff has gotten everywhere too. So it's really hard to get away from. But I'm definitely in it for like the form and the movement and the grace that some of these guys have, and yeah. And also, like one thing I'd add is like when I trained, it really humbled me. It made me realize that just about anybody could whoop your ass. Like before going into the gym, you might have a different attitude. So that definitely changes things for me.
One of my favorite fighters is Fedor Emelianenko. I don't know if you guys know about that guy.
Oh yeah, he just won in his hometown, Moscow, recently. 45 years old or something.
Yeah, to me, he's one of the greatest. He's got like a dad bod, but he beats the crap out of like these big muscular guys. It's amazing.
Yeah, Fedor's been doing it for so long that it's amazing that he's still fighting, but at the same time, no, because he's not the type of dude to quit or tap out or anything. So, like, the last thing to go in these old lines is the power. So if he can beat somebody like real quick, knock him out before he gets tired, he's still going to be fighting for a few more years. And I like to analyze this stuff, right? I like to see what happens when the guy switches stance and the other guy doesn't catch it, so he gets knocked out. Like, I like to see all those little techniques that you can do, how you can mask your kicks with your punches and stuff like that.
Good point, Hank. I also love the commentary team. Like, they do a good job as well. So you talk about the analysis. So I'm always listening. I got my headphones on. I listen to the kicks and how they land, how they get blocked and stuff. And I do enjoy listening to some of the fighters who will then commentate on the broadcast team, and even the guys who do the play-by-play, like John Anik and some of the guys that they have on the team, do just an amazing job and add to the experience of watching it. So I enjoy that as well.
Yeah, so I'm the type of person that I can make money betting on this stuff because I analyze it like so thoroughly. I can usually tell who's going to win, like more often than not. Like I've went to, like my boss's house so many times in a row and watched it with him. And it's like, like I'm sitting there telling like who's going to win. And I'm like, I could be betting. Like if I was betting, I could make money, but I don't like to gamble. So I don't. So like, that's how much I enjoy it. I enjoy it enough to where I could probably make money off of it just by watching it and betting. Yeah, it's a brutal sport. I mean, so is hockey, so is football. I mean, wrestling is brutal on your body, no different than MMA, except for, you take some strikes. But if you know anything about wrestling, you got to be tough as nails to be a wrestler.
Truth Effie made a really good point, and like you guys said, it's kind of hard to get away from that stuff, but I'd say this is like my one guilty pleasure show. Let me just have it, Truth Effie.
You know, in a way, like, if you look at sports, it's, to quote Snack from the future, it's organized tribal warfare, right? So when you look at, like, mixed martial arts, it's kind of the same thing, you know? It's the United States versus Russia or Brazil or whatever. And, you know, you want to root for your home team guy. I actually don't do that. I actually root for whoever I like as a fighter rather than the home team or whatever. So if it was like, I don't know, somebody in the U.S. versus Nurmagomedov, I'd probably side with Nurmagomedov and want him to win. Just because his skill set is so awesome. It's like, who's going to beat this guy? It's like, Gaethje came close, but did he really?
I'm starting to wonder if it's all just acting and shows.
That has crossed my mind.
No. I think they can set up the matchups somehow where they favor one person to win over the other. But when two dudes are in there, they're clearly fighting for life, dude. From everything that I've seen so far, there can be shitty fights. There can be some fights that are better than others. But in MMA, dude, like, these guys are fighting for their life. Football, basketball, all that other shit, like, it can be much easier manipulated with referees and everything. But MMA, that's one of the biggest reasons why I love it so much. The referees, unless it goes to decision, they really can't do much, dude. But when it does go to decision, they fuck up a lot of people. I've seen so many decisions. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Like, but that's why I can't leave it to the referees.
So here's the thing, man. I saw Anderson Silva's first loss in the UFC. It was actually his second loss of his career. Oh, go ahead, bro. I thought you were done. Was somebody talking?
No.
Okay. I saw Anderson Silva's first loss in the UFC, and he was taunting the dude in a way that he had never done before. And then at the same time, there was $1 million bet against Anderson Silva. Now, Anderson Silva had never lost in the UFC. This was his second loss in his career. Who bet $1 million against Anderson Silva in Brazil? I want to know. Like, who was the guy that was like, Anderson Silva? Yeah, he's going to lose to that Wiseman kid. Like, seriously, who was thinking that? Yeah, he lost to Weidman.
Yeah.
Right? But who had...
Somebody made $1 million bet?
Yeah, bro. And then the way that Silva was acting, he never acted like that in a fight before. I mean, he told people, like, come on, swing so I can counter. But he was, like, blatantly, like, hit me, bro. Is that all you got? He was like, hit me so I can, so I can get knocked out. Another thing...
now that you mentioned that one, that was maybe that was the only one where it kind of looked fishy, dude. Like, he definitely put his face out there, like, come on. But like, then when you think about it, why would he do that if that was, would he want him to knock him out that easy? Like, if they wanted to set it up, they would make it a little harder. You know what I mean? Like, I think Anderson Silva always does that. He fucks around with his opponents, but he just wasn't expecting Weidman to reach out and, like, just go for a knockout. That's just my thinking. I don't know, dude.
So another thing, the highlight kick that kind of ended WEC wreckage. So it was Benson Henderson against
Pettis.
Yeah, Pettis. Yeah, that's it. And Benson tapped the cage with his heel, kind of like he was going to start a Superman punch, but he actually didn't. And then that's the exact spot that he did the highlight knockout off the cage to the face kick. So if you go back and you watch, Henderson like tapped the cage. Why did Benson Henderson tap the cage with his foot right there, right before that kick was thrown?
Huh. All right.
So I've seen a few things.
I didn't notice that, but now that you say it, it's something worth looking over. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've seen a few things that makes me think, people could take a dive, right? Like another thing, Cowboy Cerrone. Been in the game for so long.
Dude, if there's one.
And then he loses his camp. He goes to another camp. And the dude he fights goes to his camp. And this dude's a badass. And he beats him. And he's on a skid. He's been on a shield getting...
McGregor.
I thought we were talking about when Conor took out.
No, not McGregor. It was it was one of them weird names that I can't pronounce.
No, but the Cowboy fight would be the one that I was like, McGregor had to get all gelled up, and
I thought Cowboy gave him that one for a whole bunch of money. That's that. Yeah. Come on, dude, shoulder strikes like that. You know,
Cowboy's on a skid though, bro.
I know, dude, but that was way too easy, bro. Like, come on, come on, hit me with the shoulder, and then hit me with the kick, and then I'll just go down. Fucking fight back, dude. You're UFC pro, man. You have the most fights in the UFC. You're just gonna let this guy hit you with his shoulder 3-4 times, and kick you in the face, and then not without you even swinging once. There was one fight that was the one that looked shady to me.
Yeah, that's what I would say too.
That I remember out of all UFC fights, I was like, fuck this. This is set up. This is no good. Cowboy gave him that one so Conor can come back, gain his confidence a little bit. But in reality, I don't think Conor's coming back, yo. You guys see what he looks like, yo? He looks like 200 pounds, dude. He's on growth hormone. He's lifting weights. He will never be as fast ever again.
Damn, I didn't know he was that big. I seen him on Instagram, but I didn't know that was the weight.
He's huge. I'm just I'm just saying 200, I don't know his weight, but he looks like 200, dude. He's huge. I want to see Tony Ferguson and Conor, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. You know, Tony still wants it.
Yeah. And okay,
here's another one. Tony Ferguson, right? He's fighting Gaethje, one of the most dangerous opponents he's ever fought. Yeah. His head coach didn't show up. So you got, Flat Earth look into it guy sitting there, pull some kind of crazy, jiu-jitsu roll. That's not good advice against Gaethje. Gaethje is such a beast. Where was his coach?
Yep. Damn, Hank, I have to agree. I have to agree with that one too, bro. Yeah, I remember that.
Dude, if I went to a camp, paid this guy all this money, and then I'm going to fight Justin Gaethje, this badass Mexican redhead dude who's pretty much equivalent to that Mexican redhead boxer.
What?
Top of he's top of the notch.
Gaethje? He's American.
He's a Mexican, bro. He's half Mexican or something.
Justin Gaethje?
Yeah, he's a little Mexican.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, some Mexicans are redheaded. You know that?
You're talking about Canelo.
He's not even redhead, bro.
Gaethje?
You talking about boxer Canelo?
Okay. First of all, both of those guys are Mexican, and they're redheaded. You know that, right?
Okay, wait. Let's break this down right now. Canelo is a Mexican. He has a redhead. Justin Gaethje is an American wrestler, UFC fighter.
Dude, look at his last name.
Gaethje?
Yeah, that's not English.
To be honest, I don't know what name is that, but I don't think he has a Mexican bone in him, dude.
Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. I think he's Mexican. Wrong. I think he's half Mexican, bro.
Huh. I mean, I don't know if it's something worth looking up, but I'll fucking look it up, dude.
Maybe he's a quarter Mexican. I don't know, but
I don't think he's Mexican at all. But Justin,
I'm just saying, he's bringing them good genes into the cage. That's all I'm saying.
Justin Gaethje is an American professional mixed martial artist. He currently competes in the light division UFC. Yeah, he's an American, dude. 100% American. As American as it gets. Like white boy American. And he's not redhead.
Gaethje's not redheaded.
Nah, you're probably confusing him with somebody else, dude.
I don't think so, bro.
Yeah. He's fighting this weekend too, yeah, with Michael Chandler. 3 massive fights this weekend, yeah.
I'm pretty sure Canelo's fighting soon too, isn't he? That Caleb.
I think so. Yeah. Yep. Canelo's amazing, dude. What a boxer, dude. What a boxing IQ.
Yeah, they fight on Saturday as well. Better have dual screens open.
All right. Yo, and that Tyson Fury and Wilder. How about that one, dude? That was a hell of a fight. That was one of the best heavyweight fights I've seen, dude.
Yeah, that was a nice treat.
Yeah, dude. Tyson is a beast, yo. He's gonna reign a champion for a long time. Yo, if Wilder couldn't step up to him and do anything, like who do you think can? I don't see anybody in the horizon, dude.
Not Joshua.
Fucking 6'8", 6. How tall is he? 6'9" or some shit? Almost 300 pounds. Speed, accuracy.
What are you talking about? Fury's a blood drinker, and he's got caught using loaded gloves dozens of times, and he's a steroid cheat. Are you out of your mind?
Wait, talking about Tyson Fury?
The guy's been cheating for decades. He was brought up on HGH, bro, and he's been caught using loaded gloves 5 different times, and he got knocked out in the first fight. The guy that's 50 pounds lighter and has no boxing experience, but Tyson Fury gets the credit? You got to be kidding me.
I just posted something about his mother.
Yeah, Tyson Fury licks blood. Tyson Fury is a perverted Satanist. He licks the blood off of his opponents. It's 2021. You guys are flat earthers, but you're right. I know, bro. I know you're worshiping man, bro. You're possessed. There's something wrong with people.
Yo, you gotta calm down.
You love Tyson Fury. Eat people's blood. We're gonna glorify Tyson Fury in 2021.
Why are you jumping into conversation? You don't even know what the fuck we're talking about, dude.
That thing
jumping in here and calling everybody a Satanist and licking
is
blood.
legit, and Tyson Fury is your favorite. The guy who's got caught using loaded gloves and drinks people.
My
blood.
dude.
You're gonna. I'm sorry, guys. If you get caught glorifying these types of people in front of the creator, you're gonna be.
Yo, my man, do you have any manners, bro? What the fuck, dude?
Your mind like this. This is what
Where's
I'm
your
talking
fucking
about.
manners, dude?
People in flat Earth wake up.
Yo, where's your manners, bro?
It's like
Unbelievable.
Look, there's no reason to get personal and shit. They're just having a conversation.
Yeah, man.
Biden, wake up.
Telling me I'm worshiping someone? What the fuck, dude?
Bro, if I suck on my own blood, is it satanic?
He's gone. So.
Yeah, he needs to chill out, man. Like, what the fuck? We're having a nice civil conversation. We're just talking, dude. He's popping in here and worshiping someone, licking blood. Like, what the fuck, dude? That dude needs to chill out,
His
man.
name, that guy's last name that you guys were talking about, whether or not he was Mexican, it sounded like his name was Italian a little bit. Like, I don't know. I can't see the name. But when you
Justin Gaethje? Justin Gaethje, you mean?
That last name kind of sounds Italian. I don't know how it's spelled, but because I don't know who you're talking about. I'm just saying it just sounded Italian a little bit to me.
Yeah, it me.
In Italian, French, and Spanish sister languages.
Yo, man, some people here need to chill the fuck out, dude. Like, what the hell, man? Popping in here, he wasn't even part of conversation, dude. He didn't know what the fuck. He just popped in here, started talking shit over me, dude. Like, telling me I'm worshiping someone. That dude needs to chill the fuck out, man. He don't know me, bro. Who the fuck is XO anyway, huh? Damn, B.
Blood.
We need to hand out some chill pills around here, dude.
No, we need some
over.
medication. Proper medication, no?
So I posted a link talking about his Mexican heritage on his mom's side.
Okay. Justin Gaethje biography. Okay. Wait, is he actually a redhead too, dude? That I never noticed?
Yeah, he's ginger.
Oh shit, man.
He has no soul.
That's racist.
How?
Because blondes are dumb, gingers have no soul.
Same. I'm half ginger, half blonde, so I can speak.
Ginger's having a spell. I remember where you got that at now.
What?
So Carolina Ni Espinoza, his mother is of Mexican heritage from Sonora, Mexico. And John Ray Gahey, his father is German. I guess I was wrong about the last name. So he's German Mexican.
Deport them. Oh, wait. Yo.
Dude, if I was fighting that dude, I would want my coach to be there.
Dude, you know what's the craziest thing? When I see these fighters, they're fucking pros, they pay thousands of dollars for training camps, and then in the middle of the fight, the dude almost gets killed and nobody puts the ice on his back in the middle of the rounds. That's something I can't believe, dude. You're paying thousands of dollars for these trainers to be around you, to take care of you in the middle of the fight, right? That dude is like, he doesn't even know where the fuck he is. First thing they should be doing, putting the ice on his neck and on top of his head, dude. Nope, they don't do that shit. A lot of times they do it, but sometimes they don't do it, and it should be all the time. When your fighter almost just died, got knocked out on his feet, and you don't put an ice on his neck, I'm gonna fire you. You're not my coach anymore.
So you know the Diaz brothers, love or hate them or whatever, but you know they're fun to watch, right? One time I heard Nick tell his younger brother Nate, "Don't be a little bitch. Go in there and kick his ass." So, like, out of all the technical stuff, out of all the technical stuff that they know, it's just like plain Jane, like. Advice. That was like an amateur advice, but I guess they train so much, you know. That's why they're so confident.
All right, you gotta go in there and you gotta go hit him. Go in there and hit him. Yeah, Diaz brothers are fun, dude. I like them, man. They're incoherent, but that aside, you know, they're all right. Don't let Diaz brothers talk too much, you know, just let them fight.
I still can't believe Nick got such a long suspension for marijuana.
That's retarded, dude. That's insane. That's so stupid, dude. People use roids and all kinds of shit and they get slap on the wrist, right? This dude smokes some weed and gets 5 years, man. What the fuck?
I gotta tell you, if I'm fighting, I don't want to be high. It's not like gonna empower you, right?
No, exactly. But it's gonna be in your blood.
Now, no, Mike Tyson says he used to smoke all the time before he fought.
Yeah, I like to spar, you know, a little bit preloaded.
He could have been smoking the night before and it came up.
Nah, cannabis shouldn't be regulated, yeah. It's a food, yeah. It's herb, it's food.
Talk about a show. Mike Tyson is supposed to be, quote unquote, one of those Logan brothers. Get your popcorn out.
Wait, Mike Tyson?
I don't know if the contracts were signed, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they're talking about doing another celebrity.
Oh, shit. Yo, Tyson looked good. Tyson looked good when he came back against. Oh my God, what did he fight? Yeah. I'm forgetting his name, yeah. Roy,
Yeah,
Sugar
Joey.
Roy. Yeah.
Roy Jones.
He fought good, dude. Roy Jones didn't fight good.
Roy Jones is old, man.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest in my opinion.
Yes. Yes. How about Marvin Hagler, dude?
You know who else didn't look very good? That Evander Holyfield versus.
Oh my gosh, that was sad. Yeah. That was fucking sad, bro. Don't even mention that shit.
Gentix, welcome to the server. What brings you into the server?
Hello? Oh, you can hear me. Oh, I thought I wasn't allowed to speak.
Well, you're kind of supposed to go through VC check-in to get a row, but I tried to get your attention up there, so I just figured I'd unmute you, welcome you to the server.
Thank you. Cool. I didn't know. I thought I had to go through some special, like through some special something in order to be able to be allowed to speak. But yeah, cool. Thanks. I just wanted to. I just discovered the Discord channel, honestly, and I was intrigued. Well, first of all, I'm not a flat earther. I believe that the Earth is a globe, and I'm very adamant about my belief. It's just that, well, it's not a belief. I know that the Earth is a globe. With all due respect to anyone here, I just wanted to see what it was all about. I wanted to see what you guys were discussing. I've been looking through the Discord for quite a while. It seems you guys do a lot of work. I found some holes. Some of the stuff I didn't have answers to because, of course, I don't know everything. But I was willing to discuss some stuff. But you guys seem to be talking about boxing, I believe.
No. We're just killing dead air, bro. We talk about flat Earth here. We're just killing dead air right now. Like
You're just riding on your high horse. So if you're ready to hop off that high horse of yours, hopefully you brought in some measurements of the globe you live on.
Well, first of all, you don't need to memorize numbers in order to understand how it works. Well, first of all,
gravity you came to prove it, right?
I think if you think that people are memorizing numbers, and that's why I think you might have the wrong perspective of.
No, because he asked me about measurements. That's the first thing he asked me about was measurements. But why should I need to memorize measurements? It's like asking me to memorize the quadratic formula. Why do I need to memorize it?
It's not memorizing. It's not memorizing. Okay, but you do need to know what they are, and you need to. Like, you need to have knowledge of what size they claim it is and then go out and...
Well, I know it's a massive number.
Do an observation yourself. We're not saying to sit in here and memorize the numbers that everyone else gives you. We're saying to go out and do your own measurement. Right?
Well, I do know it's a massive number.
You know it's a massive number? So what is that massive number? And how do you know it's a massive number? Go ahead.
Well, okay. I remember in my my introduction to physics class in college, the professor, he said that the way we calculated the mass of the Earth was using the way it interacts with the sun. I don't remember exactly. This was like 4 years ago. I'm currently a fourth-year engineering student, a communication student. Well, okay. That was a little harsh, but okay.
Unnecessary information.
Just relax, guys, relax. He made a truth claim. He knows the Earth is a globe. So why don't we let him back up his claim that he initially made when he came in the room? Does anybody disagree?
Okay, Gentix, I just gave you VC verified so that you can see the live stream voice text. Can you see the live stream voice text now?
Yes, I can now. Yeah.
So what you were referring to were sticks and shadows. It was the shadow from the sun. And I'll show you a demonstration of how shadows, how the light cast shadows does not, like, it doesn't prove either, because it works on both. So you get there's a demonstration where you get the same shadow effect on both a curved surface and a flat surface.
Wait a minute, didn't you pay all that money and the college didn't teach you that, bro? Dang. See, at least here we'll teach you
No.
both sides of the coin.
No, well,
Oh,
first
so
of
you
all, my
did know.
university.
So you
well,
did
first,
know that. Hold on, bro. So you did know that it works on a flat Earth and a globe Earth, right?
okay. Well, first of all, my university is extremely cheap because I don't live in the U.S. My university is only like $500 a year, so that's first of all. Second of all, it's a public university. It's a really good university, but that doesn't matter. My point is, the point that I'm trying to make is, it's again at university you don't learn how to. They don't teach you to memorize a bunch of stuff. They teach you how to research. They teach you how to look at stuff, how to think. Well, at least that's what they do in the engineering department.
Actually,
You learn how to solve problems.
Actually, if you're doing like if you're taking an applied course, one that you're going to actually apply to, something that you do in life, then yeah, they're going to teach you how to do that. But other than that, outside of that, when it comes to our reality, they just teach you to regurgitate stuff. Because if they want you to not think logically. Because if you get the right answer to a math question and you don't show your work where you use like most of them is illogical anymore, but their method, but yet you get the right answer, they're going to mark it wrong because they want you to regurgitate what they tell you, and they want you to follow illogical paths to come to your conclusion. They do not teach you to think for yourself.
Actually, my professors encourage us to use methods that they don't teach us in class. They tell us actually multiple times you would get rewarded if you did something that impressed the professor that he didn't teach you. That's the thing that actually impresses most professors, is when you do something that they haven't taught you. See, it's because it shows that you have initiative, that you're capable of learning things on your own. That's what professors reward in university, or at least at my university. Then again,
okay, so I'll ask you again. Can you back up the claim? You said that you knew the Earth was a globe.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask, how did you verify that? Because you said you have knowledge, which is different than belief, right?
Okay. Well, the way I know that the Earth is a globe is simply because of physics and how gravity works. The way gravity works makes sense.
How does gravity work?
How does gravity work? Okay, well, I can go into Einstein's way of explaining it. Is that gravity or mass bends space-time, the space-time continuum, and that causes stuff to fall towards or to come towards heavier objects.
Okay, I'm going to test your science acumen real fast. Okay, so what are the three things that you need in a hypothesis test, aka an experiment?
Again, you're looking at it at a very surface value. Okay, you're only examining it at a very
science is the surface. This is the foundation, bro. Science is the foundation.
Again, true, but you're looking at it. Okay. The experiments that were done to verify Einstein's theories were done under very specific conditions and under very special and expensive conditions that cannot be replicated by any normal human being. Okay, so they have been. I just saw the picture that was sent on the live stream voice text. It's funny. So. There were a lot of things there like that were proven, but again, they were proven under very difficult things to replicate by normal humans, by average humans.
How was gravity proven? Because according to the scientific method, you have to manipulate the independent variable to prove the cause of anything. Is that correct or incorrect?
Well, again, it depends on what you're testing. For most things, yes. For most
the natural world
things,
is what we're
for
testing.
Most of the natural world, yes. For most of the natural world, you're right. Yes.
Okay, so how was space-time eliminated from the equation, right, and then tested to see if that's what's actually causing these things?
Well,
can you remove space-time? Can you remove space-time from any equation?
Okay.
In real life. Anything in real life.
Again, my level of... I'm an engineer, not a physicist, so my physics knowledge is quite limited compared to that of a physicist who could easily answer that question, I believe. But, again, the way gravity works simply makes sense to me,
but
at least.
Can you find where someone else did it, then? If you can't
Did
do
what?
it, can you find where someone else did it? Eliminate what Hank said. What Hank just asked you.
The proof for Einstein stuff.
If there's anyone else that's ever manipulated space-time to prove that it's the cause of it, the effect that you see. Okay, Hank asked you for something, and you said, "I'm not smart enough," but other people have done it.
Well, I didn't say I'm not smart enough. I said I'm not knowledgeable enough.
Okay, you're not knowledgeable enough. My bad. You said you weren't knowledgeable.
Look, all I want is the scientific hypothesis for Einstein's gravity. Should be in his paper in 1915. Can you please give me that?
Okay. It's not as simple as that. Okay, this paper has been peer-reviewed by hundreds of scientists.
Sir, do you know what knowledge means? Do you know what science means? You come in here with a knowledge claim, sir. You claim to have knowledge, right? So I'm asking you, can you give me the hypothesis so that I may test it myself so that I may have knowledge also? That's how science works, right?
It's not always, you can't always test it yourself. Because again, you don't have the resources to test it yourself.
Okay, so according to Karl Popper, if it's not falsifiable, it's not science.
Well, no, I never said it wasn't falsifiable. It's just not falsifiable by you because you don't have resources to falsify it. It takes hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment sometimes to falsify
religious
some
up
of
in
these.
here.
What?
Starting to get pretty religious up in here.
Yeah, you're talking about religion, bro. Listen. Okay, so this is how the scientific method works. If you see water boiling as a caveman and you wonder what's causing that, you add heat to water, it boils. You take the heat away, it stops boiling. You add the heat, it starts boiling again.
But
you
that
just
is
proved.
a very simple
Hold
thing.
on. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to teach it to you like a child because you didn't know the answer earlier. So he witnessed a natural phenomenon, right? And then he said, okay, I wonder what's causing that. Maybe it's the heat, right? Because he noticed there was heat in the boiling water. So he manipulates water himself, and when he manipulates the independent variable, this is the cause in the hypothesis, he saw the action. So this is what happens when you cause something. There's a reaction, right? So if you're not doing that, it's not science. It's poetry, bro. If you want to come in here with all the poetry you want, just say that it's your belief. Don't say that it's a knowledge claim. You said, I know the Earth is a globe. And then when we asked you for measurements, you said, I'm not supposed to memorize numbers. We didn't ask you to memorize numbers, bro. We asked for measurements of the curvature.
Okay. First of all, I would like to say that you guys are being a little bit aggressive. In my perspective.
Listen, man, that was not aggressive. Listen, man, listen, that was not aggressive. I was listening. The point is this one. If Earth is spherical, it must be curvature there. And then you need to provide now that thing, you know? No problem. Nobody is aggressive.
I'm not attacking you, sir. I'm only attacking the ideas, right?
No,
if you want to say, listen, bro. Listen, I'm just trying to help you out. If you would have said, I believe the Earth is a globe, I probably wouldn't even be talking right now. But because you said you know that it is, I'm asking, how do you know? Please share it with me because I want to believe, right? I want to know that the Earth is a globe.
Okay. The thing that I referred to was when you said I have to explain it to you like a child, which was extremely condescending. Now, I don't have a problem talking to you. It's just that, and the comment sections in the live stream voice text right now is extremely, again, very aggressive. I don't have a problem with that.
They're not the ones you're talking to. You're talking to Hank, and Hank has not been aggressive with you. So get over the aggressiveness, get over the feelings, and just stick to the conversation.
Okay, fine, very well. I'll do that. Since I'm the only one that felt that was a little bit aggressive, then okay, I'll admit that I was wrong. I just wanted to let the moderator know how I felt, and since the moderator said that I was wrong, then so be it.
So we're dealing with provable things here, right? So I can prove to you the reason that things fall has nothing to do with your so-called bending and warping of space-time, and has everything to do with buoyancy. So you understand now how the scientific method works. You have a cause and effect relationship, and you can verify those when you manipulate the independent variables. Is that right?
Okay, replying
again. Is that
again.
how science works? Is that how natural science works?
I just wanted to go back to the thing about the boiling water that you talked about. Well, boiling water is a very simple experiment. Trying to simulate an entire Earth to view how it interacts with everything around it, that is what causes it to be extremely difficult to do. And that's
who's simulating the entire Earth?
Well, because when you're doing the heating up water thing, you're simulating, you're observing something that's on a very small scale. So you're capable of observing it and drawing conclusions from it. But when you have a massive Earth, a massive object, you can't simulate it. You can't observe it from far away because you are a speck on it. So you can't see the big picture. Okay?
Okay, I think I get what you're trying to say. You're saying that we can't manipulate the cosmos. Right? And that's true, right? Cosmology, theoretical astrophysics, these aren't natural sciences.
Well, they are, but okay.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on now. You just said that we can't manipulate the really big things. And then I bring up theoretical astrophysics. And now, wait a minute. Now you're saying that we can manipulate the variables in space?
Well, you can think about what could happen if you change something. You can test it.
That's called postulating, sir. That's not science.
Well, they're derived from things that you know to be true. Like, again, that is theoretical, okay? There's a branch of physics called theoretical physics for that purpose, for that specific purpose, okay? Which is just mostly theories. It's mostly stuff being thrown around.
Like the theory of gravity, right. Stuff that we can't verify. And to quote Michio Kaku, he says, no one that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. Right? He said Michio Kaku, I'm sure someone will post it in just a few seconds on the live stream. And he said that we have, you would think that there's a stringent process, right? No, it's leaps of logic, guesswork. You know what a leap of logic is?
Yes.
A logical fallacy, right?
Yes, of course.
So he's claiming that they use logical fallacies rather than the scientific method. That's Michio Kaku.
Okay. Let's look at this for a second. The science, again, you guys seem to have studied it for quite a while. The reason why I know the Earth is a globe is because I understand the physics behind it, the physics that I was taught.
Bullshit.
Okay?
Show it. Show those physics. Show it right now.
Okay, so the way the way the Big Bang started, and the way that that started from there, is you had a central point. It expanded after it expanded.
Hold on, sir. You started talking about what you know because of physics, and then you went into a creation myth. How do you know that Big Bang happened, sir?
Okay, forget about the Big Bang. A bunch of clumps of things floating in space, a bunch of clumps of objects floating into space. The gravity starts pulling them together. As objects with mass, we know have gravity, and they pull stuff together. So as they pull
story time? Are you telling us a bedtime story?
Somebody stop him with this science, please.
So we've heard these stories before. This is not what we're asking for. If you just come in and tell the same story that we've already heard, what Hank was talking to you about, and what he was asking you for was not for you to manipulate the entire cosmos. It was for you to produce the demonstration or the evidence, the scientific hypothesis for Einsteinian theory of gravity. Because if no one's ever done this scientific test on it, then it has not been validated and it's just a story.
Okay.
So let's say that I tell you a story about there's dark grass on the dark side of the moon, and that's what's causing the tides. What are you going to say to me next? How do I know that? Right? Just like if your grandmother went to a mechanic. Hold on, but hear me out, bro. If your grandma goes to the mechanic and they say you need a whole new front end, right? Isn't she going to say, "How do you know that? Show me," right? Because she doesn't want to get ripped off. She does. So how do you know that the dark grass on the dark side of the moon is causing the tide? That would be what you asked me, right?
Okay.
So obviously I don't believe this. I'm using it as an example.
Okay. Let me ask you a question first, Shane.
Oh, hold on, bro. I'm asking you a question. Like, don't you think we need to establish that the cause is the actual cause to these effects that we witness?
Can you say that again, please? My connection.
Don't we need
I can't hear you properly.
It's okay. It's okay, brother. Don't we need to establish the actual cause of something before we say that it's the cause? How do you know what the cause of something is?
By looking at the data that you have, by seeing if everything that you put together makes sense.
No.
From the data that you have, what would you say it is?
Okay, so I got this long list of data from Muhammad Ali, right?
Okay.
And I want to say the reason that he has Parkinson's is because he was a boxer. Is that the actual cause? Or maybe if he would have been a farmer, he would have caught Parkinson's anyway, right? You don't know what caused his Parkinson's. You can assume it's because he got hit in the head a lot, right? But how do you know the actual cause? See, in the medical field, they call it idiosyncratic. We don't know what the cause is, right? Look up how Tylenol works. They don't know, right? So if the doctors can admit it when they don't know, how come you can't admit it when you don't know something?
Again, because your explanation for it doesn't make any sense to me, at least.
So everything is subjective in science now? Because see, I thought science wasn't about your feelings.
It's not about feelings.
Yeah, that's right. It's not about it's not about making sense. It's about the test results.
And he hasn't given you an explanation, so you're disregarding something before you even hear it.
Okay. How about I give you an example of something that doesn't make sense on a flat Earth? Okay, when a ship sails off.
How are you going to do that if you don't know what flat Earth is?
What?
How are you going to do that if you don't know what flat Earth is? Because you sure haven't asked anyone here.
Well,
you've rolled in on your high horse and all your assumptions. So when are you going to ask us what flat Earth is? Then you can debunk that. I mean, before Muhammad Ali went and fought someone, I'm sure he studied the tape on his opponents. He didn't just go in blank.
Well, I've watched a lot of flat Earth videos, so I have a general idea.
You mean debunking videos? You watched a bunch of flat Earth debunking videos, right? Be honest.
Well, no, I actually watched a couple of what's his name? Eric Dubé. I've watched a couple of Eric Dubé's videos.
Which ones?
Well, I don't remember the ones. I watched like 2 videos. Then I watched the debunking videos of those 2 videos, and the debunking videos made sense completely.
What did the debunking videos say specifically that made sense?
They were on Simon Dan's channel. I don't remember exactly.
You don't remember the part that specifically? Okay,
it was a long time. It was like a month ago.
You haven't even done preliminary research into this topic. So, like I said with your grandma going to the mechanic, right? You haven't asked us, show me, right? Because if you asked us to show me, we would teach you how to go measure the Earth yourself. Now, if you go into a Globe Earth server, right, where you have these anti-flat earthers, they're going to tell you to measure the moon, the stars, the sun. They're going to tell you to measure everything else but the Earth's surface. We're telling you how to measure the Earth's surface. So what's the best way to determine if the Earth has curvature? To measure the sun, moon, and stars, or shadows, or to measure the Earth's surface?
Well, again, what you said is very on the surface of everything. You need to know how everything interacts with each other and take that into consideration before you make an analysis. Or before you...
Can you answer my question? Can you answer my question, please? Is it better to measure the Earth's surface directly or to measure everything else but the Earth's surface to see if the Earth is curving?
I did answer that. I said because it depends on the conditions, because what if you can't measure the Earth's curvature because you're too small to see?
You're in space. No, bro, do me a favor. Google the Earth's radius. This is where we should have started out. Google the Earth's radius, please, right now.
Okay, I will do that. Earth is...
Thank you.
The only way to measure Earth is to measure Earth.
It's 6,371 kilometers.
Okay, now go to a flat Earth calculator. Go back to Google. Go to a flat Earth calculator, any one.
Flat Earth.
Globe Earth calculator.
Excuse me. Globe Earth calculator. I apologize.
Globe Earth calculator. Okay. Globe Earth calculator.
All right, now put in 1 foot observer's height.
Earth
Should say
curvature
observer's height in
calculator.
feet. Yes, click it.
Okay. What do you want me to put distance to the object as?
No, not distance to the object. Observer's height in feet, 1 foot. Just type in 1 foot.
The website that I'm on has 4 options: distance to the object, eyesight level, distance to horizon, and obscured
Eyesight
object.
level, 1 foot.
Okay, 1 foot coming up.
Now tell me the horizon distance.
1.97 kilometers. In miles, that would be 1.225 miles.
Perfect. Now you said we were too big that we couldn't measure the curvature of the Earth. Or we were too small and the Earth was too big, right?
Okay.
Do you still believe that to be true?
Well, 1.225 is pretty insignificant compared to the size of the Earth.
Right. So you should be able to measure that pretty easily, right?
But just like I said, compared to 6,000 kilometers...
Man, listen.
That's the radius. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, but again...
Listen, man, listen very carefully. Now we need to make distance. Shall we make now distance?
Distance of what?
Let's say we watching something, let's say water. Horizon.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Can somebody post the Black Swan example? Alright, fine. Oh, it's there. Can you read that? Can you see that?
But in the video, in the picture you just sent, the oil rig has synced a little.
Man, can you read the sentence above the oil rigs?
It's gonna be if P then Q not Q, therefore not P. Yeah, that's logical operators. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius dot, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than height in feet. Calculators. No. No. Okay, I see. I think I understand the problem with this one. It's because here it says the distance to the horizon, but it's actually sunk over the horizon. Like the object that you're looking at, the 9.41 miles one and the 6.21 miles. They sunk down a little.
Man, listen now again. These oil platforms, these oil rigs, they are only marked for the distance, nothing else. Okay.
Yeah, but they've sunk down a little.
Listen, man. Again, they are only marked for the distance. Now, where is the horizon?
Well, the horizon has already passed. Like the objects are farther than the horizon.
Can we say the horizon at least is 10 miles?
No, he's saying that the horizon is in front of the objects, even though he can see the objects with his own eyes.
The objects are very big. See, the bottom of the objects are hidden by the horizon. That's my point. The top part of the object,
the pillars in the water, sir. What on earth are you talking about?
But you can clearly see that it's sunk a little. Like you can clearly see between the 6.21 and the 9.41, it's shrunk a little. Like it's the top part, like it's come closer to the water.
Can I ask you a question? What is that line behind all that 2 rigs? What's that?
What line? What line do you mean?
What is the line behind that 2 oil rigs? Do you see the line?
I'm not. I don't understand what line you're referring to.
The horizontal line that looks a whole lot like a horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the water.
Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Can we say that it's 10 miles away?
Okay. Okay, I don't see us going anywhere with the scientific conversations. So
listen, man, I will repeat. This is very simple. We have 2 oil rigs. They are only marks for the distance. And we have horizon behind that oil rigs, at least 10 miles. And geometrical horizon should to be on 1.22 miles. What that mean now?
Okay, because the thing that I'm trying to explain is that you're not understanding what I'm trying to explain. What I'm trying to explain is that the 6.21 miles one and the 9.41 miles, you can clearly see that there's a difference in elevation. One of them has sunk down a little because it's a little bit behind the horizon. Again.
Let's say this is not oil rig. Let's say this is the tree. Doesn't matter. 3, it's on 6.2 miles. And another oil rig, it's not a 3, it's a tower. This tower, it's on 9.4. Where is the horizon on that picture?
Again,
what he's saying is the point of the point of the combo is where the horizon is. Where do you see the horizon at? It doesn't matter where, like, how wavy the oil rigs are or how the oil rigs look.
I'm not talking about the waviness of the. I'm not talking about the waviness of the oil rig. I'm talking about
like where's the location of the horizon?
Okay.
That's
do you see? Do you see? Okay, how about? Do you see the solid part of the?
Where's the horizon?
Man, where is the horizon? Can you answer the question? Simple question.
It's because I'm trying to explain to you that the horizon is not obvious. It's a little bit hidden.
Man, listen this. If I ask my daughter now, and if I ask where is the line, my daughter, 7 years old, she will say it's behind all that oil rigs. Now I'm asking you, where is the horizon on this picture?
Again, sir, there isn't. The horizon is.
Let's just say I'm on your side right now, buddy. But I'm just trying to figure out why you're saying the horizon is hidden in before the rigs when I can see a line,
the
horizon behind them. So why are you saying it's in front? I'm on your side. Just help us understand.
Okay, just let me explain this part without anybody interrupting me, please. So, do you see the elevation of the 6.21? Like, do you, the one that
the horizon that's clearly behind them, but you're saying it's
forget about the horizon for a second. Okay?
No, man. The argument is the horizon. Man, listen.
Hold on, guys. I know what's wrong. He's thinking because the other one has shrunken in apparent size that this is proving curvature somehow. Okay, so
no. It hasn't shrunken in apparent size.
Hold on. So the horizon. So the oil rig on the left, it's the same size as the oil rig on the right.
No, of course not. But it went down. Like it. Okay, look.
He's talking about where it looks shorter than the other one. He's thinking that it's sunk down over a curve but he's not realizing that the horizon is still behind it, and things do shrink as they get further away. So the object that's further in the distance is going to appear smaller. And if someone
that's half of what I'm trying to say. The actual thing that I'm trying to say is do you see the the top half? Okay, I need a marker. I need to like highlight what I'm trying to say. 1 second. I just need to edit the photo.
Maybe I can help you. I can't see the horizon on 1.22 miles. Listen, this. I cannot see the horizon 1.22 miles. I can see the horizon behind the oil rigs. That I can see, and all other people can say what I saying now.
See. Wait, see the picture that Creation Bear sent?
Oh my god.
There's a picture that Creation Bear sent. There's a line that's drawn on it. Okay? You see that line? It says horizon line, okay? That line, as you can see, the rig has went down. Like, it has went down. It has physically went down, as if it went over something, as if it sunk a little. Do you see what I mean? It hasn't shrunk. It's sunk. Okay? That
sounds like you want that to be true.
Not true.
What you saying?
Look.
Man, look. But the point is this. Whatever that oil rig is doing, where is the horizon? Let's say that this oil rig is going up and down all the time. But where is the horizon?
Okay. I don't see us going anywhere with this conversation.
Can you be honest, please, and say where is the horizon of the picture? Can you be honest?
I am being honest.
And where is it? Is it in front of oil rigs? Is it in middle of oil rigs?
I see it as in front of the oil rigs. I see it as in front of the oil rigs.
Man, what's that behind?
No, you don't.
Okay, fine. You
objectively do not see it in front of. Bro, you're objectively incorrect. You do not see it in front of the oil rigs. That's just fact.
I'm not seeing it in front of the oil rigs. From context, from what I am seeing, I am logically interpreting that it's in front of the oil rigs. We're not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere.
To interpret.
No. I don't care about everyone. Shut up. What does your eye see?
Your senses are not 100% absolute.
I didn't ask about that. I asked what your eye sees.
Again, your eyes are not absolute.
Again, didn't ask about that. What does your eye see?
Again, my response is...
Again, didn't ask about that. What does your eye see?
My eyes see that an oil rig sunk down a little. That's all I see.
No, it doesn't.
The oil rig has nothing to do with the conversation.
No. What does your eye see? Your eye sees a horizon behind oil rigs. That's what your eye sees.
Okay,
now,
okay.
Why is it doing that? That's a conversation we can have. But you can't just say, I see the horizon in front of the oil rigs, because that's factually incorrect. So just say things that are true, and then we can have a conversation.
Okay, can we please just skip this part, because I do not see us reaching a conclusion from this. So, yeah, I just want to ask...
Okay, bro, what's 2 plus 2?
Bro, all I want from you is truth. We can still disagree at the end of the day, but you do not see...
the truth. I swear to God.
You do not see it in front of the oil rigs. That's just lying.
Look, I'm a religious person, by the way, and I'm swearing to God right now that this is what I am seeing, okay?
You're not... Bro. No. Well, then God's very annoyed with you because you're lying to him as well.
Okay, fine. That is what you think.
If you're a religious person, you never read the Bible, because it says not to swear on things.
I never said I was Christian.
Okay.
I never said I'm not Christian.
That makes me feel a little better.
What's annoying me and maybe a few of the other people in the room is that, like, you can still believe the Earth's a globe, but we all know that you see that horizon behind those oil rigs. That's just factual. Yes, you do. Why are you lying about this? It's such a stupid lie.
Fine. Sure. Can we please move on? I just want to ask you guys one quick...
No, we cannot move on with this, because this...
Oh, no, we can. We can, but I just don't know why you're telling these stupid lies. Like, why? Like, everyone sees horizon behind the oil rigs, right?
I'm telling you a stupid lie. Can we please move on?
But the thing is whatever. Like, your emotions don't actually matter either in the context of this conversation, right?
True.
What I'm trying to get to, which I keep getting interrupted from doing, what I'm trying to get to is that there is an objective reality, right? So we all see this picture the way it's presented, with the horizon behind the oil rigs. We can disagree on why that's the case, and we can discuss, refraction, we can discuss Earth curve, we can discuss all these things. But we have to agree on the fundamental basics that horizon line, which is defined as where the sky meets the sea, is behind those oil rigs. Now, why that is happening is up for debate, and we can discuss that. That's fine. It's not a problem. But don't just deny that that's true, because you can't go anywhere from there. If you're just lying about what's fundamentally obviously true,
The seconds cut out. Crypto, try again, please.
Yeah, it cut out.
What bit cut out? Sorry.
The last 2 seconds, or last 3 seconds.
I was just saying, like, look, if you're lying about what's fundamentally obviously true, which is that the horizon appears to be behind the oil rigs, we can't go anywhere from there. There is no discussion to be had. So can we at least agree on what's obviously fundamentally true? You can disagree about Earth curve and curving light and all this other shit. We can talk about that. But don't tell me that horizon is in front of the oil rigs when it's objectively not. That's just stupid.
Because my only disagreement with it is that you're calling it a horizon line. It's not a horizon line. There is a line there. There is a line there, but I don't call it a horizon line. You did.
Okay. How do you define horizon?
Okay. Again, I don't see us going anywhere with this conversation. I just want to ask you guys one question. You have been bombarding me with questions. I just want to ask one.
No, you've had one question.
How do you define horizon? It's a simple question.
Yeah, why are you running? Just answer.
I can define it. If you
Because
ask me, I can define it.
I tried explaining to you what the horizon was, but you didn't understand what I was trying to say, or you didn't want to listen.
Define horizon for me. I'm actually deliberately, directly asking you to do that, and you're saying, "Oh, well, I tried." Please do.
Fine. Okay. Do you see the picture that somebody sent? It says there's a line and it says horizon line. Okay. Do you see how the bit above the horizon line between the oil rig, between that part of the oil rig and the horizon line? Do you see how the rig sunk a little?
You haven't answered my question.
Yeah, you haven't answered the question, mate.
Define horizon.
Oh, do you define? Oh, by the way, you're coming in really quiet. Whoever is that? Who I think it is?
Me, Crack V.
Yeah.
Hey, because this guy is being evasive. He doesn't know what horizon is. He doesn't know the definition. He's probably looking it up on Google now.
If you don't know what horizon is, it's not an issue. Like, I don't hate you or think you're stupid for not knowing things, right? There's lots of things I don't know. But there is one thing I do know, and that's the definition of horizon. Now, do you know the definition of horizon?
Yes, it's the end to what your eye can see.
No.
End of what your eye can see is incorrect.
That's not true.
It's incorrect, but it's a good try. You get the point you're trying to make. We get the point.
It's okay. And look, I'm not going to berate you.
A brick wall could be the end of what your eyes can see.
I'm not going to berate you for getting it. Sorry, go on. Like, this isn't here for us to like shout at you and berate you and have a go at you. I really don't want it to be like this. It should be a lot more simple and like civil. Yeah. But it's like, I don't like being lied to, and I don't like it when people are evasive. That really irritates me. That's what kind of why I jumped in, actually. Sorry, I've kind of taken over a little bit. The definition for horizon.
You as well, though, Crack Villain, because he's been.
Yeah, I'm not Crack Villain, mate.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, you sound just like him.
How rude.
No, I don't.
I don't think
he doesn't.
He doesn't sound like me at all. He has a British accent.
I've done that before with my system, so I know.
They're both British. Come on.
Yeah. He's from S Country. A little bit.
Yeah. Look, but as critics, as you were saying, right, the definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? So where the sea, the far as you can see with the eye, was what your point you was making. We all agree that's the horizon, right? But that horizon is so much substantially further than when it's purported to be. That this is why the Black Swan crushes the dimensions that have been given to us by NASA. And I think if you do accept this as a valid argument, you'll start to understand that flat earthers ain't crazy. They're just, you guys just need to admit when you don't know things and just be humble and lead go where the evidence takes you.
But this is why you have to be like super strict about certain things. So defining a horizon, for instance, horizon as I keep on trying to call you Dreams. You're not called Dreams. What are you called? Tommy. But Reasons. That's it. No. The Birmingham guy. Reasons is saying, and what I'm saying as well. Horizon has got like in as close as language can be objective. It has an objective definition, which is that that place where optically the ground meets the sky. Okay, so this is what I was looking for you, was something like that. And if you said that, then the previous statement where you said that the horizon isn't where you're seeing it can't exist, because horizon itself is defined as an optical phenomena. It is where you see it to be, by definition, right?
The thing is, you come in here, Graham Fix, or whatever your name is, Graham Chicks, and you're arguing something you don't quite understand. How detrimental that is to your argument.
Okay. Could I now ask you the question that I wanted to ask? Please?
Yeah, of course. You're free to do it.
Sure.
Okay. Do you realize how many the amount of people that have to be lying completely?
Oh, fuck off,
how many people lie about Santa Claus? Hold on, let's. How many people lie about Santa Claus? Do you realize how many people
telling us about horizons?
How many people?
I think that's what it is. The ignorance of many people like yourself.
You guys are talking over each other.
I'm just.
Yeah. Can we just not rise to this? Can we just not rise to this obvious bait?
Thank you.
People lie. Get over it. That's all I have to say about this.
True. People do lie. I do 100% agree with that, but they lie for a purpose.
Yeah.
They obviously lie for. They don't just lie for the sake of it.
Okay, so are NASA employees volunteers?
No, they're paid employees.
Okay. Perfect. So they get paid. Okay, cool. So we can move on.
Why would the government be paying them to lie?
This is a stupid argument. People get paid, they do their job. That's literally the end. To carry on with this means that you haven't understood the answer, right? And that's not really our job.
Why would the government pay them to do something false?
Gentix, listen this.
Listen this. Is that a serious question, though?
What's going on? It's like if I come up to you and I showed you a picture of your girlfriend and she was in bed with another man, are you going to turn around and go, why would she lie? Like, people lie.
No, he would be like, when did I get a girlfriend?
He did that for the pleasure of it.
Okay. People are self-interested. People lie for all sorts of stupid reasons. We're not the people to ask, right? Because we're not the ones lying.
Lie for self-gain.
Yeah, exactly. I just told you they get paid. Like, what else do you need to hear?
Okay.
Like, I've given you a good reason. You're like, oh, I don't accept that reason.
No, because the reason you're giving is that NASA lies, but the government doesn't lie, right? No, because
the government lies all the time. But regardless, it doesn't fucking matter because we can look at more objective measures like the Earth itself, because the psychology of humans doesn't matter when we're talking about the shape of the Earth.
And a psychology question to ask you, Gemtrix, right?
No, it does speak to it because...
Just a quick question. Do you think that the world is being controlled by a group of people? Yes or no?
Well, it's a possibility.
That's a good start.
Do you think the world is being
okay, so do you think these people could possibly call the government?
Sorry, Hank.
Again, possibly, yeah.
Okay, then understand, if they did have control of the world, and all the world's teachings on the maps used to be flat in a dome, all teach before, and then apparently one person discovered it was round, and then all religion changed that day to the heliocentric model. And there's people out there that control the world, and obviously the no way to control them is to know what they believe. You know, you're controlling the masses and what they believe. You control the media, you control everything. They want to be better than God. They want to be greater than God. So what they're doing is trying to control of it. That's what they get out of it. Pleasure.
I'll admit
Gentix, your question was why would they lie? But listen this.
Yeah, I already admitted that the response Riven gave was good.
Yeah, but listen this. Let's say they are not lying.
Okay.
Because this is so big, they are not lying. But again, we will come back on that horizon. Where is the curvature, man? Because if they are not lying, it must curve in the nature, you know. Because Earth will not lie, you know. Earth is not a human being. Earth is natural thing, you know. Water, you know. Water will never lie. It will behave all the time the same, you know.
Well said. Well said.
Okay.
You know, and we will go in nature, and because of that argument before, you know, we showed you that Earth is not curving. And now your next question was why they would lie about that. No, man, they're lying about that. And why would they lie that? Nobody knows. But we don't have curvature in nature. That's the problem. That's the lie.
Yeah, and the evidence that they are lying is the stuff we're presenting you. So asking why they're lying, like you've already missed the show, my dude. We've already presented the fact that the lie is happening. Like, asking why they would lie is like, well, you fucking tell me. I don't know. I don't really know. I mean, we all come up with reasons. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, NASA might be self-interested, and maybe the government, they actually don't like you very much, so they like deceiving you. Maybe they find it funny. Maybe there's 150 other reasons that we haven't even thought about. I don't know. Maybe something's religious. Maybe some of them are like psychopaths. I don't fucking know. We're not the right people to ask. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Who actually knows? No one here actually knows. We're just presenting what who knows and who cares? What we're presenting to you is what we think might be possibly true. Maybe this is why they would lie. But actually, none of this matters. This is psychology. Like, the question isn't a psychology question. The question is, what is the Earth? And if they're lying about that, so be it. But we just care about what the Earth is.
That is a good response to that question. That is the reason why I jumped to that question, by the way, is I didn't see us coming to an agreement on the other one, so I wanted to see your response to this one because I need to go to bed now, so I just wanted to wrap it up. This has been insightful. You guys seem to... I underestimated you, honestly. I'm being truthful.
That's
Don't worry, everybody does.
Can you define horizon before you leave?
Oh my god.
I want you to prove that you've learned something. Can you define horizon before you leave?
Well, I did learn something about the answer to the question, which is why would they lie? Which is a question that I've had for a really long time.
We told you we don't know.
There's actually a song.
What's the horizon?
There's a song that Flat Earthers have made.
The line at which the Earth, the surface, and the sky seem to meet or appear to meet. That's what the definition that Riven gave, or Sasha.
Perfect.
Gentrix.
I'm happy with that. Sorry, go on.
Gentrix.
Yes.
Gentrix. There's a song, that Flat Earthers have made called Why Would They Lie? Because it's literally the first thing that every Glober, when they get to realise they've been lied to, the first thing they ask, oh, but why would the whole world lie? How could they all get it wrong? So there's a song called...
and it's always after a proof.
Okay, this has been insightful. This has been nice. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I hope I didn't offend anyone.
No, it's not about offending people. This is objective talk,
What kind of bedtime is 6 o'clock, by the way? What's going on?
Okay, but I seriously do have to go to sleep. I have class in the morning.
Okay, just remember this. When you're in here, we're empiricist. Right? We're hyper. In here, we are empiricist. So we don't care about feelings. We care about facts and that which is verifiable. So if you come in here and you talk about your favorite cake, icing, or your favorite color... feelings, we don't care about none of that stuff. We only care about that which is verifiable. Does that make sense?
Fair.
And you should understand. You should understand why the horizon is so important in that argument. Because if it's going to be a sphere the size that they say, it cannot extend beyond the 1.225. So even if it did make it to the first one, even though you see it, far beyond the or well beyond the second one, right? It can't extend beyond 1.225 miles, period.
Excellent, Truth. Yeah, Truth. What Truth is saying is that picture was taken at 1 foot off the ground. We have the original video that's going to prove that and eliminate all of the variables. So because that picture was taken 1 foot off the ground, remember I said earlier, what's the horizon? What does it say? 1.225 miles? But in this video, the horizon is greater than... Yeah, it's greater than 10 miles. So your globe Earth horizon just got debunked. Have a nice day.
Radius
Gentrix, it's also not point about that video. All observation showing there is no curvature. All of them. You can check that. Nobody wants to convince you, you need to be flat earther because... no, man, you can check that. If that is right, it must be that drop rate. But it isn't. There is no drop rate. There is flat. Water is flat, man. It's not curving anywhere.
Have a nice night.
Okay. Good night. I seriously do have to go. Good night.
Have a good night. Thanks for popping in.
Good night.
Night.
Thank you too.
Forgive me for hogging it, boys, but I heard him made that claim as soon as he came in.
I have the feeling he's going to bury it. He's not ready.
Yeah.
He's never going to get rid of it, but he's not going to jump back in here too soon, I think.
I thought it was 1984. Yeah. Like he was saying it's 5. The answer's 5.
Yeah, he mentioned Simon Dan and blah, blah, blah in the beginning. He watched maybe 2-3 videos and then came here like, I will prove now.
I just want to know what he meant when he said he misjudged us.
Yeah, but just the way to say it is they always say that. Oh, I underestimated you guys. Yeah,
he thought we were a bunch of dribbling retards, is what he meant.
Yeah, I thought he'd just find a bunch of window lickers,
Yeah, literally. They all do. That's because that's what they're told we are.
Yeah.
So, these guys are fucking retarded. Go in there and
really sad that fucking nobody just takes a kind of unbiased approach to it.
Well, anyone who does ends up here.
I swear Crypto, I swear to my God, logically concluding that on that picture horizon, it's somewhere in between. You know, my eyes cannot see that line behind.
Did he
I
not
swear
realize?
to my
that even-
God.
Did he not realize that even if he wanted to put the horizon in between the rigs, it still fucks the globe massively?
Yeah.
So
that's also yeah.
Well, the majority
I
of
just want to point out
front of the rig would also fuck the globe. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to point out that you need realize to realize. Maybe that dude had like some computer eyes, some cybernetic eyes.
I was getting
fake
ready to ask him
eyes.
what all that stuff was before
Yeah,
between the
excuse me.
horizon and the sky. Anyway,
Crypto. I just, if you look at that link I put in Instagram, that's my Instagram. I put like a song on there. I've done the vocals and stuff. I wanted to give me a opinion on how clean the vocals are that I've made.
Man, I'm driving at the moment, but I'll do it as soon as I stop.
No, that's all I want to say.
For the record, any horizon screws the globe. By definition. Compatible.
Why is that?
Because there's no horizontal lines on a globe.
Remy, where's your track? I want to hear it.
Up and down, cause I got no chill. Burning desire, I ain't no liar. I'm only one man to head down an empire. I'ma lead that, call me the Messiah. God loves me cause I am a giant. Don't ever touch me cause I am a live wire. Aim for me, express and backfire. Hate on me and you can admire. Righteous demons take you on fire. I've had enough of this, had enough of that. Looking for a fight, so I'll keep it talking smack. Don't wanna fight me, you know I'll clap back. Roll number one's got strength for pack. I've had enough of this, had enough of that. Looking for a fight.
Jeez. Remy, we need to do a collab, man. I'm from Birmingham. I used to do grime as well.
What do you like it? Did you, bro? Did you like the grime track I just done?
Yeah, bruv. I've heard some of your other tunes as well, to be fair.
Oh, the Flat Earth ones.
One or two popping around on YouTube.
Yeah, I put some on Flat Earth, and I've done a Flat Earth one. Done a Halo one. Yeah, man. I did a Conspiracy Cats one as well. That was pretty funny. Quantum Radar.
Hey, I gotta admit, I'm a fan of your music, bro. I've heard your stuff before, and I think that it's really good.
Oh, nice one, man. Appreciated. It feels good to actually be appreciated, rather than, you know, in Gen Panda Serve, I've known them guys for long years, grafting for these like 4 or 5 years, hanging out with them. And I showed them my stuff, and all they could comment was like, "Oh, this is garbage." "Oh, look at this," and put Flat Earth. "Oh, he believes the Earth's flat" in the comment section. I just thought, "Fucking hell, these guys are ruthless, man."
Can't give a Flat Earther a
They're just
single
gaslighter.
even if it's not even related to the argument.
Exactly. It's just like, "Oh, you're a Flat Earther," so it's just like, I want everyone to know you're a Flat Earther.
Remy, I'm gonna drop you a private message. Yeah, I want to do a track with you, mate. I've been doing grime for years. I used to be on Channel U with a group called Downside.
Okay.
And I used to do Type 92 and North Birmingham Radio as well. So I'll message you, bro. I'd love to do a track, yeah.
So if you got a topic, right, a good way I work is I've got you got a song or an instrumental, I brought it on my computer, and then obviously I can write lyrics to it, and then but if you give me a topic or something that we're talking about, obviously that's what I'll target my thoughts to and see what I can come up with.
Yeah, Flat Earth.
I just want to be real quick.
Flat Earth, yeah.
Just real quick, I was arguing one day, and this new glober, he came in and said that the stars spin the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. So I was attempting to correct him, and I was like, "No, bro, they rise in the east and set in the west, just like the northern hemisphere." And he was like, "Nuh-uh, they spin the opposite direction." And I was like, "Okay, ask your own. Hey, globe earthers, doesn't the stars rise in the east and set in the west in the southern hemisphere?" None of them would pipe up. Like, none of them could admit that a globe earther had got some minuscule thing that was really irrelevant about the argument. And that was the thing that pissed me off the most. Like, it was just a misunderstanding from the new guy who was ignorant, and I'd been in this debate by like 5 years at that point. So I knew that the stars rise in the east in the southern hemisphere, but they couldn't admit it because a flat earther had said it. Now, if that's the people that we're arguing against, what's the point of arguing?
Exactly.
Yeah, I've noticed that. They refuse to criticize each other. They just won't. Even if what they're all saying is objectively wrong, and they all know it, they will not criticize each other.
Well, that's why I don't.
They just won't do it. Even about stuff that's not flat Earth. Like, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Anything at all, they do not criticize each other.
That's why I don't argue with these people through text. I tell them, like, after I send them one heartfelt message, I tell them, join the Discord. Like, I'm not texting you anymore. You're going to have to come in and talk to us. Like, I'm not wasting my time here running around in circles through text. Like, I'll yell at you a little bit, but I'm not sitting here sending you text messages.
Yeah, I mean, bear in mind, these people, they think they're in a war.
On my YouTube account's comment section saying Flat Earth, like, commenting and thumbs down in every video. I'll upload a video, nothing to do with Flat Earth, just like, I don't know, punch in the bag or something. And as soon as it gets uploaded, there'll be like down video thumbs before I even like looked at the video myself. Literally, as it's uploading, just checked it's uploaded. It's got a down thumb, like somebody there. He's literally just sitting there waiting to just down thumb everything that comes through my account, simply because I'm a flat earther, or they think I'm a flat earther. And the reason I don't objectify as a flat earther because it's what they think a flat earther is. So it's like, I'm not what you think that is, but what I am is a globe skeptic. I'm skeptical of the globe. So you can call me a flat earther, but that's not what I do. You know what I mean? I'm really skeptical of what the globe reports, their story, and I'm skeptical of it.
But fundamentally, it's not really an identity issue anyway. It's not like saying whether you're like a feminist or, you know, because that's not an identity question. Like, the shape of the Earth is not an identity question. So it doesn't matter what I am. I could be anything, and the Earth is still what it is. You know.
So I say to them often, I don't care what shape it is, if it's round or flat. I don't really give a shit. They seem to care that it has to be round, like, and that's a bit weird. But why does it have to be round? When they can't admit that it's objectively locally flat, that's when you know you're no point talking to them. Because if they're not even going to be willing to concede that you both experience a flat motionless plane, then when they start saying they experience a curved Earth, then I know I'm talking to a deluded individual, because I know for a fact that's not what I experienced.
Yeah, when they start saying 2 + 2 = 5, I'm like that dude did earlier, saying the horizon was in front of the last one, right? I was like, bro, you could see the pillars all the way into the water.
He wasn't even trolling. That's what he sees.
Yeah, that's what he sees, because that's what his brain is telling him to perceive. Because if we're right in our argument, because he knew that argument before he recognized the argument, he called it something else, but he said, oh, that's that, right? So he knew the argument was like a perfect argument if it was true. So he had to go into, oh, it's not true mode.
Probably whatever Professor Dave calls it. If he's got another word for it, that's probably it, because that's the videos that he was watching.
Yeah, I knew what he was trying to say. You know, if you look at the second oil rig, like, it's not level at the bottom, but he's not considering the waves closer towards the camera that can obscure the lower legs of the platform.
Also, I mean, if he's talking about, you know, light bending, then you're not seeing Earth curve anyway, right? So it fundamentally doesn't matter. That this is what I was trying to get him to say, and he wouldn't even get to that point. Is that if the horizon is at 1.2, like the geometric horizon is at 1.2 miles, but the light has bent it so that it looks like it's 15 miles away, then what you're seeing is an Earth curve anyway. So you can't verify that the Earth curve's even there. Obviously, but they don't even go into it that far. They just go, "Oh, I know it's a ball, therefore the light must be bending, therefore ball."
Didn't they? I can't be. It's just it hurts me. It hurt. I know one of these conversations is still going on to this day. I can't believe this server and these people still come in to this day, and he was taken back. He was like, actually, you guys have obviously given this a lot more thought than I give you credit for. He thought he was going to come in here and talk to absolute mental rejects, because that's the persona that the internet has painted for you. The picture that the internet has provided flat Earth it gives everybody an over sense of arrogance and a complete undermining of flat Earth. And you guys are the hardcore real flat Earth community, where it's not like the fabricated flat Earth community that's out there. This is just people that just have a valid argument of stuff that they don't experience, and they're not buying the excuses of centrifugal forces being cancelled out because it's negligible and it suits their argument for gases being flinged off into space with the rotation of the Earth, because it doesn't spin, it only rotates then once every 24 hours to try and make it out like it's not really having any centrifugal force. But the larger the mass is, then the same mathematics would carry through for the effects onto the gravitational forces that it's apparently tied with the rotation of the Earth, with the whole atmosphere going round with it. So it's all like it suits their argument when it's negligible. Then when it goes against their argument, it's so it's negligible when it goes against their argument. When you try to use it against their argument, it's, you misunderstand. It's like, okay, anything that undermines or questions.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about, bro. So one time I was in an argument with them over there at Pandas, and I was saying that the Eratosthenes argument isn't good, right? Because of refraction, right? The sun is going through all those layers of the atmosphere before it hits the pole, right?
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, well, that's negligible." I was like, "Really? Through all those layers, that's negligible, but through the same layer of atmosphere on the Black Swan, that's what was that? Oh, that's light's bending, right?"
Yeah.
So these people are like literally like 1984 rat heads, is what they are.
Double speak. When it suits them, it's negligible, like you say, and then when it's against them, it's you don't understand it. It's like, I do understand that. You're saying that because the Earth's rotating on an angle, that basically the light distributes across the surface at a different intensity, causing different temperature differentials, and that's why the equator is always quite hot, because of the angle, not such to do with the distance. Because even when the distance is closer, so the elliptical path that the Earth goes around the sun, that doesn't affect the temperatures. No way, not 3 million miles closer to the sun. No, it doesn't affect the temperature. What it is the angle, because of the fucking way the world's tipped. So.
Yeah,
it's
that
like
tilt,
when
that
you think
tilt
about
is the
fire,
most fucking negligible thing ever.
Like a little pea, like a little just like a pea on your plate, and then you imagine a large ball next to it, which would be representing the Earth, and then let's say a light source, millions and millions of miles, like in scale. How large would the Earth's shadow be from that light source casting onto the moon in an eclipse? And you look at it and you think, it doesn't. When I've looked at the eclipses, I've gone fast forwarded and rewinded it, and I've gone through it in emotional play, and it really seems like it's the top of the dome that it's refracting off, and that's where you get the color differentials. It doesn't look like it's refracting.
No, bro, it's magnifying the shadow. Look at these pictures I'm about to post. You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's magnifying. I'll turn off my washes. Yeah, the eclipse where the shadow should be like really small, but it's not.
No, I'm just saying that the lunar eclipse looks like the dome. It don't look like the Earth. That's
I thought you were talking about the solar eclipse and the size of the moon on the Earth. My apologies, bro. Please continue.
Red, orange, and all that, and you get like the tip of the. It seems like we're under a cathode, some sort of a fucking crown that's on top of the. Like when it goes into the moon, you see one side of it, then it kind of goes over, then you see the other side of it, and that can't be the Earth, because the Earth would be too big. If you've got any curvature on that moon, it would take hours. Do you know what I mean? To get across the proportional different size of the moon's shadow that's casted.
What they're saying is there's umbra and penumbra effect going on, but I don't ever remember watching an eclipse and seeing two shadows, one light shadow, a lighter shadow. How do you say that? A less intense shadow, and then a more intense shadow. Has anyone ever seen that? The two shadows?
I've got one. Let me find it for you. The one I'm showing you, I'll show you the one I used, and it's like, it just looks completely like. Let me find it. Oh, there it is. It looks completely dodgy. Like it doesn't look like the Earth that's casted onto the moon. It looks like it's feels like it's something else. Let me try and find it. I think I got it on TikTok, in fact. I look at this video. Copy. There we go, copy link. There we go to.
Yeah, we have Shady also joining us. If you would like to ask a question, Shady, you can unmute and go for it. Welcome to the server, by the way.
Hi, yeah. I don't have any questions just for now, so but I might ask later if I think of one.
Is it okay if I ask you some questions? Really easy questions, just to see where you're at?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so any time in ancient history up until recent times, has anyone directly measured the Earth curve? And if so, how? And if you don't know, it's okay to say that you don't know, because we're just trying to figure out what you know, right? And many men know many things, but no man knows everything. So do you know how that was done? Earth curve directly measured?
No, but I know it's been done. And you can look up on Google. You know.
All right, so you believe that it's been done, but you don't know how or whatever. All right, so next question.
No. Yeah.
Okay, so any time in ancient history up until modern times, do you know of how the axial rotation, the Earth's spin, was measured directly? And if so, how?
Yeah, I was actually just watching a video there of the rotation of the stars and how like our ancient ancestors found out that the Earth was severe, through the rotation of the stars and how they move and how the North Star works.
Actually, your ancient ancestors, depending on where you're from, most likely thought the stars were some sort of demigod. That's why they have the names of the gods. But I digress. So any directly measurement of the Earth rotating on its axis, not the stars. The Earth directly rotating.
Well, no, the question you asked me is just, it's a video I saw, and that's how it was explained in it. You know?
Okay, so you understand that all motion is relative, right? Classical relativity?
Yeah.
Do you know? Yeah. Okay. So if the Earth is moving or the stars are moving, that's relative motion. We don't know which one's doing it. And the only way we can find out is if we left the solar system, hypothetically, and we could see which one's moving and which one's not from a third point of reference. So a reference frame outside of the system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe that the Earth is rotating, but you can't actually measure it unless you leave the solar system, right?
Well, I do believe that the Earth is round. I'm not here to argue with any of you, but
right. I'm not trying to argue with you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm only trying to figure out where you're at so that we know how to speak to you, right? And just to illustrate a few things, these questions are going to illuminate a lot. Okay. Yeah. So you believe that it's rotating, but you haven't measured it yourself.
No, personally, I've not measured it myself. No.
Okay. No. All right. So you believe that it's rotating on its axis. Last question. The third claim about the heliocentric model is that the Earth is sitting in the middle of a vacuum. Now, this vacuum, it's not a perfect vacuum, but it's pretty close to a perfect vacuum as anyone has ever claimed. 10 to the 17 negative torr. Is there any way that you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container? So the Earth has a gas pressure of 14.7 psi at the sea level, right? Is there any way that you can show us a vacuum sitting next to a high pressure system without a container?
Are you talking about why, like, air isn't sucked into space? Is that what you mean?
Right. But vacuums don't suck. The air pressure presses out to fill the available volume. So have you ever had a car and you ran it out of gas, and the next day when you went to put gas in it, you opened the tank and it made that noise?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Right. It's because the gas pump has sucked all of the gasoline out of it and caused a partial vacuum. And when you open up the gas tank, the vacuum is now open and exposed to the atmosphere, and the atmosphere presses in until it reaches equilibrium. That's how it works every time, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know much about this, but what I do know is that gravity is constantly pulling in molecules like air closer to Earth, and as you go out and out, the molecules get thinner and thinner as you're going into space. That's why air gets thinner and thinner. Think about it. And as you're in space, there's no more molecules, and that's why it's a vacuum. Well, that's my understanding of it. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough.
After when you finish, mate, if you're good.
Right. So here's the thing: if I have a propane tank on the surface of the Earth, and I fill it up 250 psi, right, and I open the nozzle, what's going to happen?
Well, it's going to get sucked out. Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to spew out until it reaches equilibrium. So whenever you got a hot cup of coffee and you set it down on the table, and then you get a phone call and you come back 30 minutes later, the coffee temperature has reached equilibrium, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let's say you got a hot air or a helium balloon, and you go away for a couple days on your birthday, and you come back and the thing is floating like halfway in the middle of the room, right? Because it's partially buoyant and partially not. It's reached its equilibrium, right?
Yeah.
So that happens every time in nature. So you got a dead battery, and you take it off the car, and you got a fully charged battery, and you hook it up with jumper cables. The next morning, you're going to have 2 halfway charged batteries, right?
Yeah.
Every time, no matter what. These things that I'm talking about is called entropy, right? So gravity never trumps entropy. You're never going to see the PSI inside the tank stay in the tank unless the nozzle is closed. It has to be a closed system in order for that to happen, right?
Mm.
Is the Earth a closed system, or does it freely exchange material with the so-called vacuum of space? We get meteorites, right?
We do, yeah. Well,
and every once in a while they say
being pulled in by gravity, isn't it?
Well, that's what they say, right? But you believe we get meteorites, then it's an open system. So what I'm trying to show you is that everything you just said, right, you believe. Yeah. You have no primary knowledge. But what your primary knowledge is, and this is the interesting thing, this is what your senses tell you, right? So if I were to tell you I have 10 toes, I'm the only person with primary knowledge. Everyone else in this Discord believes that I have 10 toes, or maybe they don't, right? But it's a belief. What your primary knowledge about the Earth is, and if you think about it, you've never experienced curvature. Now close your eyes real fast, just thought experiment. Close your eyes. I say the word Earth. What do you see?
A ball.
Right. Now open your eyes and go outside and take your shoes off and run around for a bit. Now that stuff between your toes, what's that called?
The Earth.
Right. Which one's the real Earth?
Oh, that's good, that is.
Which one's the one I'm walking on, I suppose.
Right, exactly, bro. The other one's just a model, like a model Porsche. So if you were my nephew and I said, hey, when you turn 18, I'm getting you a Porsche, and then you turn 18 and I give you a box car model with glue and everything you need to make a model Porsche, you know the difference, right?
Yeah.
So they have presented to you a model, and somehow along the way, through all the programming, because you were a child in the cradle, and they hung that thing above your head that's got the sun, moon, and stars circling in a pattern, right? And then you got older and you started seeing like cartoons, and they had the globe in it for sure. And then every time Universal Studios does a movie and you've seen it, it's a globe. And then you go to school and the globe's on the teacher's desk, and they say, look, you live here, and they point to your location on the model, not in reality. When in reality, you should have said, no, teacher, I live here, and pointed to in your body, right? Because you live in your body. You don't live on a ball on the teacher's desk, do you?
No.
So what your primary knowledge is, if you were to meditate in your backyard for a lengthy amount of time, you would notice that the sun, moon, and stars make a circuit or a revolution once every 24 hours, roughly, once every 24 hours, and that the sun, moon, and stars are in motion, and that the Earth is stationary. It is not moving at all, except for during earthquakes. And you will see that the surface of the Earth is measuring level and flat. Now, there's topography. I'm not saying there's no mountains, no valleys, or no rivers, no plateaus, right? I'm saying the curvature that we should measure on the water isn't there. And we've measured it for 6 years. And the only thing I'm asking you to do is this two things. Don't believe a word I say. Go out and measure the water yourself. All you need is about 10 miles, 5 or 10 miles of water, right? On a calm day, you need an earth curve calculator, and you need to get something in the distance where you can see it's a landmark and you can see how far that you're seeing. And you need to make some observations. And when you make these observations over a large body of water at rest, you'll be able to determine rather easily if the curvature is there. And you're probably thinking, well, I'm too small and the Earth is too big. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I think I could do that, yeah.
Right, you can do that because if you look at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. So if you go to an earth curve calculator and you type in 1 foot observer height, you'll see that the horizon is where the apparent location where the sky meets the water. It's only 1.225 miles away. So 1.25 mile away, right? That's where the horizon should be at 1 foot. So can you think of something that you've seen in your lifetime that was way farther than that? You live by the water?
I saw a picture of, I think it was some American city, Chicago, of like from like another city or another place, and like it was like
from Michigan.
Half the buildings, half the buildings were like cut out because of like, the water. I saw that. That was cool. I was thinking,
okay, so did you know that Chicago is actually below sea level?
I didn't know.
Well, I say sea level. Lake level, yeah. Chicago is kind of in a swamp area, and they dug it all out, so you wouldn't be able to see the bottoms of the buildings regardless. So someone else want to take over?
I actually do have a question for Sami.
Yeah, I had one question as well. I can wait.
Yeah.
I can wait. Go on.
Just about the flat Earth model that I.
It's an easy one. That's really easy to answer before you even ask the question. We don't have one. Reasons. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. Just to elaborate on what he means by we don't have a model is because you guys always talk about models and we're talking about reality, and you guys need to stop talking about models.
Yeah.
It's not healthy for you because you need to determine it from your own experience. It should be something that you should be able to identify, but it's not. So
not
relying on experts. You should be able to determine whether it's round or flat just by your experience on Earth, but you can't really. So you know. I was gonna. You said I don't want to talk about what I don't know, but you do know one thing. You said gravity, right? So I know a few things about gravity. I've heard gravity being spoken about a few times. So what's your interpretation of gravity? How would you define it, or how would you go about explaining it?
Mass attracts mass. Well, that's what I think about gravity.
Attracts mass.
Yeah.
Does the moon have mass?
It does, yeah.
Does it have gravity?
It does, yeah.
And does Earth have mass?
It does.
Does it have gravity?
Yeah.
So why is it going away from us 1 inch a year? Apparently it's gaining distance away from us.
The moon?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that now.
Not sure.
I didn't even know that. Personally, I didn't even know that.
Mass attraction.
Well, don't worry, they don't know that either. They just say it.
Well, what they say is the moon is apparently getting its free energy because basically there's no such thing as a free sandwich that we learn in the second law of thermodynamics, which means that you have to put work into a system to get work out. So in a system such as the moon rotating around the Earth in the globe model, then two bodies have mass and they should be attracted, right? But they're not for some reason. And the ocean is apparently like in some sort of marriage with the moon as well. And apparently, as the water belly flops around the Earth, sorry, it gives it like a little flick. And that's where the free energy comes from, where they get the escape velocity. Why it cancels out the mass attractive mass of why it's the moon seems to be going away. But it's just even if you think they said they went to the moon, they got the moon rocks, and that's how they know it was from Earth. Sorry about this, some fucking high as fuck. The moon rocks on the moon, and then if that's the case, then when the moon was created and it crashed into the Earth when it was early, when there's no oceans, and the two beaks broke off, what was flicking away the moon then? Because it's just fucking mental, man. The whole model's just fucking made up.
Does he know that that's one of the supposed mainstream theories about how the moon was created, was that like a meteor impacted the Earth and then a little bit broke off and that's supposedly what created the moon? It's complete fucking nonsense. It's garbage. It's such obscene idiocy.
It's called the theory of planet Theia. Go look it up. Planet Theia.
THEIA. Yeah, THEIA, or the giant impact theory is the other name for it. But it's like, you sound like you're from Ireland. Well, are you from the East Coast?
East? No, I'm in Midlands.
Oh, but you must have been to the East Coast, right?
Yeah, to the beach. Yeah.
So have you ever seen England or Scotland or Wales from where you are?
Yeah, I've been to England. Yeah.
No, I'm asking if you can see England or Wales from where you are.
I don't think I've been to a beach that you could look at it, but I wouldn't think so. No.
You wouldn't think so? Okay.
Maybe the Isle of Man you could see in between.
Well, no, it's interesting. I've spoken to other people from Ireland, and they say that from certain points in Ireland, not necessarily from the beach, but maybe from other kind of taller points, you can see parts of England and Scotland on a clear day, which is completely impossible on the globe that they say we live on. But you don't have any examples, so we can't kind of work into anything.
No,
but it is interesting.
No, maybe they could have saw something, but I wouldn't think so. Now it is very far away. Even like, well, yeah.
But if you could see, say, Scotland from Belfast, for instance, would you think, hold on, that doesn't make sense on the globe?
If I did see it, now let's say, for example, I did see Scotland or England, I would say, that's weird. Sure.
Okay.
Of course I would,
Okay, no further questions.
Well, but the gravity,
so we want you
with the distribution of mass, right, is what distorts the space and time around it, which creates an inward force in all vectors, which kind of warps the space and time around it.
That's Albert Einstein's theory.
Gravitational force that you're subscribing to.
That's Albert Einstein's theory, isn't it? Space time.
That's the superseded one, because you see your mass attracting mass that was superseded by Einstein. You see, that's what I talk about, the actual rhetoric that is actually on the current forefront of the globe model, because it explains a lot of things about orbital mechanics.
Yeah.
So it depends how deep you know about gravity, because you said one thing I do know about is gravity, and I thought, well, I remember when I used to think I knew about gravity, and you sound exactly as ignorant as I was. But yet you seem to, the reason you think it's impossible to see Scotland is because you think you're on a ball. But look, I don't even know from a ball.
Well, I've never seen it.
I think it's just be healthy. I'd just be healthy to be skeptical and to kind of learn your own rhetoric.
Well, to be fair, if you stick around, right, it doesn't matter if you believe the Earth is a ball or you believe it's flat, or you go out and measure it and you find out. If you stick around this place, you're going to find out really quickly there's no compartmentalization. You're going to learn about math. You're going to learn about science. You're going to learn about geometry. You're going to learn about all this theoretical bullshit. For example, did you know that 96% of the universe, according to your model, is dark matter and dark energy, both substances that no one has ever directly observed?
Well, I suppose it's a theory then. Is it?
Right, it's a theory.
Yeah.
Do you know why someone would come up with such an absurd theory?
I wouldn't.
To patch the hole in gravity, because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. According to Michio Kaku, the stars are spinning 10 times too fast. So in the solar system, Mercury has the shortest year and Pluto has the longest. But in the galaxy, the furthest stars away from the center have the shortest year, galactic year, and the stars near the closest have the longest. It's the opposite. Well, what they're saying is the stars are spinning 10 times too fast. There's not enough gravitation when you plug in the equation, the mathematical model. It doesn't work. So they're saying there must be 26% dark matter in the universe that has to be there so that gravity works at the galactic level. Now, 96. One or two things. Well, it's 26% dark matter, and the rest is regular matter and dark energy. Yeah. So this dark matter, it has to be there, right? But nobody can see it, taste it, smell it, observe it. It just has to be there for their model to work. So that's called an ad hoc theory. That's when you say, okay, my theory, I know it's true, and despite the observation, right, and the data that we're getting telling us that it's not true, it still has to be true. So I'm just going to take this placeholder here, right, and I'm going to fill it with some numbers, right? And that's what they call science these days. This is theoretical astrophysics. Really, science has a little more stringent view, in my opinion. You're supposed to observe a natural phenomenon, come up with a hypothesis, and then test it, and then see when you wiggle the independent variable, does it cause the effect? If it doesn't cause the effect, you need a new hypothesis. Would you agree with that, sir?
I would, yeah. Yeah.
So anything I said about dark matter and dark energy, they can't even pass the first step of the scientific method, which is to observe a natural phenomenon.
Yeah, that's definitely. So that's
so the Big Bang, cosmology, all of theoretical astrophysics, it's not scientific.
Yeah. Well, no, I agree with you there. Like, it's not a proper experiment if you don't even have a hypothesis. Is it what you said?
An independent variable you can manipulate.
Yeah, definitely. That is very weird, but
oh, man, it's all mad. Like, in the day, you believe the Earth's round. That's fair enough. But the best evidence I had was looking at NASA videos of them floating around in the International Space Station, looking at the Earth. And I thought, no, that's got to be real. The way they're floating around for half an hour. But
yeah.
What are they doing up there for 6 months, really? Floating around doing experiments with with anti-gravity and that, and like they can't even just. I don't know. It just doesn't seem right. Like it doesn't seem connected to the Earth down there. Like they just seem to. It seems to be like separate. Even though it tries to connect to the Earth, it doesn't seem connected. Do you get what I mean? It seems staged in a way.
You're talking about the ISS?
Yeah, like the whole. When I look at it, and I really look at it, and I think to myself, they look at this. You can see the Earth in the background in the cockpit, and you're like, "It's got to be real." Look at the way her hair stood up. But you think about anti-gravity, her hair would be everywhere, like floatless, like in water does. Like water, like your hair would like have like a really, really unorthodox like flow to it. But it's not. It's like stiffed up hairspray. It's like really weird hair. Do you get what I mean? It's not flowing, like it's just like it just doesn't feel right, and you know it's good evidence, but it's not enough.
Do you think it's fake because of the hair?
Just the look at the whole look of it, like the whole demeanor. Even the people that set up these are supposed to be like athletes, and that they're just like fucking absolute retards. Do you know what I mean? Like they're not. There's no like normal people that are on them fucking. You can't tell me there's one normal astronaut. They're all fucking absolute weirdos. They're like the worst Karen you've ever seen in the world. Like you couldn't think of more of a reject to set up there. Less of a character to go to fucking space.
Oh come on, bro! I got to disagree with you. You can't be attacking their character. Just attack the argument.
I'm just saying we could send up a lot more interesting people than these people. I'm sure of it. Come on, man. It's society's rejects. Like it's just like fucking.
Yeah, some of them you think, like, did they get their place on the ISS on the side of a cereal box or something? Like, because there's no way that this guy is the cream of the crop in, like, either the army or science or, like, no, I agree with Reese. Some of these guys are completely retarded. But that doesn't actually even matter. What matters, actually, you said, oh, is it just the hair that you think makes it a bit dodgy, like what the Irish guy said? Well, no, can I just make my point? Let me just make my point.
They do this on the toilet and how they have to account for this and account for that, and like they seem like they thought it all out for you. So you're so caught up in them explaining. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call. 1 second.
Yeah, let me just finish my point. Yeah, the point I was going to make is actually, I think that's legitimate, because if the hair isn't acting how it necessarily would in that environment, then something's up, something's wrong, right? So it doesn't, like, saying, oh, it's just hair. Okay, fine, it's just hair. But if it's not acting how it should be, then clearly the environment isn't what they're telling you it is, and that's couldn't be more objective.
I want to get back to the scientific method because this guy seems to understand it. You do understand that you need 3 things: independent, dependent, control variables to conduct a hypothesis test or an experiment. You know that, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, so let's say that I were to have a hypothesis that the reason that things rise and the reason that they fall is because of the buoyant force and nothing else, right? So what happens when you drop a brick? It falls down, right? Your cell phone will break if you drop it, right?
Yeah.
What about when you drop a helium balloon?
It goes up.
Right, why?
Helium is lighter than air.
Right, but the brick is...
It has less density.
Right, the brick has more density and the air has less density, right?
If you think about it, if you put brick in water, it goes down because it's more dense. Right. Or if you put like a plastic ball in water, it floats. It goes up because it's less dense.
Exactly. So here's the experiment, okay? So let's say you got a pail, and you put an apple in it, right? And you fill it with water, so we're manipulating the medium, right? The medium that the apple is in, and it causes it to rise, right? And then you take the water out of the pail, and it causes it to sink. So according to the scientific method, what was the cause of the apple falling down?
Gravity. But sorry, the question. Repeat again.
Right. So I'll ask again. In this experiment, what was the cause, the thing that we manipulated, in order for the apple to sink? What caused the apple to sink?
Into the water.
It's the lack of buoyant force causes it to go down. Now think about what I'm saying. Everything in nature, except for birds, aerodynamics. I'm not talking about flight, okay? I'm talking about just everything in nature. Every object you see here on Earth, it rises and it sinks due to buoyant force. Right? What happens when you drop an anvil?
It'll fall and crash.
Right, it hit the ground. What happens when you drop it in mercury?
It'll float.
It'll float. That's right. So what causes the anvil to float?
The density of mercury is more than the anvil.
Right. So can you see the live stream voice text right now?
I can, yeah.
All right, so I just posted mercury and an anvil floating in it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I saw that video, yeah.
Okay, so the interesting thing about this is that this is something that you can do in your house. You can test this anywhere in the world, and it's completely falsifiable. Because if I'm wrong, you could just test it. You can just get some mercury and try to float an anvil, or try to float a fresh apple in water, right? And you could do this experiment and prove that this is how the scientific method works. You observe a natural phenomenon, you come up with a hypothesis, your independent variable is going to be the cause, that which you wiggle, and all other variables are going to be controlled so that they don't wiggle. And then you manipulate the independent variable and you see the effect. You manipulate the cause on and off, and you see the effect on and off. And that's how you know the cause of it. So anybody can do this experiment, and everything you've ever been told about gravity has been incorrect up until now, and I would simply ask you to Google the term specific gravity.
Okay. What about it? What?
Does it say relative density?
It does, yeah.
That's what we're talking about this whole time.
Mm.
This is the real gravity. All other gravities are not scientific because I can't put space-time in a lab and turn it off and on, can I? And what about mass? What about mass attracting mass? All that mass in that propane container, and it seems to be attracted to the less dense mass, even if you turn it upside down. Even if you take the propane tank and you point it away from the Earth, it's still going to spew away from gravity, right? Until it reaches equilibrium. Now, you seem like a smart guy. Are you familiar with the laws of thermodynamics?
I'm not too sure about them, no.
Okay, you know what entropy is because I described it earlier about how everything reaches its equilibrium.
Yeah.
Whether it's gas pressure, right, in this case, the Earth, needing some sort of container to have gas pressure. Because what is the definition of gas pressure? Can you tell me? If you don't, I can tell you.
The definition?
Yeah, the definition of gas pressure. You can search it or I can tell it to you.
Yeah, you tell it to me. Yeah.
The gas pressure is the force the particles of the gas exerts against the walls of its container. So the molecules are pressing outward on the walls of the container. And that force is the gas pressure. So we have like 14.7 psi at sea level, right? But then if you're at sea level and you put 35 pounds of pressure in your tire, technically your tire has 50 pounds of pressure, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if you got 50 pounds of pressure in your tire and you're driving down the road and you have a flat and you get towed to a place and you say, look, I'm a little short on cash. You know, if you could just put the gas pressure back on the rim and I'll pay you for, you know, a tire next Tuesday and then I'll pick up the tire that Friday, right? You can't do it like that, right? You have to have a tire to have the gas pressure.
Yeah.
So where's the container on Earth?
To keep the gas in.
Yeah, that's right.
He said, where is the container on Earth?
No, I didn't say where. I meant like...
No, that's what he asked you.
Oh, sorry.
Where is it?
Is
there like a little glass bubble around the Earth?
I think I've answered this before about the gravity keeping in molecules.
Right, but I demonstrated that gravity doesn't hold in gas pressure with the propane tank. And that's at the strongest level on the surface of the Earth. The gravity is the strongest in the center of the Earth, according to your model, but we can't go there. So the level, where we're at on the Earth is the strongest amount of gravity, and it gets weaker and weaker the further you go away from the surface. So if gravity can't contain gas pressure here, how could it contain gas pressure up there at the Kármán line?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know then. What you're saying?
Yeah, we don't either. We don't either.
Yep, neither do they. They just say that it must do. You'll notice there's a lot of people just saying things that they can't prove when it comes to the globe. People who just say things, then when you go, oh, how do you know that? Then they'll just kind of just call you retarded for even asking. But they'll never actually answer the question.
Well, if you're talking about me, I'm only repeating.
No, bro. No, bro.
I'm talking about you.
No.
Like, I'm having a conversation with you. I feel like we're Hank, you and I are all having like a friendly conversation. We're just talking. What I'm saying is that the people who kind of push this as being factual, that's how they treat people like me.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to come here to say now, everything I've said, I'm not going to say it's fact. I'm just here to just have a chat, But
yeah, we appreciate it. Thanks for coming in.
I'm also not here to become a flat earther, but if I do,
we don't convert people, right? Yeah. Like I said in the beginning, my only job is to convince you to not take a word of what I'm saying as fact, to go out and measure the Earth directly. If you go into the Glober rooms, they'll tell you to measure. They'll say, look at the shadows on the stick on the ground. They'll say, look at the sun, look at the moon, look at the stars, right? But if you go to the Globe Earth room, the Globe Earth Discords, they will never tell you to directly measure it. That's what we're telling you to do. We're telling you to directly measure the Earth, and in this case, the water, because of the lack of terrain. And if the Earth is 70% water, then the water should be curving, right? So if the water's not curving anywhere, like we've been measuring it for 6 years, and we're having trouble finding the curvature, and it's not off by like a margin of error, it's off by orders of magnitude. Do you understand what that means?
Orders of magnitude?
Yeah, it's off by like times 10 and more. Okay, so I want you to do me a favor. Look up the cosmological constant crisis. You should be able to pull it up on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
All right, can you click on the first link? It should take you to Harvard.
Harvard.
Yeah, did you get it?
Go on Wikipedia first, is it?
Yeah, it's at Wikipedia first.
Yeah.
The cosmological constant problem. Did I say problem or crisis? I may have messed up.
Crisis.
You said crisis.
Yeah, I may have messed up. I sent you the wrong thing. Let me see if I can find it.
You're just worried about that climate crisis, aren't you?
I have the definition in your opinion.
So did you find the...
You're already doing better than the last guy.
All right, can you see the live stream voice text?
Yep.
All right, so a lot of people say that, we're not smart enough to understand this stuff, but let's go with what we learned about English. Quantum field theory predicts a very large energy density for the vacuum, and this density should have large gravitational effects. So what are the subjects in this sentence? Quantum field theory and gravitational effects, right?
Yeah.
However, these effects are not observed, and the discrepancy between theory and observation is an incredible 120 orders of magnitude. So that's 1 with 120 zeros. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it, right? That's a big number.
And
this is the discrepancy where they're trying to rectify the difference between quantum physics and gravity. Are you familiar with Einstein's space-time and quantum physics? They don't match. They don't line up.
Relative theory, is it? No.
The theory of relativity with Einstein.
Yeah.
His theory for gravity. It doesn't line up with actual physics. So quantum physics is real physics, experimental science, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it doesn't actually line up with Einstein's theory. Like, they're completely juxtaposed to one another.
That is very weird, yeah.
All right, I'm about to cite my source for that, so give me just a second. Someone else can talk.
So just to get off topic for one moment, did you see the hairspray thingy? You seen that in the live stream?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's wise to follow this chat, but you're already doing this. Thanks.
Yeah. Would you guys think that maybe the hairspray might be to keep their hair out of things like machinery? Like there's.
Well,
you just tie it back.
Hang on, if they wanted to do that, they would cut their hair. They just cut their hair. That's all.
Yeah. G.I. Jane, man. Go G.I.
Or just tie it back. Just tie it back. Why do you think women wear ponytails?
Could I point something out though? Don't they squirt water out to demonstrate gravity? In all this, billions of dollars of equipment, they have water molecules flying all over the place.
What do you mean, like they squirt water out? I've seen that.
Yeah. They'll get on video with like some kindergarten, and they'll squirt these look, I let some lemonade out of my packet here, and look how it's all floating around.
Yeah.
Doesn't that seem a little fishy to you? So why the hairspray? So why would they be worried about their hair when they're okay with liquids getting into their $1 billion of extremely sensitive equipment?
Life-saving equipment. I mean,
don't they drink it after?
No, the point is, right, they just play with water in a tin can that's allegedly flying 17,000 miles an hour at 250. 17,000, yeah, miles per hour. And then at 250 miles up, right? So they're trapped in this, let's call it a submarine, right? They're trapped in this contraption, and they play with water, with all this electrical stuff around them. So if the water would hit the computer or the life supporting systems, right? But they don't care. It's all fun and games there, right? Playing their guitars and showing their jerseys and.
Yeah, the other thing that's kind of suspicious, we were talking about like their demeanor is a really good thing that makes me suspicious about that, because that is probably the most dangerous environment that a human can live in. If what they're saying is all true, you're in a ball planet, you're 250 miles up, you're in the on the edge of space or wherever they claim to be. There's rocks flying around everywhere. There's no air. Everything's kind of, you're in a dangerous place. Like, that's more dangerous than being in a war, really, if you think about the two environments. Because in a war you can always just run away. You can just run away. You can, obviously there's issues with psychology and all the rest, whatever. Even if it's less dangerous than being in a war, it's a pretty dangerous environment. It's one of the most dangerous environments I can think of for a human to exist in. But they all look very happy. They're very playful. It's all a bit of fun. The demeanor doesn't make it's incongruent when you consider the situation that they're actually in.
Yeah, you're right. And they're just playing around. I get why you'd like be angry at that. Yeah.
I mean, it's not proof of anything, but it's suspicious. Yeah, like if you knew a guy who was like 50 grand in debt, and he was like, that there were gangs out to try and kill him and all the rest, and he was just like walking down the road, happy as Larry, with a grin on his face, and isn't life just wonderful? You'd be like, what the fuck's going on here? This is weird. Like, this doesn't like make sense when you understand his situation. That he owes all this money and he's got people trying to kill him. And this is kind of the same thing. Like they're in this dangerous environment, but they don't seem to be actually acting as if they're in any danger.
And how many astronauts have died in the dangerous vacuum of space? How many have died, do you know?
None.
Far more have died on Earth.
More have died on the launch pad.
Normally, there seems to be like a high correlation with criticizing NASA and astronaut death.
Yeah, if you really look into it, the two guys almost drowned in a vacuum. So I don't know how you drown in a vacuum, but they say that the water was coming from inside of the suit, which is really interesting. But they said it was the head seal where the helmet goes on that was leaking. Now, what happens to water in a vacuum, right? We know what happens when you add heat to it, but in a vacuum, water boils. So the water should have been like spewing out of the neck seams.
Here's one. When you look at how a submarine is designed, because it's actually a thing that real people have to go on, do they make it where you have to get into a pressure suit to go outside to work on the sub? Or can all the repairs to the sub be done from inside the sub?
They can all be done from inside, obviously.
Well, if there was an external damage, you'd have to go outside to do it.
External damage on the sub, guess where it's repairable from? Inside.
But if they don't go outside, then they can't do the moonwalks, and then we won't get the footage.
Yeah, we won't get to see cool propaganda if they don't have a reason to go outside.
Yeah, you should look into Don Pettit, and when he is asked about the O-rings in the ISS, right, the cupola has 6 or 7 windows that can be opened up from the inside with a lever, and these levers go to the outside, and a couple of quote-unquote O-rings is keeping them safe. And you should listen to what he says when somebody asks, well, what do you do when you have a leak? He's like, well, then you have a leak.
Well, then you have a leak.
Right? It's the most dangerous place they claim it's the most dangerous place to be, but Don Pettit just says, well, you have a leak, right? Doesn't say what you're going to do or...
Think about all the crushing forces that are on the outside of a submarine. Multiply that by about 1 trillion, and that's what's on the inside, pushing out on what they call the ISS. Think about that for 1 second.
Yeah, let's step outside at 17,000 miles per hour to go and turn a few nuts and bolts, guys. Here we go.
Into nothing.
For the lols.
Yeah. Yeah. It's actually something I hadn't even really considered, but that is completely absurd. The fact that they would even design something that needs to be exited in that environment is completely stupid. Of course you wouldn't design it like that.
Well, no, because the moment you have to have a practical purpose for something like a military application, it actually has to work. But if you don't have the public where they could look at it or scrutinize it, or it's not docked somewhere where they could go and tour it or see it, like coming into port, you don't have to explain anything. You can just put on a pretty show.
When was the ISS built?
20 years ago, bro.
$1 million question, too. Find some footage of it being built.
Was it?
Yeah.
Do you think was it scientifically possible to, like, as you're talking about the like fixing external damage from the inside, was it scientifically possible at the time to actually come up with that technology?
Oh, you mean engineering? Yeah.
Yeah. Was it?
Believe me, yes. So from the very first submarine on the Hunley, they decided we should make these repairable from the inside.
Imagine having a thing flying around for 20 years and nothing has ever happened to it. Oh, yeah, there was one small leak, which an astronaut found with some tea leaves and plugged with some tape.
Somebody should ask Sandra Bullock, what would you do if a leak happened?
I would use thumb. Put thumb in hole. Isn't that what he said? He put his thumb in the hole or something?
Yeah, there was...
That's Sandra Bullock, from the movie Gravity. I mean, it makes just as much sense to ask her as one of these other people. It's not like you're going to get a real answer from either one.
So here's the thing. They said they got a hole once, and that they got like a micro hole or something. You know what happens, like, if you're in a pressure suit, you're a deep diver, and you're in one of those oxygen suits, like, they look like old-timey suits. They still make them. They're still very practical to use. You know what happens if those malfunction and you lose pressure in it? It will suck your entire body into the helmet. It will crush your entire and compress it into the helmet. all the way down to your toes.
What about your bones? Does that include your bones?
Yeah, it absolutely pulverizes everything. The pressure down there is so great, it would absolutely pulverize every single bit of your body and turn it into goo and suck it up into the helmet. There's even a Mythbusters episode where they did it. And they were like, oh my God, it's confirmed true.
Did it with what? A real person? What depth?
No.
I wish they would. There's quite a few Democrats we could get rid of that way.
Yeah, I was about to say, if they did, I hope it was a communist or a Democrat.
What's the difference?
It's not much of one.
Democrats, they get crushed under the pressure. Communists, they get to go for a helicopter ride.
Yeah, it's true. Communists, they get the helicopter.
Is it actually other communists doing it, though? I was always confused about that. Because they like to kill each other, don't they, communists? No, but they like to kill each other. That's the weird thing about them. They like to kill each other. It's like, you're not as communist as I am, so you're an enemy. Okay, that's weird. Like, they hate us more, but they seem to hate each other as well. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, but all jokes aside,
their spirit animal is the Ouroboros.
Here's the thing, dude. We hope you come back. We hope you stick around. You know, you're welcome to our server. We hope that you learn a lot, and there's so much information down below. But the most important thing is we want to brainwash you to think for yourself and to question authority.
Yeah. Well, no, I've enjoyed it. Yeah. Thanks. Anyway. Well, it was nice. It was a very pleasant talking to you. Yeah, very smart, good argument.
Yeah,
you know.
Same, bro. Same, bro. Hope you come back and see us, and especially on Ladies' Night, right? Because on Friday nights, our time, between like 4 and 8, sometimes 4 and 9, the ladies get all the newcomers, and the newcomers come in, and you get to hear the arguments because they like to face the ladies rather than us. But I digress. Yeah, you're more than welcome to come back, bro.
Sure, yeah, I'll definitely try to get to that Ladies' Night. Thanks. It was lovely.
Yeah, they would love to see you, especially since how you can tell the truth and not speak out of both sides of your face. So yeah, same here. Lovely talking to you.
All right, see you.
Brownie points for the ladies, that one. If he actually did come around, that'd be great.
We'll give you your White Knight card later.
I appreciate that. No, I learned not to White Knight a long time ago on the internet. I was like, I am never sticking up for a woman just because she's a woman. I'm only going to see things as objective. And if she happens to be a woman, then I might stick up for her. But just sticking up for her because she's a woman, I ain't doing that.
I guess that was it, huh?
Yep, back to talking about UFC. No, I'm just joking. I'm talking about whatever you want.
How about Chevy's decision to go to a DOHC on the new Corvette?
You know, I really
like
think
the
this is
explanation, like the submarine. That's a really good example.
Yeah, well, that's always been one of my go-tos. Is, you know, when it comes to practical military application, like, you have to use something, it has to work, and people can't die in it, right? You have to build something that's not going to kill people by them just getting in it. That's what a submarine is. Like, every single thing has a purpose. And there's so many things on the ISS that just have no purpose. You know the background of, like, all the sci-fi movies, and there's just blinking lights everywhere? Like, what does this instrument do? We don't know, sir. We're trying to figure it out.
I have a question. Do they claim to have gravity on the ISS? Like Earth's gravity?
Microgravity. They have states of microgravity is what they claim.
So they weigh less than their weight, like on the equator?
No. They essentially mean they don't have any gravity. But they like to call it microgravity because sometimes things fall on camera. So it's just an excuse.
So what they say is that the ISS is falling around the Earth, and because it's falling, there's microgravity.
I think they mean despite its falling, there's microgravity, which doesn't make any sense.
And what happens to them after they return after 6 months and their bone density is all screwed up? They've been eating garbage for 6 months. All this shit inside that thing has stuck onto them. Disgusting.
Yeah, I bet all that tang is making their brains go crazy.
They haven't felt the sun for, I mean, seriously.
How do they take a shower for 6 months? They don't take a shower? They don't wash their hair with soap and water?
Man, that's a fish taco if I ever heard of one.
Do they ever show themselves cleaning the place?
See a NASA shower in motion.
Oh man, it has dust scrubbers. It's completely decontaminated from dust. Dust doesn't exist up there, so they don't really need to clean, right?
You ever heard of mitosis?
And nobody ever goes crazy in there, like in that confined space for that period of time. Give me a break.
Only if they drink too much tang.
What about the coffee? I thought you guys were joking.
Do they have 6 months of dirty socks and dirty underwear? I just want to know where all that goes. Do they push it into space?
That's a crusty crab right there.
Think about when they strip off those underwear at the end of those 6 months, and the rash and skin that comes with it.
Whoa.
Like, we talk about being chafed. Like, what if you didn't get a good wipe? Just takes one time, right?
Please stop it, dummy. Just you saying that word chafe. I can't take anymore.
So, are you saying that when they come back home to Earth, those astronauts are flat out nasty?
Another Glober nasty.
Funny thing is, they got really good suntans for people that have been up in space. Look how well tanned they are. They've been on the beach every day for a couple of hours.
They have a spray tan booth up there, don't you know?
So when they carry the astronauts off of the spaceship, they should really be like holding their nose and hope that they're not getting some sort of bacterial infection.
Hang on, do they use a bidet in the ISS to clean their ass? Because how can they really clean that well with just toilet paper? You see what I mean?
Do you think that the water from the bidet gets on the electronics?
But is it really electronics? Because isn't all the electronics on the outside of the ISS? That's where they have to go out every time they do a spacewalk to go out there and get that footage.
That's what the guitar is for. It's for containment. Because when you got the bidet spray, it's all about contain, because that shit gets in your eye. It's fucked. So can you see them just like...
Because I have a bidet and it really works, and that's what they really need on the ISS, because otherwise how is their ass crack really clean? That's what I'm saying.
Godric got the cleanest crack in the house.
You would have crusties in your ass crack.
Yeah, in the 80s we called them dingleberries.
So has NASA written like the protocol for recovering astronauts? Because all their bone density and all their muscle mass and everything is atrophied, and how much does their hair grow while they're up there? I mean, do they have haircuts and
Looks like that guy just had a haircut today, so his hair's all gone. So they must be cutting their hair every day. So there must be hairs all over the place, flying all over the place too.
What I do is I take a trash bag and I tape it to myself and I tape it to the mirror. And then when I shave, my wife has nothing to complain about because it all went down into the trash bag.
Yes, but you put the toilet seat down.
No, I don't.
Oh, see?
I ain't gonna lie. No, I got asked one time, put the toilet seat down at work, and I asked the lady, I said, "Are you a feminist?" And she said, "No." I was like, "Okay, I'll put it down for you." The other one was a feminist. She got offended. She's like, "Wait a minute, why wouldn't you put it down for me?" I was like, "You can do it yourself." She said, "I'll just slap you in the face." I said, "For what?" For agreeing with your way of life? You want to be equal. You can equally lift and put down the toilet seat just like men.
Have some equality.
You remember the Indian lady? Remember in NASA shuttle, the Indian lady said that we eat the toothpaste? Or you could eat the toothpaste. Remember that video? When they brush their teeth, they can swallow it. Remember that, you guys? So they can swallow toothpaste for 6 months.
That's what's wrong with those people. Okay, let's go over that fluoride. So fluoride is a neurotoxin, and if they're eating toothpaste for 6 months, it says that you're supposed to call the poison control center if you eat it once. So this is 6 months worth of neurotoxin, plus they're getting radiated, right? Because they're above the Earth's shields. Is that right? At least a little bit, right? So these people are literally like sardines getting microwaved and ugh.
They're like Hot Pockets.
Plus, they got graphene oxide in them, which causes your body not to be able to heal itself. And your DNA can't heal itself. That's actually really true, but the other stuff's all fake.
Hot Pockets with a lot of hair on them.
Hairy Hot Pockets. He's talking about graphene. We ain't supposed to talk about that here.
It's all over YouTube. You can watch videos about graphene, how wonderful it's going to change the world, and we're going to have wonderful things happening. So there's nothing secret on YouTube. It's all over.
I really hope somebody from NASA is listening to this.
And we must be the only group of people who are actually critiquing their bullshit. Showing
Oh
them
no, that normies do that.
what poor imaginations they have. I mean, surely once in this 20 years, one of them would have his thing that he anchors himself to the spaceship. It snaps, and the guy just goes like spiraling off into the void, the vacuum, the 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum of space.
I just want to know, how come astronauts' lives don't matter?
I mean, what could you possibly be doing in all that time to fill up those ticking minutes of the day? I cannot imagine.
Taking selfies by the window.
Record yourself playing guitar. I knew they didn't bring that guitar up there just for like musical purposes. I knew that it had to do with the NASA Boudet.
They just got a vault of so many things that just pop out from nowhere. Just a multiple, enormous amount of things that never ends. They can just put whatever they like in there and then pop it back in this imaginary pocket again.
Oh yeah, like the Super Bowl uniform jerseys. Right, there wasn't a launch for like several months, and then they were wearing the winners. So that means that they had to ship up like every single jersey of every single team because they didn't know who was going to win. Remember that?
That's your tax dollars at work. Maximum efficiency.
No, they just teleported it up. It's just they got magic teleportation. They can just put anything they like up in space instantly. That's how they do it.
You know when they're talking about the toilet paper that they have up there? Behind them, they've got all these little flags. Those flags are not behaving like they're in zero gravity, sorry. Sorry, I object. Just look. If those flags are made of fabric, they would be going in an upwards trajectory, wouldn't they? Or they would be swirling around. They wouldn't behave like that. Just hanging there, motionless. That's not right.
This guy just crossed the street. It's a 5-lane, and he crossed it. Wasn't even looking towards the oncoming traffic. So this dude's in my lane, not looking at me. I'm going like 40 miles an hour, and it's raining. I'm so glad that I didn't kill that bastard just now. It wasn't my fault because I'm in the left lane and he crossed through the right lane, which I couldn't see him until he was like in my lane. So he's just like pop.
Hank, do you know, I drive around London, and today when I was driving, I was acutely aware that there were people who were just driving like they're not all there. They're either driving so slow and they can't make. It's like they take a long time to make their decisions. I was really freaked out today when I was driving. Yeah. People say the incidence of traffic road vehicle accidents have increased.
Maybe the government cares about us and they'll outlaw guns. I mean, cars. The climate change says the cars got to go. What do you guys think about climate lockdowns? Should that be a thing?
Don't worry, they got cars made of the word that we cannot say.
Carbon fiber?
Yeah, the forbidden word.
The forbidden word. Electric? I don't want electric cars. I love petroleum.
Yeah, can you even imagine electric motorcycle? What would be the fun in that?
Well, if you want to die in a fire, yeah, I could.
Because when batteries expose, like they shoot out like huge, like walls of flame, basically.
Yeah, that's how I troll the electric vehicle threads. Is you just post GIFs of Teslas shooting flames 10 feet from below the car. They look like a German flamethrower from World War II.
Yeah, and how many hours and how much water does it take to put that fire out?
5 days.
Yeah. And how much water does it take to mine lithium? To take it out of the earth, then extract it, then get all the impurities out. It's horrific.
I was talking to one eco-mentalist who was saying, I showed him a picture of the desert. This big, beautiful patch of desert, and there's a giant 10 square miles of lithium, like distillation. And he said, "What's there?" I said, "So you think the desert doesn't have an ecosystem?" I mean, just shows that they're religious nut jobs. That's what they are. They're religious nut jobs. I mean, that's why we had battery-powered cars first in the Victorian age. And the problem of batteries was the same then as it is now. And that it takes more resources to make more batteries. And you can't reuse batteries.
Well, don't worry. They're not even worried about that. They're pitching an elevator that goes up into space. That's what they're going to use the forbidden stuff to make.
They've been talking about that for like 20 years. Space elevator.
Unobtainium? Is that what they're calling it?
Yeah.
Unobtainium.
So they're just going to go right into heaven, right into space, because that's their belief. That's their fake globe belief. Yeah.
What about gravity? How's that elevator gonna hang up there?
I can't go into details because you're not allowed to use the word, remember?
What word can't we use?
It starts with a G, but it's not God. It starts with a G and then it's a R.
Gravity. What's that?
No, not gravity.
I thought you were going to say granny porn or something.
No. G-O. 2 words. You probably have to watch a few YouTubes and you'll understand. It's all over YouTube. You can watch it anywhere.
Go ahead and say them. I admonish you. I pre-admonish you. What do they rhyme with?
Caffeine. Box. Side. Rhymes with caffeine boxide.
I'll tell you what, you got me. These must be some forbidden words.
Yeah, it's very forbidden. If you put it into Discord, it bans you.
Use periods and spaces.
I said it just now.
Yeah, but no information was received. The transmission of information.
Let's just pretend I'm a retard, and you will have to actually spell it out for me.
You know when you sharpen a pencil, the lead in the pencil, and then there's a residue, it's called graphite. Oxide.
Graphite.
Yeah.
Graphene.
Yes.
Oh, graphene. Well, there you go.
There's a shit ton of that inside of a phone battery, by the way.
I was just joking earlier when I said we can't talk about graphene because I knew that it had something to do with the other word that rhymes with fiend.
Spleen?
No, it's the other word.
They make microchips out of it.
It's the prescription.
They make everything. You can make everything out of graphene oxide.
Subscription. You can make everything. You can make everything.
Can you make joy and happiness out of it?
Not everything, but almost everything. It's basically what they do. They take carbon, and then they make these. They can make. Basically, it can conduct electricity. You can have houses made out of graphene oxide that conduct electricity. Everything conducts electricity, and it's in everything basically. And they put it in, like Cutler said as well. It's a banned word. You're not allowed, you can't use it. So you can't say it on anywhere. You get Facebook, you get banned anywhere. You're not allowed to talk about it. But it's all over YouTube though. It's got very positive reviews on how it's going to change our world and make the world a better place. And how they're making it really fast at the moment. It's really expensive at the moment, but it's going to get.
Is it going to eliminate all center-left people?
It's going to basically make the world. Yeah, it's going to make everyone happy and think they're in heaven. But meantime, at the same time, it's. I can't really mention that here. Yeah, that would be a problem.
There's lots of.
Can we just mute the live streams and have a conversation?
No, let's just move on.
So much you can't.
No, I love carbon. I love carbon fiber, and I love petroleum. Those are all great things.
And you like chemtrails too, right?
Love them. Just somebody has to prove that they are what they are. You know me. I'm a conspiracy heretic. I apply the what's your proof methodology to everything.
Hey, I can dig it. I'm not taking a dig on you.
No, I know you
dig
it. Usually it's, hey, I got a document from the CIA. Oh, so I can put it in the trash pile then, right? Why would I trust the CIA? Ever.
Yeah, now we should probably do Zuckerberg. We've done the astronauts.
Ooh, we doing another transvestigation? My favorite.
I'm not into holograms. Someone's gonna have to prove to me that Zuckerberg is real. I'm not. No. You ever seen someone so out of touch? Like, yeah, he's elite. Yeah, he's one of the chosen elite, whatever. But even at that level, even for being that, he's still out of touch. Like, to a cringe level. Like, doesn't know how to act like the human, you know?
He's the most bland representation of a human being that you can ever imagine.
He's Soma personified.
He has owned 200 grey t-shirts in his life.
He's like a living joke. He opens up his closet and there's 200 gray t-shirts. Oh, what should I wear? Looks through them. People will think that's a joke. It's not. You're being serious. He does. He owns hundreds of the same outfit.
I tend to wear the same type of clothes. I'm a blue jeans and t-shirt kind of guy, or shorts and t-shirt. But I can't imagine having the same exact clothes. Like, how would that even work? You gotta have different clothes for different days.
See, that's the problem. Is I'm kind of a hipster with how I dress. I'm like, hey, nice cardigan, some jeans, scarf, my Converse. You know.
Did you say scarf or neckerchief?
Scarf.
What pattern?
Sometimes they're gray, sometimes they're blue, and I do have an Argyle one.
Yeah, that's okay. If you've got an Argyle, bro, that's fair. If you'd said paisley pattern, possibly.
Paisley, not for that. I do have some nice wide paisley ties for my suits, because that's what I love paisley for, specifically that.
Yeah. If you'd said anything puce, well, I don't know about that.
Nobody wears puce. Come on.
Some people do. They go puce too.
What color or pattern is that?
Well, it's the color.
Puce? Puce? Is that pumice? What is that?
That was an 80s color.
I don't know. There's some 80s fashion I do like. 80s high fashion I do like, but 80s fashion in general I hate with a passion.
I always wanted me some of that flock of seagulls hair, some of that big hair.
I do have a cool tweed jacket that has the elbow patches, the leather elbow patches.
Yeah, I got a big brown jacket like that with the leather elbow patches. That is a warm jacket.
There are some things I deem unforgivable, like backwards ball caps. I won't tolerate it.
Why do you care how people wear their hats?
Because I can.
My wife was telling me the other day some jackass parked in two parking spots. I was like, so? I do it all the time. And she was like, yeah, but the business is closed when you do it. I'm like, so? I do it all the time. I'm like, why do you care if someone else takes up 2 parking spots? And she was like, because we were busy. I was like, no, he was the only car in the parking lot when he did it.
I went to a packed night at the theater. It's packed. And I had to park in the very, 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 very back. This is like probably 1,000 foot from the theater, right? Walking up, someone's parked their Porsche 911 across 2.5 parking spaces. So he's taking up 3 spaces. I went back to my car, got out the cheeseburger and a bunch of ketchup, and I left him presents all over his windshield.
Got him.
He deserved it. I mean, for driving a 911 anyway. Those are douchebag cars.
Does somebody have the Tom Pettit video that says he can go to space in a nanosecond, but they lost the technology to the moon?
I just went into Gem Panda's server for a second to see what they're not talking about, and I was just chatting. One of the guys posted a picture of a boat off in the distance, just a picture of a boat, and he said, "There's your measurement of curvature." And so, after throwing up, because I have to realize that people like that are out there in the world, I told him that that's not a measurement. And I asked them for direct measurement, and I'm going to go back and see if they got any. But Jem didn't notice that I was there, I guess, so he didn't immediately kick me out, which is a first this past couple months. And that's my story.
I don't engage with those kind of people anymore.
Oh, I haven't, though. Hardly ever, so I got to get my shits and giggles out, you know?
Yeah. Well, I had this realization at some point that I didn't care about them. It's like, why am I arguing with these people? They're not going to change my mind. I'm not going to change theirs. And nobody's seeing this because who watches them? Who goes there to do anything? The only people who go there are hyper-partisan on either side, right?
Partisan, man. What a waste of time.
Yeah, everyone who goes there is hyper-partisan either way. It's a team sport there. So there's no point in talking to them because it doesn't matter what the truth is for people like that. They're just in a team sport.
Sorry, go ahead. I had to reset my shit.
No, I reset it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's not that I care one way or the other. I guess I just, like I said, I haven't done it a lot, and it's really, really fun because we're on the side of truth. Excuse me. I don't have to make anything up. I don't have to go in there and act a certain way or make anything up. I can just go in and ask for globe evidence, specifically what I'm looking for. And especially when they say what would constitute an acceptable measurement? And I said, well, it certainly wouldn't be an image of a boat far away. Things like that. So we're looking for direct physical Earth curve measurement, at the very least. And I'm going to keep harping on that. I can talk about whatever else. I don't mind talking about other things. But the curvature just kind of destroys all of it.
Well,
in my opinion.
I'm surprised they even gave you that and didn't just say, look at the stars. I can't believe you're not looking at the stars. All you have to do is imagine the sky as a ball. That's all they do. They just imagine the sky as a ball and say, that's what you need to do. And then you can see curvature.
Look at this. It's a sky and it's a ball. See the sky? That means we live on a ball.
People like that have kind of turned me a little misanthropic. Where I'm kind of like, maybe the elites are right. maybe
exactly. Now you
killed off.
Hey, you know what I mean now, Mimas.
Hey man, there's a lot of unwashed out there. That's all I'm gonna say.
Somebody asked me something.
Yeah, I wasn't more like an agreement because you're saying how the elites call them problematic eaters or whatever it is, because they just
mindless eaters.
Mindless eaters. They just blindly go by what they say, and they will never look into things on their own. And now they're those people that have that kind of mentality. They have this other thing that's going on right now, and they're jumping in line, volunteering for it.
Yeah, the elite are right, but for the wrong reason. That's what I'll say.
They're just going about it the wrong way.
Yeah, they're correct in their assessment of the general population. They're correct. I don't agree with their methodology in reaching that conclusion, but I can't commit the genetic fallacy because ultimately I do agree with them on their fundamental conclusion. But their end goals I don't agree with. By wiping everyone out. And look, just let it happen naturally. It'll happen naturally. You don't have to do anything.
Especially when the Greta Thunberg type come out.
You are just blah, blah, blah. Wasn't there a Star Trek episode where Kirk was like the children? Was it the Miri episode where he goes to the planet and it's another Earth and the kids have all turned into savages because there were no adults. The adults all died off and the children never grow up. And at one point he looked at them and went, "No, blah blah blah." That was the worst piece of Shatner acting I'd ever seen. It was hilarious. That's all I could think of when she was doing that.
I don't think I've ever seen a whole episode of Star Trek. Maybe the Next Generation, but not the first.
Just watch Galaxy Quest. You'll get the gist of it.
Oh, I know that. But it's just one of those things to where,
I found the clip.
Never just sat down and watched it.
If Greta Thunberg is a boy, maybe we should call her Garrett Thunberg.
Garrett, yeah. Grant, Greg, George.
Nah, man, her name's Greta, so it'd have to be Gunnar, yeah?
Gunther, yeah.
Gunther Pegberg.
Man. So it's a Down syndrome tranny, is what that is, right?
I think she's just Down syndrome.
I don't think that that's a girl.
It's like a girl to me. And I'm married.
I don't want to get into it. All I know is that character knows it's lying. If you look at the difference between the first speech and the second speech that it gave to a big body, the first one was a very convincing performance for the most part, especially if you don't have eyes to see. The second one, I'll just say she was so ready for the applause that she got every time she spoke, and then she would pause and then wait for the applause. She was smiling and just having a ball, having such a good time, while saying things like, how dare you, you stole my childhood, etc.
I think it was stole my adulthood, if you go by what she's claiming.
Shit, the childhood was stolen by her father.
I don't think that thing got a childhood.
Her childhood ended the day her father got rid of that puppy.
And Greta Thunberg is going to die from climate change, global climate change, before she gets to the age of 40. How does that make you feel?
Well,
very good.
Excited?
She'll be the only one to die of climate change. Huh, crazy.
Yeah, I know there's such a thing as climate change. It's called spring, summer, fall, winter.
Indeed.
Reset.
Inclement.
But then again, you have these fucking mongoloids that are just trapped inside their fucking house that won't leave their fucking house. You know, because they have the air conditioning and the heater. So if they ever are, you know, spend a whole day outside, they're going to be like, oh, wow, why is it like this? Well, yeah, you didn't realize it when you were a child because you're having fun when you're outside when you were a child. Now that you're an adult, you go outside and you get, you know, hurt by the sun. You're like, oh, no, you know, that playing outside, that's for kids. I'm going to go inside because I'm going to melt. You know, and it's like, nope.
That's never going to melt in the AC, and so they think it's warm.
Yes. Yes.
But climate change in 100 years, but what happened with 4.5 billion years?
Say that again?
They were saying like climate change, you know, that in which, what is that like change from which date? Like 100 years, 200 years?
Well, look, here's the thing. You could somebody's got a bad hot mic.
Yeah.
Hot mic and bad. They're snorting a lot of lines of Coke, too. I was just... Take a breath. Anyway. I'm going to say, you could use the same argument like you say, okay, well, I'll give you gravity. Let's talk about gas pressure. You can do the same thing. You can say, sure, there's climate change. Well, but what are you measuring that against? Uh-oh.
Yeah, you need to have time. You need to have time and... and temperatures, and everything.
I'll tell you what you need. You need to know what it's supposed to be. If you're saying it's wrong, you have to be able to say what it's supposed to be. And that's it. It's really that simple. They cannot make a claim that it's wrong because they don't know what the optimum is. How do they know we're not at the optimum? How would they know? All you have to do is apply rudimentary logic to their argument, because they don't have any scientific claims and their data claims aren't even real. You can take apart the entire thing with very simple rudimentary logic. And I've only seen one pundit do that. That was when Tucker Carlson had on Bill Nye. And I thought Bill Nye was going to start crying.
Yeah, he went to seizure mode.
When Tucker said to him, "What's it supposed to be, Bill?" What? Look, it's changing. Sure, it's changing. What's it supposed to be, Bill? There were no humans. What would it be? Well, it wouldn't be this. Well, what is this? How do you know what's wrong, Bill? It was hilarious. I think it was the funniest takedown I've ever seen.
And then he went to full seizure mode and started just blurting incoherent things about Trump.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's really all it is. All climate change is a political thing. That's all it is. Anyone who says otherwise is either stupid or lying.
Political climate change, maybe?
Yeah, that's about it. Bad people make it not rain for harvest. Must kill bad people and have sacrifice for rain god to make better harvest. That's all it is.
You know, when I was growing up, I'd hear people say, "You see that black man breathing up all the white man's air?" And I would be like, "What the fuck are you talking about, bro?" And
That's
now
right.
it's like,
Stop them black people.
and now it's rich people and
yeah.
Poor people, yeah.
It's like warfare to keep people fighting so they don't pay attention that government is a problem.
But you know whose fault it is that everyone's fighting? It's their fault. It's the people's fault. They're falling for it. I blame them. I don't even blame the governments.
Oh,
The people who fall for it and fight each other over it, I blame them 100%. Because people who are deceived want to be deceived.
Something about powers, meaning freedoms and rights that we struggle against, and we struggle against the principalities, but not the actual flesh and blood of the people.
Right.
So that's something you have to realize. You know, don't pick sides. Don't jump on the bandwagon to, be on the warpath with another group. Don't enlist yourself in an army to crusade against another thought. Just realize, that the whole thing is just a bullshit method of control. That, just you participating in the whole thing, getting up there and protesting and all that, kind of dooms the movement. I mean, what movement do you know of that started with protesting and destruction that's ever ended good? I don't know of any protest that started, with revenge that ended up good.
No, that's usually called counter-revolution.
Yeah, don't fight amongst yourselves, right? Because ourselves are not the problem. It's the ghost enemy, the enemy that cannot be seen. Because the man that created the way things are is long, long dead. And then again, it says spiritual wickedness on high places. It literally translates to the heavens, to the cosmos, to the sky, to the night sky. So if spiritual has something to do with your mind, has something to do with your mental state, wouldn't that be all these NASA fanboys and these globers doing spiritual iniquity, doing the spiritual wickedness, thinking that something is one way when it really isn't? They're just lights in the sky at night. We call them planets because they wander and they don't keep the same track as the other stars at night. So what did we do? We created those as idols.
So this friend of mine recently showed me a TV show, a cartoon called Inside Job. It started this year. It's a Netflix cartoon. First season was this year. And basically the whole purpose of the show from a propagandist perspective, I think, is to basically reinforce the idea in people's brainwashed minds that unverified things are real, like aliens, Bigfoot, the Earth being a ball in space, and bullshit like that. And then the other part of the purpose of this cartoon, in my opinion, is to make flat earthers look stupid. Because every time they mention the Earth being flat, they always mention it in just the most stupid way. In fact, they even include in one of the episodes the Flat Earth Society. They have a bunch of people, in the cartoon that are behaving in stupid ways, when we all know there are no flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society. They're just people trying to make us look stupid and not really flat earthers, But they'll talk to people in the cartoon, like they're real flat earthers at the Flat Earth Society, all that bullshit. And anyway, it's just a really nutty way. But what's interesting, though, is that I was wondering how it is that they would ever put the propaganda out there to brainwash people to think that flat earthers could ever be violent. And I realized that this cartoon is how they did that, because they make the flat earthers, armed and crazy in the cartoon. So they finally found a way to do it. It's in a silly cartoon.
Yeah, this is kind of why I got sick of Geo. They had that dude riding on eggshells, basically presenting stuff in that cartoon as evidence against the flat earth. He said QAnon like brain drained the flat earth movement, so only the stupid people are left. And if you challenged him, then you were a problem. I'm like, what are you talking about? That's like the stupidest thing I could... If you tried to make up a string of words even more stupid than that to show you are not processing anything presented to you, you've been here for like a year, and you still don't get it, And then somehow that makes flat earthers a problem. Like, you gotta give him a chance to speak. He's got the whole rest of the world. He can turn on Netflix and hear his own ideas in echo chamber. If he comes to a Flat Earth Discord, he should at least be his feet held to the fire when he makes crazy claims, that he can't even repeat unless he's got written on his hand, like, oh, what silly thing should I say thy day? Well, it's funny too that show is brought to you by the same people who do Rick and Morty, which kind of tells you that they make fun of everybody, They make fun of that scientism type stuff too.
They make fun of God as well.
Oh yeah, it's like nothing's sacred to them. It's all about the laugh, the giggle. They're not trying to do anything other than that.
Yeah, but something I need to point out though about this cartoon I just mentioned, Inside Job. It would be one thing if what you said was true about them making fun of every subject in an equal way, in a like, let's say an equal attitude with an equal attitude behind it, like the same sort of jokes on this subject, the same sort of jokes on that subject, same brand of jokes on the next subject. But that's my point, though. That's not how this cartoon is structured. Like they really, the way that they wrote it, it really does seem to normalize deliberately the idea of Bigfoot walking around, aliens walking around, the Earth being a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Oh, and it's hollow. That's another thing. Oh, and it's hollow too. Oh, that's a normalized thing. But then once they get to the episode where they're talking to the people in the quote unquote Flat Earth Society, then the jokes get only dirty. Like, they're not really funny, they're just only dirty jokes when they get to the Flat Earthers. So they're not making fun of things equally. They're not doing that. Same thing with Saturday Night Live in a different way.
Yeah, I totally get that.
The jokes aren't really ha-ha funny. They're kind of telling you what to think of certain groups of people. What's the approved opinion and what isn't the approved opinion, aka it's propaganda.
Yeah, they're not even dirty jokes, because dirty jokes are funny. These are not funny propagandist jokes, which are not funny. They're guilty of not being funny while claiming to be funny. That's a terrible crime, in my opinion.
Well, comedy is being used as a tool of, just social construction, basically. A tool of social monitoring and social construction. You have to laugh with the jokes to be considered as part of the in crowd or part of the crowd that is approved, basically. And that's it. It's signifying that you're part of this group or that group, really.
Well, that's just it. That's not what comedy is. That's what their propagandist brand of comedy is. Real comedy is just making jokes that are funny. That's it.
Real comedy brings everybody together because everybody, it's up for grabs for everybody. But the tools of power, don't want people laughing, especially at them when, Joe Biden poops his diaper or whatever. You're only going to laugh at the pre-approved, groups and the pre-approved funniness.
But if you make laugh everyone, that means it's funny.
Yeah, it's truly funny. All groups have their foibles and the funny stuff that they do. Powerful, not powerful, top of the totem pole, bottom of the totem pole. But they're using it as a tool to reinforce power. They're even trying to make Dave Chappelle, toe the line. Back then, black people like him would have been this sainted victim group that would have been untouchable. But he went, a rung too high on the victim group ladder and dared to go against the transgender agenda. And now they're trying to cancel him.
Yeah, what about Candace Owens? All that white privilege she has.
Oh, yes. I mean, nobody's safe. I mean, you got to know this unspoken hierarchy of victimhood and who you can punch up or punch down to. And if you make the unspoken faux pas of punching the wrong group, you're out.
And it happens now in flat earth spaces too. Like Pete Shea. Like Brenda had said that transgender is the highest form of transitioning, that a transitional position a human soul can make. And Pete just said, "What are you talking about? That is, lunacy, right? How can you say something like that?" And of course, Geo banned him.
Wow.
Wait, you should say to someone who says that, "Oh no, there's a step beyond that. You got to start putting computer chips in your arm. Oh, do that now."
Who banned him?
This is on Geo, that guy who used to be a mod here until he went.
Until he turned into a lunatic.
Yeah, so now he'd set up his own Flat Earth Discord where he's like inviting all the the rejects back for another go around. And then let them play victim.
Well. Ask sheeple.
Well, Geo means well. I disagree with him on the I call it the new agey stuff. I'm Christian religitard and I'm going to push that element of the flat earth to the highest. But, him and I have some good conversations about, different things. And I think we're both looking for the truth in our own way, but, just in different arenas. But with the whole transgender thing, if you get to know a person, you get to know Brenda or whatever, and you feel fine using their pronouns or whatever, that's fine. But the insidious thing is when they're policing speech and keeping a person from simply speaking the truth, not trying to offend anybody, but, deep down inside, you think this person's a male, female, attack helicopter, or whatever, and you just speak it, freely. That's what this thought policing is doing, making you too uncomfortable to speak the truth without monitoring and policing your behavior. And that's insidious.
I don't get it. I have never, in all the conversations with my friends, ever had to refer to my friends by anything other than you or their name.
Yeah.
Who is talking about their friend almost in like this third person, they're not really there, speaking, using like just informal language, pronouns anyway? This person, if the person's right there with you, how are you using their pronouns anyway? What kind of weird, backwards, linguistic caveman world is that?
I think sometimes
progression is regression.
Yeah. And here's the thing, too, is my friends and I don't refer to each other except by, like, dildo and fag. Like, what? All we do is insult each other. It's because we're friends.
Like that scene from Gran Torino.
Masculinity.
You remember that scene in Gran Torino when he walks in the barbershop and they just start roasting each other?
Yeah, that's what friends do.
I think it's in the little things that people take offense with. Like if you see what you think is a dude and you're like, hey, go and bring your girl or your guy or something like that. They're like, don't assume the gender of me or the person that I'm with, or come on, man, or come on, miss, or whatever. Little things that slip out that kind of show what you really think about the situation on a certain level.
I know a guy. Hey, Lemon, I know a guy. It was with me. It was not me. I got to say, this is not me. We were walking through a grocery store, and he went, oh, man, check out that girl's butt. And I looked over, and I laughed. I said, that's your mom.
What?
She stood up, and he went,
awkward.
He did have a fine mom, though, I got to say. He accidentally, it was a total accident. But so what? So he got it wrong. So you get something wrong. Who would even care?
Yeah. And then you chuckle it up and you laugh about it. It's not like you're trying to offend the person, but, it just slips out. Like people say to me, ma'am or miss, because I guess I give off that feminine energy. And by feminine, I mean, docile, somewhat submissive, there's an initiator and I follow or whatever. And some of that's correct. Some of it's not. It's just the way that it is. People have intuition. They sense these things. It just comes out.
You know what I used to do on the phone? I would be talking to like another contractor on the phone. And right when we're about to hang up, he's about to hang up, and I'd go, love you. And they would instantly say it. They'd say it back and go, oh.
That's hilarious.
People care. And, saying the truth is an act of love. We want to, concord with reality. And when our words, our actions, and our deeds don't, there's just all this cognitive dissonance. But if you get to know a person and want to use their pronouns, because you care about them, that's fine. But on the other side, I want people to be free to state the truth, even if it offends, even if you don't like it, even if it doesn't agree with your worldview. I want people to state the truth, because then we can really work on stuff.
Yeah, because fuck people's feelings. Everybody's all wearing their feelings. You're being aggressive. Your microaggressions are assaulting me. Like, you don't think I have the right to exist. Like, bitch, I never said you don't have the right to exist.
See, for me, I always lean into that. I never deny it. I always lean into it hard. When I know somebody is insulted or hurting, my first instinct is to go in harder.
Well, it helps toughen you up a little bit, because it helps show you that there's a world outside of yourself that, we all share. And that's a good reminder. This thing where, you have to submit to my world and my pronouns or whatever is a little insidious. It's not the same where we all share this reality together and we could come to the table, as a group, to kind of see what the heck is going on here.
This is a side note. Go ahead, Lemon.
I think it's being promoted because it helps get rid of free speech. And that is the worst element of it. It's not like, please use this if you want to use it. It's like, use this or else, or you're a terrible person or whatever.
I might have said this before, but there's this, when you would go into the mall and there'd be this kiosk that has like a thing where you fill out your name and everything and put it in there, and you could win like the car that's on display or something. Y'all ever seen those?
Yeah.
What I used to do is I would go get a ton of those and take them out to my car, and I'd sit there and I would draw big, nasty, veiny dicks all over them. Then fold them up and then put them all in the thing.
That's hilarious.
And I think people, the edgelord culture is kind of a backlash against that. Edgelord stuff like that. It's kind of saying, why do we have this convention? Why are people getting offended at this? They're just words, or, it's not like people have been killed or whatever. And people are just having these meltdowns over these things that, are otherwise, seemingly meaningless to some people anyway. I just don't get it.
So it's kind of like this world that we live in. You could, quote some statistic like this many children were killed in abortion last year, and some people are like offended, and then the other group is like, cool, great, good, right? And then you say, something, and then the next group is like good, and then the second group is like offended. It's like, so it doesn't offend you that all these children died? It's like, no, who was going to raise them? I don't know, people?
They have this narrative where you can't even have children anymore because Gaia has too many people because of this overcrowding narrative. So it's a clash of narratives, and if you have a narrative that overrides another narrative, like the life of this baby, being under the freedom of the mother, being under, Gaia's freedom to be free of humans, well, this hierarchy of meaning is just totally inverted. They're just
Does anybody
this guy is being served.
Does anybody know how many acres are in the state of Texas?
No.
The way I was told,
it's in the billion.
I had tried to figure it out, right? There's enough acreage in Texas to give every person on Earth 1 acre apiece, and there'd still be land left over in Texas. It's not an overcrowding issue. It's a city issue.
I can actually cite it directly. What it is there's enough land in Texas for everyone to have their own acre of land, have the population density of 1950s Paris, France, and still have enough farmland left over to feed the entire population.
Wow, that's crazy. So, like you said, it's not an overcrowding problem. It's just that everybody wants to live in the choice cities or on the coast and don't want to, expand and go outward to the country or whatever.
Yep. Everybody, like China, where is China? The majority of China's population, it's on the coast. There's hardly anyone living inside the continent of China, or the landmass of China. It's usually all on the outskirts of the port cities and all that, because that's where the commerce is.
And you know what, Greta Thunberg, the thing that would help deal with overcrowding, if you were pro-human and not an anti-human pro-Gaia zealot, would be transportation. These cars that burn up fossil fuels would allow people to move out to places like suburbs, the country, and spread out a little bit. Think about that, Greta Thunberg, when you're telling us how we're ruining your childhood by driving a car or whatever.
She's grown through that childhood. She's almost an adult now.
Yeah. He, I think she might be a transed out boy. These elites do like to invert their children, like they do in Hollywood and stuff like that. The boys are girls and the girls are boys. I wouldn't be surprised if Greta Thunberg was like Greta or something like that.
Well, they were saying it earlier, Gunther.
Gunther Thunberg.
Yeah.
And that mom, the shoulders on that mother is just wow. Wow.
Big girl.
Okay.
Big.
So all those numbers about Texas are, highly educated.
The robot and Hank.
About us.
God damn it! Whenever I want to hear what Hank has to say,
We lost you, Hank. They don't like pseudo libertarian mindsets.
Needs more cowbell.
We need gravy and cowbell.
See, the problem is the vast majority of people are functionally retarded. So you could never have a Texas utopia.
It's tough to think on your own. I mean, persecution is a necessary element of truth-telling. It's like Southern Israelite said. Persecution is a necessary thing to tell the truth, but it's not a sufficient, cause to say that, oh, this person is telling the truth necessarily. But a lot of times, if a person is being persecuted for saying something, they're right on the money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess that I have just become completely misanthropic.
Yeah, it rubbed off on me a little bit too. I gotta admit.
Yeah. I don't feel sorry for anybody. I genuinely do not believe that anyone is actually deceived. I think there's this. You know how in the Matrix they say at the end of the Matrix it said everyone will be given a choice, and they won't know they've made the choice. It'll be presented to them somehow, right? And I think I hate using Matrix because that's so blasé, but I think that's how it is people on some intuitive level somewhere, they know everything they believe is a lie. They know it. And they choose to believe it. And they've been invited to believe it. I don't think anyone's deceived.
Well, it's like they believe that somebody else will bear the brunt of the consequences for the lie. That, some people are going to get persecuted for the truth, but it won't affect them. It's just creeping, closer and closer and closer. The fallen angel, alien invasion is coming, the persecution of people that don't want to have certain things in their body. It's just coming closer and closer and closer to tyranny. And more, we're just going to lack the freedom to just say, hey, the emperor has no clothes. Hey, this is bull. Hey, this is a lie. Everybody's just going to fall silent and just march along right toward the edge of the cliff.
It has to happen.
Does it have to happen though? Because I feel like there's a lot of people like waking up because they're choosing to wake up. Because back in the day when it was we're going to vaccinate the children. Oops. Just came out.
Oh boy. What did
I'm
you
not
do?
good at self-censoring, guys.
Well, here's the other thing. We shouldn't be unable to say any word for any reason.
Hey, there's this movie. I can't remember what it was, but it was at least freaking like 2012, and the whole thing was pretty much about what exactly, or it wasn't a movie, it was a TV series. It's pretty much exactly what had just happened within the last 2 years, and they canceled it right before 2019, so they removed the show completely. I don't even know. I can't remember the name of the show, but it's kind of strange. And the whole plan was to what's it called when you make a surface, when you pacify a surface to where it's incapable of housing life on it?
Nuking it?
Sterilization, right? It's like sterilizing a surface so that there's nothing living on it, so nothing can divide on it, right? Like, say your cutting board, you would sterilize your cutting board instead of just putting detergent on it. That kind of a thing. But it's, yeah. The similarities between that show and what's going on, like right now, is like pretty astronomical. And it was even one of these, same kind of a bug too. Same kind of a nasty. So.
All right, we'll try again. Okay. So back in the day when it was, for the children, right? Like nobody cared, right? I remember posting it all over Facebook, and then you would have nurses who actually administered these, and they would be arguing with me in the chat section, right? And I'd be like, how do you know the consequences, and now that it's for everybody, right? Because it used to be just for the children, now it's for everybody. And now that it's for everybody, a lot of people are like, I don't know, what are the long-term consequences? And it's like, wait a minute, how are you just going to flip-flop like that? Like, you were saying that it was perfectly safe and it's perfectly fine, and now all across, we're practicing, on who, right? 5 to 11. So we're practicing to see if it's safe. And I'm betting if it was bad for adults, what is it going to be like for people with smaller bodies? Right? Because they say that it's been administered incorrectly. You're supposed to stick it in, pull back. If you get blood, start over. That's not what they're doing. They're just like jab, push, jab, push. They're not pulling. So it's going to be bad, guys.
And if you talk about it, they could ban you.
Talk about what? I was talking about UFC again. Jab, pull your punches. Push.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they can. They don't like what you say. They just cancel your account.
Yeah, they could lie about you, like say that would they say that Joe Rogan was on horse dewormer or some shit?
That's what he claimed.
Something happened to Joe Rogan?
No.
Oh, okay.
He claimed that he was. Go ahead, Hank.
He claimed that he was taking medicine from his doctor, and then everybody on CNN was saying that it was like horse meds. Like he went to the co-op or whatever and got some medicine from a non-doctor. But he went to his doctor, got something that was prescribed for humans, and then CNN tripled down and said that it was for horses, and it was horse dewormer. Unless you got a different story.
No, I just haven't looked into that guy for years after he went complete bullshit against Flat Earth. I'm like, alright, whatever, dude.
So you say that he went against it. He just stopped talking about it. And then he had Eddie Bravo on 1 out of 10 shows on after that. And what was
more UFC connection and just kind of put it in due to antiquity. I mean, he would admit the other guy from Thailand or whatever. He tried to turn into some sort of roasting. And then he's going to have all these, he had that guy on who supposedly crossed Antarctica on foot for 45 minutes. And all they talked about was how stupid Flat Earth is. If I was like the first dude to do anything ever, what do you think I would use my 45 minutes to talk about? Something other than that?
They got to keep us in check, man. They got to keep the mass propaganda, mind control in play, 100%. They have to attack the flat Earth. It's like Obama.
Hello, my friends. How are you? Is anybody here talking or searching about the truth? Anyone?
We're always talking about the truth in here, partner.
Anyone? Bueller? Anyone?
You didn't hear what I said.
What do you want, bro? You got some truth to offer?
I'm just playing, man. Did you see the Bueller's Days Off?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where the teacher asked all the students, Bueller, anyone? Bueller? Was funny. How are you?
Yeah. Anyone?
Yeah, what's their classic movie?
Bueller.
Actually?
Yes.
Yep. Top 10 for me.
Wait to find the GIF. I think I can find it.
It shows basically that you can get away with lying if you're very good at it.
Oh yeah.
Lying.
Sorry, go ahead.
Boom, boom, boom. Cha-cha. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Boom, boom.
Chicka. Cow.
Just got dang it, just. Madness. Yes. Wait to find it. I think the whole CD is like this. Wait. Oh, yeah. Can I play it? I think from Hello it is. Can I play it here, please?
I don't think so.
10 seconds?
No. I don't think so either. You'd have to ask somebody else. I'm not a mod here.
Okay.
Sorry, man.
Okay.
Because sometimes you can play 2 seconds of a song that's copywritten and the bot will pick it up and be like, well, that's it then. That's it for you.
Dude, on Facebook, all you have to do is just sing some lyrics and you get hit.
Yep.
Will I get banned from here?
No. Here's what'll happen. Here's what we don't want to have happen. The live stream on the YouTube, we don't want that to get flagged for having any copyrighted material played on the live stream.
Oh, for monetizing things?
It's actually just for copyright infringement. Yeah, because his channel isn't even monetized, but they're still going to give him a bunch of strikes for, whatever they can.
I saw here Ferry Bueller's Days Off cast reunited. Wait, can I send it here?
Cool.
Can I send it in text here?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, wait. So everybody can see it. God damn it, they're all very cool. With the channel ET Canada, I think. And he gathers all the actors. I think he gathered also the actors of the Lord of the Ring.
Yeah, okay, got it.
Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, man.
Are they...
Man? Anything?
Go ahead.
No, tell.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I was going to ask if the whole cast is still alive.
From who? Lord of the Rings?
Ferris Bueller.
I think it's...
Most of them, anyway, yeah.
1 year old. The video is 1 year old.
Right. Man, Matthew Broderick's getting old. Holy shit, that dude from The top right, is he from the Kids in the Hall? I'm not sure.
Maybe. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. It's 10:30 at midnight here. Let's see.
What?
It's in Greece, 10:30 night.
Oh, okay. Got it.
You know what? Last time I go to another chat and I don't feel comfortable. I don't know why. I go to another chat here. There are many people inside, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel comfortable here. Maybe we don't chat too much. Maybe I chat every day with different person, but it's cool, man. You're great. Thanks for your company.
Hey, man. Back at you. Likewise. Thank you.
Did we talk again?
I mean, honestly, this is... What's that?
Did we talk again?
Again?
No. Is this the third time I'm talking to you or not?
Oh, Siler, I've talked to you a couple times.
Okay. I didn't see the label here, so I don't know who you are, but...
Okay. Oh, this is Glatflobe.
Oh, with a black circle?
Yep, black circle, right.
Okay, yes, I remember you. Because I don't see the tags all the time. I talk, but I don't see what's lights up. Okay.
No problem. And a lot of us dudes in America and Canada have similar sounding voices.
Yes, exactly. My English sucks, so you can understand me very well who I am.
You're doing fine. No, I mean, trust me, dude, I've heard some... I've had to, like, at work and stuff, try to get through conversations with people that don't speak any English. I don't know how they got here, how they have a job here. So, you're fine.
Just trying. It's all about from movies and Joe Rogan podcast, listening, reading some books, listening some audiobooks, talking with some friends. Okay. Just to have a normal conversation or typical things. Okay. Not too exclusive, but just small talks, something like that.
Yeah. Well, that's the best thing that goes on here. I mean, other than when we get somebody genuinely interested in the topic and they're intellectually honest, it's good to just come hang out with friends, man. That's like, especially now, you know, I think life would be so much worse if we weren't able to, you know, tune in and turn on like this together.
And I think if you talk, even if you don't be so good, I think you will get better in the long time because you understand how other people are talking. Your tongue will flow easier. Some words doesn't stuck together. You will change it again. Even if you can't talk very good, you will get better every day or every month, let's say.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Listen, I have to go to the bath because I did gymnastic. And after 10 minutes, I will be available again. So we talk in 10 minutes.
Sounds good, Siler.
See you a little while. I'll close in the computer. I will connect with my mobile. Okay, see you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Cool.
See you later, dude.
Did he say something about learning English from listening to the Joe Rogan podcast? I was thinking that
I wasn't going to say anything, but
it's craziest way to ever learn English.
Hey, you know what though? That's fine because I don't know. I guess anywhere is a good place.
That's a good place to learn English.
Take Joe very seriously.
No, that's a good place to learn English because so many different people come through there, so many different walks of life, and they have like 3-hour, sessions where he can like pick up on their style of talking and their language and how they use the words. See, man, I don't hate Joe Rogan. I mean, I recognize him for what he is, right? He's someone who probably sold out, right? And that's why he's got the big bucks, because at one point somewhere in his life, he must have sold out. He was talking about the moon landing, and then Neil deGrasse Tyson came on, and Joe kind of got punked after that.
Well,
So
Tyson said, "Think about your family." Right there. Yeah, I've heard it. Like, you play it back. He's like, "You better think about your family here."
Really?
I could see being intimidated. I mean, the federal government is ever-reaching. So it's like, it's like that meme where it's like every year the FBI, does some sort of Twitter post for Martin Luther King Day, when they tried to get him killed themselves. It's like the complete switch, a rewrite of history that somehow, questioning what the federal government does is some sort of terrorist act against them.
Yeah, but wasn't Martin Luther King a CIA plant in a false operation? The blood was too thick, and it was not liquid. It was more like a waxy type substance.
I'm not sure. We talk about like after he got shot?
No, I'm saying it was a psyop. Martin Luther King Jr. never died. Neither did Tupac. These are all false flag operations to cause a rising in the black population, because they want to they've been trying to create a black messiah figure so they can kill the messiah figure, so they can cause the helter-skelter, the ethnos against ethnos. Tupac Amaru Shakur, right? Tupac means shining serpent, and Amaru means winged serpent or plumed serpent.
Does the word Messiah have anything to do with snake?
No. But they all, even today, people still look to Tupac and say, "Oh, never forget what this great man had done." Dude, that man was a CIA plant. In fact, Tupac actually died before Machiavelli, before he came out with the Columinati and the Machiavelli records. He no longer produced it under Tupac.
Yeah, Machiavelli.
There's a YouTube channel called The Industry Hoax Exposed or something like that.
Yeah, I think I'm subscribed.
Hey, when you guys send it to me?
Yeah, I'm looking for it right now.
So let me go back to Joe Rogan. So the thing about Joe Rogan is, yes, he turned coat in front of everybody. Everybody saw it. But then what did he do? He gets like a flat earth guy to come on there and organize a debate for Neil deGrasse Tyson and one of our premier flat earthers, right? It never happened, but a lot of people saw that our flat earth guy was ready, right? And for some reason, Neil deGrasse Tyson wouldn't come through. Isn't that what everybody saw? Does anybody disagree?
Yeah, and Tyson explains it that he would lose the debate because charisma wins debates, not science.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
No, it does. Charisma wins debates instead of evidence and science. Yeah, it's the way somebody argues that will win them the argument, not the actual topic itself.
So yeah, Tyson did a whole reason why he backed out. He said he doesn't do well in front of a live audience going back and forth. He wants to write out his thoughts and ideas. He sometimes speaks faster than he thinks faster than he speaks, so it comes out wrong. A lot of this stuff, he kind of did this weird apology about why and then after that he seemed to have left Flat Earth alone and said some really, did some kind of hint and a nod, like that stuff is flat, what's gravity? I don't know.
Well, isn't that all he can do after that? Is just leave Flat Earth alone? I mean, what else can he do other than that? other than just
he
leave
really
it alone.
can't. But I'm saying some of these, like hardcore anti-flat Earth people, they'll get their ass trounced, and they did no shame. They'll come right back the next day saying exactly the same bullshit.
So wait a minute, you're telling me all the debates that I've won, I don't know how many that is. It's up to the audience, right? All the debates I've won, it's not because my arguments were clean, it's not because the truth is on my side, but it's because my charisma?
No, I'm saying that if the fire inside you is burning brighter than the fire outside, all you can do is win. What can happen, though, if somebody has a lot of charisma and someone's just a complete numpty, but they might not have it, the audience kind of goes with the show. They don't really, even if the topic is somewhat hard to understand. It's kind of like that idea where...
Hank, it's because you have a sexy voice, Hank. That's it. People don't hear the arguments. They just hear your voice, and if it's sexy, you win. Charisma.
I don't know, man. I don't believe that for a second, bro. Because, I don't really see myself as someone who has a great deal of charisma.
Yeah, it seems to me like the audience too. Like, if the audience honestly thinks that someone is, on the right side of the debate, and someone else is on the wrong side of the debate, when the opposite is true, just because of their charisma, I say fuck them. Like, let them be stupid.
Well, yeah, I see what you're saying. So I'm not really advocating for what Tyson said. I'm just kind of saying why he thinks that and why he didn't want to debate. And then later on, seemed to have dialed back, like dropping microphones on Comedy Central and whatnot.
I don't know. What? Somebody define charisma for me, because maybe I don't understand the word.
Force of personality?
Say it again?
Like force of personality?
Do I have
the charisma is your ability to move and sway people by your words and presence.
Yeah, so in other words, nothing to do with facts.
That is correct. So like Hitler had a great charisma, right? Jesus, all leaders do.
So it's like swagger in a way.
Yeah, you
It's
can
like
go with
swagger.
that. Yeah. If you got a lot of swag.
I just don't see myself possessing a lot of that. I don't know why.
Yeah, swagger, are you kidding me? You're so articulate and intelligent.
Well, I appreciate your kind words, but I just always thought that if I won a debate, right, it wasn't about me winning. It was about the information getting out there and the audience deciding, like, who won. And I'm just trying to offer them a choice, right? You can choose, right, which information you want to listen to. If you don't want to listen to my information, fine. Like, I don't care if you don't think that I won the debate. It doesn't affect me at all. But the whole reason for coming out onto the circuit and debating was to give people that freedom of choice. And now you're saying it has to do with...
Well, how about this? How about if you reframe it this way? Say you've got all the facts, the science, everything on your side. But people just look at you and they hate the sound of your voice. They just hate the way you're presenting. You sound condescending.
Like Ben Stein debating Eric Dubay. Like, it would just be really one-sided, right?
Yeah. Who are they going to think about? They're going to side with the person that they like and they identify with, or will they side with the person who seems to be talking down to them?
I don't like your tone of voice. My thoughts about your tone of voice make me think you're wrong. I think you're wrong because your tone of voice hurts my feelings.
Yeah, it's true, right? You see it all the time. It's like you have people more concerned with tone than content.
If they like you, they're going to listen to you, basically. If they don't like you, they're just going to turn the switch off in their mind.
You do have charisma, Hank.
Yeah, Hank, you do. It's also kind of like a leadership ability, too.
Hank, buddy.
I'll put it to you this way. I never tried to use that in a debate. I was only trying to get like the words out in the best like sentence structuring possible to make sense to the widest available crowd possible. So I guess I was more worried about my words than my charisma or whatever.
Basically, there's a Megan Fox in the movies, and there's Hank on 24 Discord.
Hank, you're a very, very charismatic man. In fact, you don't get interrupted too often, in my opinion, because people just listen to you. They take you seriously because of the way you speak. So, at least that in my experience.
Okay, we got to quit doing this. My head's, blowing up.
But that also allows him to sell ice to Eskimos too, though, so he can take advantage of it. So.
Well, listen, you're a really good person, but you need to take a fucking shower, okay?
I took one yesterday. I washed my hands today.
Super. If I need it or not.
Yeah, I used to be one of those people that showered every day before work. And then I listened to a George Carlin stand up, and he was like, "You don't got to shower every day. You just got to wash the 3 places: your mouth, your armpits, and your crotch every day."
Yep.
I was
if
like,
you can do that, you don't need to waste. Yeah. Oh, Carlin, listen, if you listen to Carlin's entire catalog, you've got enough common sense and street smarts to go about your life at that point.
I just thought Carlin was being funny about like the NASA and stuff, NASSholes and stuff. But I didn't realize that he was talking truth until after he died.
Yeah, his last stand-up was so good. Talking a whole bunch of shite about Bush's mama. Dang.
Yeah, who's the guy who said like, "Oh, making fun of Stevie Wonder, ha ha ha, motherfucker"? They came up there.
Bush waved at Stevie Wonder.
Oh,
Stevie's been blind since birth.
Eddie Murphy.
Okay.
I think that was a Cat Williams thing. Bush waved at Stevie Wonder. Stevie's been blind since birth. Was it Cat Williams? That motherfucker think I'm looking at. No, that wasn't Cat Williams. That was Robin Williams. Does that motherfucker think I'm looking for him? Who's he waving at? He ain't waving at me.
I love that.
Yeah, Robin Williams is great, bro.
So when Helio gets on, he starts drinking too much, starts blabbing, his charisma goes down. Right? Alright?
Is that a fact?
Even if he has flat earth facts.
That makes sense. And why does it make your charisma go down?
think it's just that tone, that just slur of speech and the tone that's just babbling. Just nobody likes that. You want to be on your game, on your point, and articulate and present, the best.
Yeah, that's why I don't debate when I'm tired. I remember one time I was debating all night, and then the sun came up, and then Atheist Rex came in there, and they took over shift, but I was still going. And Atheist Rex was a super, super gross guy. I mean, just so disgusting the way that he treated people. And he thought he was going to get me because I was tired. But yeah, I think I still did pretty good. But I try not to debate when I'm tired, because
so you can do the God debate, hey?
What's that?
You do the God debate?
Yeah, I can debate God. Yeah, whether he exists or not. Or I often find myself just trying to preach to Christians that they're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments because they don't know. It's like, really? You didn't know? You didn't know? It's like, you sure you didn't know that? Yeah, I've had some debates with a preacher's son that you're supposed to follow the Ten Commandments. He's like, no, that's nailed to the cross. So I'm like, oh, you can just sin and do whatever you're supposed to do? Anyway, we're going to leave that alone. That's one of them subjects. But yeah, I debate mostly in evolution, creationism, and I'm not too good at that one anymore because I haven't done it in a while. And obviously flat earth and political stuff, geopolitical stuff. I'll be back.
So how does gas congeal in a vacuum? I mean, like, what do the Globers say? Like, how does Jupiter form in a vacuum gas giant? Because if I turn on my 5th grade science experiment vacuum, it just sucks all the air out. So how did that air ever even get there? Was it sucked out by the vacuum of space to begin with?
Was that hot micing?
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
It's not okay to say that the Earth is flat. This is some sort of strange denial. I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time.
Just Photoshop cartoons, they're all just CGI. No photographic proof of a code, no, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball? There ain't no photograph CGI. No photographic proof of a photo, none at all. Why the hell can no one take a photo of this ball?
Anyone here?
Hello?
What up?
Hello.
What up?
What's going on? Everybody having a flat-tastic Wednesday?
Damn, it's Wednesday.
It is. Any word on any supposed curvature today?
No.
Bank's still out on that one, right?
It's so curved.
So I got banned on Facebook.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'll say it's so curved, it's flat. You can tell it's flat. You can tell it's curved by how flat
it is. Exactly. For some odd reason, it curves because it's so flat. So I got banned on Facebook today for 7 days for just speaking on flat Earth. They said I was bullying.
What they do is like a lot of those atheist groups, they're fake. They're not real flat Earth groups or run. They wait for anyone to post anything legitimately flat Earth, and then mass report it. They got this, these groups that just wait, and then they'll post things to kind of get a conversation going, and then as soon as someone responds with, "Wait a minute here, are you, like blah blah blah, right? Like that's not right. That's, that's not what Flat Earthers say." And all of a sudden, boom, mass report, and then they think they win. That they think that's winning the debate in their mind.
Exactly.
They got your account for 7 days.
And I had like 30 different Globers on it. There was 3 Flat Earthers who liked it, and then 30 Globers like that were sitting the laughing emoji or whatever, and they're like, "We're not." It said, "Look at all these people like laughing at you and stuff." And all I did is I commented. It was a meme. It said, "UN Elon could single-handedly end world hunger," and then it said, "Elon bet simply publish your plans and I'll pay for it right now." And then UN is some like SpongeBob meme face where he just kind of looks starstruck, like he'll actually do it. And all I said is, the Earth is flat. Elon makes too much money off people's delusion that space is a physical place you can go to, and their belief in the fake moon landings. He doesn't care about hunger. Laugh out loud. And then, it went from there. I just was attacked left and right by Globers out the wazoo, and I'm just trying to reply before I freaking go to work. And, eventually it came down to it. I got kicked off for responding to this one guy that said I was bullying.
Mint Monkey. Where's that mug at? If Mint Monkey comes in and goes out again, I'm banning his ass.
That's funny. The ISS is leaking again. It keeps leaking. They just brought up a new toilet, and it's leaking again.
Put your diaper on, get in the back, and be quiet. Get the hell down, cat. Who's in the damn gym? What is that? A single cylinder press going bam, 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 bam. AM radio.
So the thing about it is the literal anger that comes out of people, like when you even try to casually have this conversation. Like, I'm just so glad that this server exists, because it's the only place to really come sometimes at the end of the day. Most of my days, other than my fiance, but just talk to other like-minded individuals who just know the truth, live in the truth, because most people don't live in the truth. And even speaking the truth, it gets you banned, obviously. There's no curvature. You can't show me curvature. You can't tell me I'm on a heliocentric model. This is obvious common sense shit. It's always, you just don't understand the science. And then you're called a zealot, but they're the zealots. The projection's on another level. Dang, I hope I didn't kill the server. Got real quiet.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Cedric on the flat Earth. Over. Is it still flat?
Cheerio, good George. How are you?
Yeah, Jim. Well, doing fine. How about you?
Doing pretty good over here.
It's military. You military?
Yeah, I used to be.
I think the military can be trained to kick down doors and take people out of their homes, like they did back in Hitler times.
No, I was turn wrenches and make a helicopter fly in the air so it could go boom off in the distance.
But listen, I'll answer your question. Urban combat training was given in Iraq. What? We actually train other forces how to do that. Yeah, we can be trained to do that. The police work with Blackwater, though.
Yeah.
Blackwater's not just full of the people who didn't make it. I don't know that shit, but it's full of veterans. A lot of veterans go into private security, especially if they were special skills operators. Pay is good.
Yeah. If you worked on Apaches and then you jumped into Dynacorp, you could have got a job for being overseas in Iraq or Afghanistan or Romania or such. I got a job offer for Iraq, and it was 3 months at work, 1 month at home, so that's quarter of the year I'd be at home, and I'd be making like $11,000 a day. Or not a day, excuse me, a month. 11,000 a month.
Yep.
A 1 month.
Yep.
But I decided I wanted to be at home, Fort Couch, enjoying my family.
Range for that your superior officer told you to kick down the door and take these people out, you wouldn't do it?
I actually had a problem following orders. That's why I was kicked out of MARSOC.
Nobody can tell Battlemon what to do. We know that much.
That's why I ended my career in the garage.
That's like trying to push. That's like trying to push a rope.
Yeah. Yeah. It don't work. I think for myself. I'm not going to be told to do shit that's inhumane and follow orders. You can go fuck yourself. If you threaten my life, I'll let you know whether you're capable of taking it or not. If I don't think you're qualified for that job, I'll fucking let you know quick as fuck.
Look, the flat Earth is a cult. We're gonna brainwash you to think for yourself.
Mm-hmm. Put the My Little Ponies up. My daughter be kicking your ass, Miguel. Why are all my ponies on the table, Dad? She'd be mad right now. I had them in a box, organized in the closet.
Telling you guys, we should have let the Globers use their fallacies. Otherwise, we don't get any Globers.
That's a fallacy. Ha, 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 ha. We'd have Phil, huh? Bob the science guy. He'd be all fallaciously wielding his sword up in here.
We'd be talking flat Earth 24/7, though.
I wouldn't even unsheath it. I just beat him with Newton's flaming sword while it was in the case. Who's hip? Who can tell me what Newton's flaming sword is?
I don't know this one. I don't know what you're talking about.
That which cannot be cured or proven by experiment is not worthy of debate. Settled. That which cannot be settled by experimentation is not worthy of debate.
I've heard that before. Didn't know what it was called.
Yeah, it's a laser sword, man. You can't prove it if you can't demonstrate it. Why debate it? And that's what flat earthers been. We've been agreeing with Newton this entire time.
Well, and if it's true about him not really wanting to be credited with the gravity thing, then really that's even more true. Like with that, yeah, we have been in agreement with him the whole time. Because as far as I know, like his laws of motion and shit like that, we don't argue with any of those.
If you post in the middle of my next post in my picture, I'm just going to erase your message. Sorry. I want these two together so people know what it is. All right, Jim, thanks. Jimmy, thank you.
Most graciously welcome.
Yo, Mike, what day is it? Yo, someday. Yo, someday. The livestock's the only one humping on the farm, but not the bull. That bull, he don't get none. We got a contraption for that, and then we sell it off. You city people wonder why the bull's always so mad. He'll always smell it, but he'll never get it his entire life.
City people don't wonder things like that. Don't even think about the bull.
Well, they will if they accidentally trespass in the bull's runway. Why is he so mad? You are part of mankind. You're the reason he doesn't get laid. And you stepped off in the wrong fucking area. Don't go out there when the heifers are in heat, damn it. He's a motherfucker. You just drop his food and get the hell on. It shit's in the air. It might get mounted.
Any good flat smacking happened today?
Hell no.
No.
Hey, I went to a few servers last night. Do not go to the feminist flat earth server. It's a trap. It's a setup.
A feminist flat earth server?
It's really homosexuals, bro. Do not go there. Oh, I was looking for a place to do a review on it, where people could read the review. Oh, if you're a homosexual, you might like this place. If you're not, you won't. I swear, the places I go looking to promote this server. OMG. Can't unsee some shit.
So do they actually talk about flat earth there?
I don't know. I was looking around and I said, oh snap, and I got the fuck on quick. I didn't look back. Oops. Tripped and fell in a mud hole. Get the hell out of here. Hell, there was a couple of them. When you do the flat earth search on Discord, you know what Discord is?
Is it another one of those? There's a few of them out there, like a search engine basically for finding Discord servers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For public ones.
Right. I think there's a couple of them at least out there.
Yep. So, this one right here, Lou, do not go there.
Oh, I didn't need a link if I'm not going to go.
That's not a link. You can click it all day long and it ain't going to send you nowhere. I'm smarter than the link. That's a screenshot.
Who's this? Croesus? I don't see any roles.
You tell me.
I don't know. Check him in here.
47777. What's up?
What's up?
Chicken's ass when it's eaten. What's up with you?
So what do you think about... Okay, never mind, he's gone.
How was that, man? How was that feminist server, Mike?
He said it's all gay dudes.
One minute. Let me finish my comment here that goes under that. I told you last night, funny guy.
Did you? Oh, I forgot, man. I thought
funny guy. I got in there. I was talking to you guys. I said, "Ooh, it's got an NSW." You don't remember? Right. And then I said,
"That I remember."
Shit. I said, "Oh shit, I'm out of here." And you all was like, "What? What?" I was like, "Hold on, let me click."
Okay. Right.
It's a cesspool. It's Sodom and Gomorrah. Do not go.
Do not go.
Do not click on the NSFW.
To discuss feminist and gender studies. What's the point of the flat Earth thing? Is this just it started off as a flat Earth server and they like just kind of like veered off topic and never came back to it, or what?
I mean, you can go investigate and then let us know, Lou. Just let us know how that went, bro.
I'd like to know how this came to be. Somebody explain it to me.
Well, if you search my comments, I think I did share a link in here. Ricky said you can do the science. You can Darwin that shit. I swear that's got to be the funniest shit I ever heard. I know I'm not gay. I did the science. My mind just went all. Blah, 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 blah. That's an algebraic formalization that I'm not capable of making. You did the science, huh? Moving on. That Omegle bladder schooling, there's a few of our members there.
Omegle flat Earth schooling. So what was this?
I went to one. Yeah, I went to one. It was an anti-flat Earth server. The first dude I seen there was Big Chungus bitching about all of us. All the trolls that we ban are there on the anti-flat Earth server. I had to laugh my ass off. I was like, yeah, that's funny.
Nah, the circle of people like on both sides, like the people who discuss flat Earth versus globe Earth, we all pretty much know each other after not too long. They're just spread out in all kinds of different places.
Yep.
Yeah, Reckonor sent me an invite yesterday, I think it was, to Earth Awakenings.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Whatever. I don't know exactly what the main goal of that one is, but I see all the common faces. Like I know pretty much everybody's in there.
Yeah, that's Geo's server.
That is his server.
Yep. Correct. That's why, like, everyone in there is also in here.
You won't see Michael in there.
I hear that fucking Bic. Here's mine.
I think that 2 million motherfucking messages I got from that snobby Mr. fucking self-centered narcissistic motherfucker is enough.
Those are not traits you normally attach to hippies either, and he's quite the hippie.
He is.
He said peace and love in the damn voice chat, but every fucking day that motherfucker sent me 100 DMs that were like prideful bullshit. I don't think, I don't want. I said you shouldn't be doing that. Like, listen here, bitch, you're not my boss. You came after me. Move the fuck out my way. Move, bitch. Get out the way.
No, I don't know. I never had a problem with Gio, but
can't stand him.
You know,
he's a druggie. Got pre-latent homosexual tendencies. It's freaking annoying. My ex-wife didn't nag as much. My ex-wife didn't nag as much as that dude.
I'd heard enough though about the magnetic mountain in the north after a few times. Otherwise, I've no grief with him.
Astro projection to the north and seeing lizard people. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a good image for flat Earth. Yeah, this shit doesn't like to stay lit.
Same here, man.
It's not cured good enough.
Yeah. It's too moist.
Still smokable though.
For me, it's the consistency of this herb. It's pretty dry actually, but it's going out. Keeps on going out. Which is better than not going out, you know. At least it's not burning. You know, rice paper. I like it.
Yeah, I got them elements.
Yep, I love elements. I just bought got these zigzags because they didn't have elements at that store, but it's still rice paper, ultra thin. So.
Like the classic Randy's. It's nice having that wire in there. Randy's papers, where they got the little wire in there, so you just hold it. It's like a built-in roach flip, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, I bust them out when we're working, man. My nephew was like, "Oh, this is pimp. Where'd you get this?"
Yeah, that's what I use.
He said. But just before that, he said, "Can I keep the roaches today, Uncle Mike?" And you can smoke until it's gone with some fucking wires. I was like, "Yeah, well, if there is a roach, make sure you get the wire out of it."
I roll mine Dutch, so it's like I never have to worry about that. You know, I got a little cardboard filter or whatever the fuck you call that. You know.
Yeah, but then you're worried that you want to stop early before you start burning cardboard.
No, I mean, actually, you can smoke right up to the cardboard and you'll never actually burn it. It's a myth. It is a myth. Unless you're fucking, like, I don't know, man, you got some serious, like, puffing power and like, the cherry. Yeah, it's about, like, how big that cherry is. If that cherry is large...
Turn it into a smokestack and just really roach that thing down.
Yeah, it'll just burn your lips. By the time you get there, you just won't even, like, you won't be able to puff it. Like, it's just, whoa, what the fuck, this is way too hot, you know? And there's another, if it's rolled perfectly, like the one I got in my hand right now, it's a perfect roll. Sometimes I can pull the filter back because I don't, like, I leave about a little under a quarter of an inch sticking out. That's like the paper is above that, right? So a quarter inch of the cardboard is exposed. So I can actually grab it and pull it out some more. Here, I'll take a picture of this roll. It's a tight roll, so...
I get what you're saying. It's all right.
All right, well...
Right.
Here's worth... How many words? 1,000?
You know... But I've done that also, too, is even put the little cardboard filter in there and have the wire. Now what?
Well, how about them apples? I have roaches made out of quartz glass that I made myself. Conical.
Okay, well, I don't have that.
I can use it. I can make you some, man, and send it to you or something. Quartz, motherfucker. It's anything made out of quartz glass is expensive, just because of the amount of heat you got to put into it. You know.
Yep. To work it.
Yep. It's ridiculous. It's stiff as fuck too. It does not flow, and it doesn't like you, and it's badass shit. Alright, picture took. See, live stream voice text. Yeah.
Freaking kid at work last week came in with a little bag of some shit from fucking dispensary stuff from California and a freaking pipe that looked like it's been used once. And he was like, "I've got a friend that says he can't have this anymore," and so he gave it to him, and he gave it to me. I was like, "Okay, yeah, I'll take that." Add to the collection.
Hell yeah. Glass collection.
Honestly, it's cool looking piece, but doesn't hit that great. I think the carb hole should be bigger.
That's how I always roll. Blunt or joint or whatever. It's going to be like the Dutch style where you do have a cardboard filter, not, you know, American where you got weed running all the way through. You're just spitting out fucking nuggets the whole time. It's like, what the fuck is this, man? I want to enjoy my smoke, not spit it out.
I like my steamroller and my bubbler.
Yeah, I got a pretty cool little Sherlock style bubbler too. Glass piece. Kind of nice to bust out. Thing that sucks about those things is trying to tap out the bowl. You can't fucking you can't do it. You gotta I
carved a bunch.
You gotta scoop it out, or you gotta change the water every time.
I do have some stone. I have a stone pipe. Finally, I'm made out of limestone.
Problem is, the crackheads started using steamrollers, and they call them glass dicks now.
What?
Yeah, my son's friends come out here. I bust out the big steamroller. They like, "Oh, we don't want to smoke no crack, Mike." I was like, "Motherfucker, this is a
bust out the light bulb. I got a light bulb.
I don't think you do crack from a steamroller. I think that's the wrong piece.
I wouldn't know.
I don't actually know, man.
I was just defending myself from the allegations.
I thought they usually use just a little like straight piece, like that's like those glass roses that they sell at the freaking Indian gas station.
I don't know. The kids told me that looked like a big glass dick. I was like, whatever.
Fuck you.
Don't smoke my weed then, punk. That's what I told him. Don't smoke my weed then, punk. Get your ass out my garage. Touch a tool. I dare you. I'm wanting to beat you up now.
My neighbor across, older woman, she was like 55 or older. And yeah, smoking up, dabbing, she busts out a fucking dick-shaped bong. Like, you know, you smoke out of the head. And it's like, she's like, "Oh, sorry about that." Like, whatever, I don't give a fuck. You know, whatever. Smoke your fucking dick bong. Sure.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like, oh, whatever, I don't care.
Oh, she was hoping you'd say, "Hey, you don't need that one. We got a real one right here."
Dude, yeah, trust me. Yeah, we hashed that one out already. I was like, look.
She was hitting on you.
Oh, bro, no, it was like to the point where like I was like, "Hey, look, I don't spirit. I had to come up with a decent excuse. Right? I was like, hey, look, I'm not like that anymore. It's spiritually, I only want to be with one woman for the rest of my life, right? Just, and have children with her or whatnot. It's like, oh, but anytime you change your mind, it's like, okay, woman, sure. She was pretty hot, actually. She's a hot blonde, man. She had abs, and she was like 55.
That's funny too. When I'm confused, I forget their name. I just say woman. All right, woman.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like
my dad used to always say that. It's much better than slinging, curse names around.
Them older women, man, they come straight forward. They're like, yeah, you want to fuck? Like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pass. No, thank you. So it's like, okay, how do I say this nicely now? Because she lives across.
No, but I could use a good.
I don't think it's all older women. I don't know if that's a real stereotype.
For me, man, it's been always like that. They're so straight, forward with me. Like they're so just boom. Hey,
I could use the good lasagna though.
Yeah, just straight up, and I'm like, I wish if you were younger and more attractive. But you're not. It was like, fuck. It's interesting.
If you ask Dr. Roof, it doesn't matter. Age is a concept sexually. Ask Dr. Roof.
Yeah. Whatever. The age, yeah. Serious thing.
I mean, yeah, once people are adults, I guess, whatever, but it still matters. Age still matters.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, it's like, I would like to have children. Still, so it's like, age fucking matters. 100%. It's like, if I have a choice between let's go my age, a 30-year-old, and we'll go minus 10, or a 20-year-old. It's like the choice, quite obvious. For what purpose, right? It's like, yeah, for greater potential for family growth. It's like, no fucking shit. Like, yeah. So it does.
You ever heard Dr. Roof's radio show? Sex Talk?
No.
Sex Tips for Millennials?
Nope.
That dude, that lady's like 102. Like, what the fuck does she know about sex?
Right, man? She's so fucking old.
I'd say a lot after 102. Fuck.
Okay. What does she know?
I
mean,
this ain't her first rodeo with the penis. You know what I'm saying?
100 years fucking with that shit. You're right. You're right.
She's been dried up for fucking 40 years.
You gotta have more than 4 seconds on the bull, though, man. That makes her an experienced rider. Sexually Speaking with Dr. Ruth. Winst Hensenmeyer. Oh, it's Westermer, something like that. That lady been a millionaire on sex books and sex talk and shit. She was on public TV when I was a kid telling me where the G-spot was. I was like, Dad,
Dad, why is that 90-year-old friggin' telling me this shit?
I said, what is this? My dad said, just watch it, son. Just watch it. That woman knows what she's talking about. I was like, all right, Dad. My mom come out there. What? My mom said, what the hell are you watching? Turn this shit. My dad said, go in the barn then and get on your dad's TV. Mom don't like Dr. Ruth. My dad said, oh, yeah, I forgot to tell you that. Yeah, sure. You set me up, you bat. Batman. Used to call him the Batman. But he wasn't really fat. He was just tall and wide, you know. To me, as a young kid,
it don't work out, man. Above 40,
anyone bigger than me was fat.
Lacks muscle, you know. You get that belly, you know, because you're just not working out. So most of us lacks muscle, not really a belly, but yeah, above 50, I guess, yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah, fuck. My dad was almost as wide as he was tall. He was just big. Fucking Dr. Roof wrote a fucking library on sex. Damn, how many books this bitch got?
Actually, I'm curious. How old is she really? Because I don't. Even though I was exaggerating a little just to try to be funny, I don't. I think it might be pretty close now that I'm thinking about it.
80 something, yeah.
She looked 80 20 years ago. So I don't know. How old is she?
A hundo.
I don't know. Born June 4th, 1928. She's 93 years old. She was born June 4th, 1928.
Damn.
Okay.
How many books did Roof write? I'm Googling this shit. She's off for 34, huh? Was Dr. Roof really a sniper? Gee, they just say everybody was a sniper.
I never. Is that a common Google question? Is that what it says?
She was a sniper. Only a few years later, at age 17, Dr. Roof went to Israel and became a member of the Haganah, a Jewish paramilitary group.
Interesting. Well, special forces.
Fighting for the country's independence and training as a sniper.
Huh.
She said she never killed anybody, though.
Sex expert?
I'm the reverse of that. I was a sharpshooter, never a sniper. I can't say I've never taken a man's life. Nice to meet you, Ruth. Heavenly Sex, that's one of her books. I've read a couple of these. I'm not gonna lie. Dr. Ruth was my sexologist.
He is still alive, though, huh?
Hey, at 13 years old, some old lady starts telling you how to find the G-spot, and you'll never forget her in a lifetime. I'm not bullshitting. I was in the desert one day. I woke up and just thought, I wonder what Dr. Roof's doing right now.
Yeah, I want to find out how her health is doing. See if I need to add her to the ghoul pool this year.
See if she wants to be a flat earther. Send her an invite.
There's a radio show around here in the afternoons where they've been for a few years now. They've been doing the ghoul pool where they each take their picks. Like, I don't know, they get like 5 or 10, I think 10 people that they pick, and they're basically whoever gets the most right the next Halloween, the next year, as far as like who died during the course of the year, like they won the ghoul pool. So you're basically betting on people's deaths. Kind of fucked up. But when celebrities get to a certain age, you got to start thinking of them for the pool.
Ha 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 ha.
Mic check.
Take
please.
a look, Lou. I'm not going to leave it up too long. Mike's just fine.
Thank you, sir. Was signed in the whole time.
Hank, what do you know about Dr. Ruth?
You really want to keep the Dr. Ruth conversation?
I mean, she's so disgusting. The things that she says online, on air,
You
it's so disgusting.
You got to stick it in and curl it back like you're saying, come here, come hither, and then you will find the G-spot. You must know where this is if you want to be successful at sex with your wife. I think she's the real king of the hill.
Man, all I gotta say is, if I had a choice between Kama Sutra and Dr. Ruth, I'd be reading the Kama Sutra.
The Kama Sutra ain't got shit on Roof.
I don't know about all that.
You know, if you ask me, I think
too many dudes for this conversation. I don't know.
I think Dr. Ruth would come up in your room and give you commentary and instructions during. Would the Kama Sutra help you like that? Here, let me put the little lube on it for you, Hank. It seems you're having problems.
Apply the KY jelly.
Could you imagine her and Arnold Schwarzenegger having a conversation over this?
You have to ram it in.
Give me the rubber.
I'm not talking about this with you. You're like 90.
Get to the rubber. Where's the lube? What do I do, Roof? Quick!
All the sexual advice you ever need as a man comes from Jim Carrey. And he said, you got to rub it up and flip it down, too. That's all you need to know.
You got to lick it before you stick it. You got to rub it, get it wet before you hit it. Booty call.
Okay, this is my advice for all the young men out there. Females are a lot like modern day controllers. They got a lot of buttons. You just got to know what order to press the button in to get the combo. You got to pay attention because they're trying to tell you what buttons to press, and they're not always physical buttons. So you have to think outside the box. Women are very intuitive. So if they lead you and they give you bait and you didn't see it, and it could be something super subtle, so subtle you wouldn't even think, but if
A
you
touch
miss it,
on the shoulder, a brush as you walk by,
the way that they point their feet,
wink,
are they crossing their arms to hide their breasts? Are they pushing their elbows to accentuate their breasts? Those are two big ones right there. Primping is a big one.
I ain't never missed that in my life, Hank. My dad taught me that young. If you come home and it seems that all you can see is breast, boy, your woman wants sex. Don't hold her up. There's a reason that's all you see. My dad was a pervert, so, you know, he was always giving instruction. I was like, Dad, I kind of like Dr. Roos more than you. Be quiet, old man. You call a butt a turd cutter, I ain't hearing it.
So I never did listen to Dr. Ruth or that other guy on the radio, Howard Stern.
Yeah, Howard is funny, but I would definitely not take any advice from Howard. He's funny, motherfucker, though. I kind of think it's Sternberg, though, don't you? Stern. It's just too plain of a name for that motherfucker with that curly Jewish hair. That big ass nose.
Fucking nose, man. That nose. Yeah, for sure. I agree, Mike.
We're gonna share something with you guys. You want to see some curly Jewish looking fucking hair?
That's Sternberg green and shit.
No, dude. I went digging through some like old SD cards, like out of old phones and shit, and I found like the last time I grew my hair out, and I got really curly hair. Like, and then it actually, I dreadlocked it, but then it was just starting to be good dreads, and then it came summer, and working construction, like I had way too much sawdust and shit getting in there, so I just had to shave it off again. But
he said, I twist up the fro, let it lock and grow.
Yeah.
Quick to go to gunplay about that flow. Boy, you don't know.
There's a lunatic with hair, with long hair.
Hair, man.
Lou, bro. You are Irish, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not showing any of my young photos, damn it. My mom, I got my mom's photo album box, and I got every class photo ever. My brothers and sisters like, how do you still remember your friends? I'm like, fuck, I look through that photo box once a year, except for 12 years of my life. I remember the kids in kindergarten, but that's because I look at my kindergarten class photo all the time, you know? Remember my teacher's name, Miss DeBolt. She was a bitch, so I do remember that, and not because of the picture.
Not much, but I think it would be cool to know how everybody looks, right? As we're talking.
You know, I turned my camera on. I don't give a fuck. You know?
I would too, bro. I don't give a shit. I'll take a fucking selfie right now.
Oh, no, I did and I do. It's not theoretical what I speak of. Like,
I got some old photos I'll share. I just said I'm not sharing all of them. I don't have a perm though. My mom feathered my hair.
Yeah,
my hair's wavy, so it goes straight from. Sorry.
No, my bad. We started at the same time. You go ahead. I'm done already.
My hair's straight, but if it grows from the top of my head and it gets down to the ears, after it gets past the ears, it starts waving. So I got like naturally wavy hair. So if I grow it out, like if it goes down past the ears, it sticks out from the other side of the ear instead of going straight down. So where's gravity?
Wait, how come your hair doesn't go sideways?
It does. That's what I'm saying. As soon as it passes my ear, it takes a left turn and goes straight out the side and waves at everybody as I pass by.
This is from Christmas in 1979 before I got a feathered hair. I had a bowl cut. I'm wearing the dark long net in the front. This isn't all of my sisters and brothers either.
Yeah, Vlad, you only sound like you're 13, bro.
For real.
I was 7. It's a photo of a instant print, a Kodak instant print. I took a digital photo of an old instant print. It's Adney, Lisa, Rhonda, Renee, Becky, Michael, and Timmy. It's close to half the family.
It's funny, we mentioned kindergarten. I'm about to go see a girl I was in kindergarten with.
Really? I still know a lot of my friends from school. It's a small town, though.
I got one more I'll share too. So like, it's been a while. It's been a while, but remember my dog that I missed so much that I had to put down a couple years ago. You want to see like the first puppy shot of her? He looks like a freaking stuffed animal. I was so happy when I found this SD card. I was like, oh man, I didn't have like a bunch of pictures. Like,
I'm not leaving this shit up there, so take your look while you can, damn it.
Yeah, this one's my daughter's older sister, or half sister, with Millie. That was my pup.
Well, that's a little
That
wide.
looks like a UFC fighter, bro.
He's got a little wide stance to him. It's a good-looking dog. I like them dogs.
Yeah, she was great.
I like to get females too. Females fall in love with their male owners. My female used to get in the middle of me and my ex-wife, and she'd just stare at my wife like, "Back up, bitch! That's my man."
That's my man. Yeah, they do. Like they. Freaking my daughter's mother. There was a couple times like I just didn't even really believe her, but like she said that my dog showed teeth to her, like got in between us and then kind of like showed teeth at her, like. No, she didn't. Not my dog.
That was just a friendly smile.
Just leave me and the dog alone. You're trying to come between us.
This is 16 years ago when my last daughter was born. That's my dog. That's probably the best dog I ever had there, Sassy Girl. My Worcestershire Labrador got in with the Staffordshire Bull Terrier, and they had her. She was a mix, lab, and Bull Terrier or Pit Bull for layman's. But that's royal blood. They're both royal blood, and that dog was so smart. I could give her specific instructions, and she would follow them. I got a pet cemetery out back with every animal I ever loved in it. Some ashes. Some of my ancestors are out there too. They tried to make a law saying I had to move them, so I had to designate that area.
Starting to sound a little bit like Ozark, Mike.
Make it a graveyard. So that pretty much 2.5 acres belongs to the county now because it's a graveyard. If they ever come in and try to move that shit, they'll have a war on their hands, though, I guarantee you that. They'll have to kill me first.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal to mess with the Native American burial grounds.
Yes, it is.
I'm the type of person that I would dig without permits just because I like to see what's down there. But I'm like scared to death that I'll hit like a Native American burial ground and I'll just be like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, my
I mean, if you find something, I think you just fill it back in and be like, sorry, didn't know you were in here. You know, like, I think you'll be all right.
Yeah, it's not that I'm scared of the government on this one, actually. It's just I don't want to mess up, you know, some shit like that. They found like this redheaded mummy, and like they did genetic tests, and they said that it's like definitely not related to the Native Americans, and the government still wouldn't let them dig it up, even though they've proven like, hey, we accidentally dug this up. Here's the genetics. Like not even close, and they still couldn't dig it up. So we're definitely not allowed to just dig.
Actually, when I just got home from work, I flicked on the TV for a minute. News was on. First thing I saw, supposedly in Wisconsin here, they just brought up from the bottom of a lake an ancient Indian Native American canoe that was. They're saying that it came from like the year like 500 or some shit like that. They brought it up to the surface, and they're gonna preserve it and stuff.
Sure, it lasted underwater since the year 500. Sure. I'm sorry, I have a hard time buying that.
Yeah, a wooden canoe sitting at the bottom of a lake for all that time, for 1,500 years. You know,
when a deadfall in the forest, it disappears within a fucking season or two.
Well, there's ways to treat, like with oils and things like that, treat the lumber or wood and stuff, but
petrification.
Yeah,
it had to be petrified. We use saps.
I think they said it was like the descendants to like. I think it was like it was from a tribe that was like the earlier descendants of like the Ho-Chunk or something like that. I think they said. I think it was the Ho-Chunk. I think this must be it right here. Oh, they're saying it's 1,200 years old.
Really? That's you know, that's the Winnebago tribe, right? Ho-Chunk.
Dude, I know all of these names. No, I know nothing about any of them or how they're related. Like, I just know them because we've got everything around us is named after Indian stuff. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Winnebago tribe. They're predominantly from the Wisconsin area.
So where I grew up at, I kind of used to play in this patch. Go ahead.
No. Oh.
Okay, so yeah, I used to play in this patch of woods when I was a child. I used to spend like most of my time outside in the woods, unless it was like a rainy day or something, then I'd be inside. But if I could get out of the house, I was getting out of the house. And I would play out in these woods, and there was this field, and it's like someone like, you know, did that thing in paint where you like click and it draws a square all the way up to this mound. And everything in the field was like right there and it's perfect for planting crops. But this mound right next to the field, it looks like they had to stop like right there. They couldn't go any further. Either they couldn't buy any land or whatever, but there's no mounds where I live. Like a mound is like very weird compared to where I live at. So I've always wanted to dig up that mound and see what the fuck is in there. Because there are no mounds. There's hills.
Yeah. See, that's something with what you said earlier about being wanting to dig but being afraid of what you'll find. Like, you probably shouldn't, because like those they call them like serpent mounds and stuff that they did a lot of. They have those a lot around here actually too, where the Indian burial mounds are like that. They're raised graves. So you see a hill that it looks like an artificial structure, like it wouldn't be, like it doesn't fit the rest of the landscape around it. Yeah, I mean, that could be what you're afraid of hitting.
Yeah, and about 20 feet away from that mound is like the oldest looking, creepiest tree I've ever seen. Not the biggest, but certainly an old one. So north of Michigan is a bunch of like state land. What's north of Wisconsin?
No, north of Michigan? You mean above Michigan?
Yeah.
Above Michigan is Canada. So, but the furthest northern part of Michigan is state land.
Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, the UP, is what's north. So Lake Superior and the UP.
Yeah, that is north of Michigan. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, did anybody notice that the tribe, the whole chunk that you're talking about, is the Winnebago tribe? Winnebago, like a Winnebago RV trailer.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they're the same, but I'll take your word for it. You would know, like, more than me anyway.
Yeah, in my area, it would have been Potawatomi.
Yeah. Well, we have the Potawatomi here, too. Like, they've got the biggest casino in Wisconsin, the Potawatomi Bingo and Casino. And
they're all Anishinaabe. Or First Nation. Tribal nation. It's funny they say the Ho Chunk Nation. The Ho Chunk was a tribe, not a nation. They were part of the Anishinaabe.
Ho Chunk is the other big casino in Wisconsin. It's like Potawatomi and Ho Chunk. So
yeah, they're both tribes within a nation. Neither one of them are a nation. They always like to say that Cherokee Nation, Potawatomi Nation. No, motherfucker, Anishinabe's the nation. Cherokee's the tribe. It's just.
So that's all part of the Cherokee tribe, you said?
No. The nation is Anishinaabe. Anishinaabe. The peoples of the Great Spirit of the land of Turtle Island. And it's one large family, and each tribe is just a branch in the family tree. So it's one family, many branches, There's not a million different Native American, North American nations. There's only one nation. They tell that shit to people because they want you to believe that all nations were at war with each other, and when the truth is we were one nation, just brother and sister tribes.
Yeah, I mean, other than like what I remember being taught actually around here was that for the most part they were all one big like family. Most were peaceful, helpful people, like, but more in the Southwest, that was where you get the kind of the stereotypical, the savages, that the warrior tribes, like as they called them.
Well, they were harsher. They lived in harsher environments. Yep. But a lot of the people that wrote them books only know what they experienced of them while they were invading their land.
Yeah, I gotta say, you gotta dodge the hijack on that savage stuff because, they say all sorts of things about the Native Americans, but a lot of them lived in a certain place and just didn't move. Not all of them were nomadic, like the Cherokee They lived by the rivers, right? They had permanent housing, and they didn't get up and move at all. And the way that the law worked, it said that the woman owned the house and the man owned the land. So that's where you get the whole thing about sleeping in the doghouse, right? Because if they would fight, she couldn't kick them off the land, but she could kick them out of the house. So in order for them to get along, he had to, play by her rules in her house, and she had to, work the land, his land, while he was out hunting or fishing or whatever he went out to go do. So it's really interesting. These people weren't lawless at all. The word savage kind of, hints at lawlessness. And me and my brother fought about this quite a bit.
And when I said savage, I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying, like, the stereotype of savages, all that. Like
levels of aggressive. I get it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just explaining to people that, I've done a lot of research on this.
Not too many white people know that the woman ruled the teepee.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of research. So yeah, it's really important to look at how they did it, right? Because it was working really good for them until the white man came. But I wanted to say...
and that's when they started taking their history of us. And we were at war. We're a nation at war. With you. You called us savages. You brought war to us. We didn't come to your land. But we don't hold ill will. The biggest thing for natives is to live in harmony with what is.
Yeah, me and my brother used to argue quite a bit about this because I'm pretty sure that he's 100% Aryan and my mom cheated on my dad. And I'm not 100% Aryan. So, I hold true to my Native American ways just as much as I would my Aryan ways. So, right, I'm a Christian. I follow the Most High God, right? And I follow Christ the way, right? But also I look at some of the stuff that the Native Americans were doing. And my wife, she's also part Native American. So me and her see things eye to eye on a lot of different stuff. So the words "fuck the government," I think my wife invented those words, as much as I hear her say that sort of thing. So she's very, anti-establishment, anti-government, but yet she has an understanding of like natural law and shit. So, like me and her.
Don't worry. Us whites are capable of hating the government too. That's not a Native American thing.
Well,
bear in mind, the white people in government who invaded your lands do not represent me and my people. They are a very specific. Oh, sorry. I think I just. Am I still coming through?
You are
still coming through.
Your audio. Oh, there you go. Yep.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So the white people who invaded your lands are a very specific kind of psychopathic, multinational. Not even multinational. Like they're a very specific kind of psychopath that wants to rule over everyone, and it's not the kind of people that I identify with, and I would always oppose that kind of thing. So I find it quite dangerous when people talk about, X person invaded lands. Well, I wouldn't have done so myself, and I didn't approve of that myself. So whatever happened in the past, I don't know American history as well as you guys do, but what I certainly do know is that it takes a specific kind of psychopath to want to do that to someone, and that doesn't represent all white people.
I completely agree. So what I was trying to say was that when it says this side of the Danube, these are barbarians, or this side, these tribes, they're savages, you got to dodge the hijack, right? Because it's just because, some Roman emperor or something said everybody on this side of the Danube is a barbarian. Well, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? It goes both ways, that just because they weren't part of the 5 civilized tribes doesn't make them savages either. So all I was trying to do is, hate the whole label thing, right? But I guess it's important.
Brits were described as savages by the Romans. They thought we were savages, right? So,
they did.
Was that true then and then false, 1,000 years later?
Right.
It all comes down to who's in power and who's calling the shots. And at that time it was the Romans, and later on it was, you know, some British generals. Like, yeah, is what it is. It happened. Doesn't mean we have to repeat that shit. You know. Because they used to describe us as Northmen, which was synonymous with being basically, you know, behind them, because they were almighty Romans. They had, you know, aqueducts and cities and all this other shit. And we would just
hijacked that shit.
come to them.
They didn't. I don't think the Romans made all the aqueducts that they claimed that they made. But I was going to say that the Romans said that the Norsemen. I can't remember which emperor said it, but he said that the Norsemen were a lot like the Romans, and they had pagan gods, and they made sacrifices, and, you know, there was no real need to go to war with them. But I think he was just being a little bitch, because he didn't want to go to war with the Norsemen, because they're pretty badass.
Yeah, well, people forget as well. Like, I mean, the Angles, you know, actually came from Germany. Like, we've got quite a lot of history with Germany. There was a tribe here before called the Celts, who are kind of mainly represented by Scots, Welsh and Irish now, and that's why there's kind of this kind of tension between the English and the other three, because we're actually a different ethnicity, which a lot of people don't know. So there's that kind of element to it, but also, I mean, you know, North Europeans have become skilled at the art of war because we had to actually fight animals, you know, as we were going further north and further to the west and discovering new lands and stuff. So we became very skilled fighters at that point. So people didn't want to come and fuck with us because they knew that was a bad idea.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know, I don't hold any ill will, you know, against the British for doing whatever they did to my ancestors. Maybe my ancestors wanted to come over, and they were like, oh, hey, let me sign that document. Oh, give me some of that, you know. I want to go to the States or whatever, right? That's probably how the Irish, some of them came over, just indentured servant. Indentured as a contract, so a contract.
Yeah, a lot of the Irish. Yeah, a lot of the Irish didn't have any choice. They were just taken by the psychopathic rulers of England at the time and just dumped in America. Like, it's not their fault. They ended up there. They had no choice in the matter. Just like a lot of the Africans that were taken over also had no choice in the matter. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose it depends on what part of history you're talking about, but I feel like people like to take a lot of the context out, especially nowadays, and they just go, you know, these people are bad because of the history. Okay, that's nice, but actually it was a very specific set of psychopathic rulers who actually did all of this nasty stuff, and most of the rest of people don't want to do that to other people.
Right, like I said, you know, the British, right? And I often think about, you know, it wasn't just the British, because King James, right, the Scottish king, sent, I think it was 35,000 Irish to the States or to the new land, and he just like grabbed them all up and like sent them, like they were just like snatched.
Yep.
And then I think I've seen this thing where the children that come on the train or whatever, the children on the trains, that didn't happen. That didn't end until the like early 1900s, so like 1908 or 1910 or something.
Yeah, I think people forget as well that, like, as an island nation, the English have had a lot of people try and fuck with us as well. Like, I think a lot of people have got this idea of the Brits as being this kind of imperial force throughout history. We've subjugated all these people and all the rest. But when you actually look at history, if you believe everything in the history books, the French tried to invade multiple times. You know, we had Barbary raids from North Africa multiple times. The Swedes tried to invade. The Danes tried to invade. We've had the Romans actually invaded and you know, took over. So it's not like we've
Charlemagne
just been
beheaded 5,000 of you guys.
Yeah, it's not like we've just been trying to like waiting for who we can oppress next. Like, it's a much richer history than that, you know. And some of it was bloody, and some of it was great, and some of it was terrible. It's just, but isn't that the history of every nation?
Yep. And the Scandinavians, they settled in your East Coast, and you guys were nice enough to let them stay after they settled. That was nice.
Well, there's actually a port in northeast England called Lindisfarne, right? That's not an English name. It's called Lindisfarne because of the people who settled there named it, and it's just stayed. If you look it up, Lindisfarne, that's not an English name. And I think, is it Ham? Like, we've got a lot of places in the east of England, like ending in like ham, the word ham. I don't think the word ham actually starts from the English language. I think that's like a Danish, or I'm fuzzy on this bit, but that comes from like Danish or Norwegian or something. Yeah, like all of these different lands have got these like rich histories of dominance and being subjugated and then rising to prominence again. And I think nowadays people just love to just cut the context out, and they just go, these people are good and these people are bad.
That's true.
That's true. Ignores all of the history, and I don't know, I just don't like it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
So what about the Spanish Armada that was on their way to kick your guys' ass, and there was like a terrible storm that sunk pretty much the whole Armada?
I mean, am I supposed to be happy about that, or?
No, I'm saying that there's been lots of people trying to take your lineage away by killing you.
Yeah, of course. Loads of people tried to fuck with us. But it's not like... This is the thing, is like, do you ever hear an English person complaining about literally every country in Europe trying to fuck with us at some point or another? Like, we don't talk about it. But
yeah, you were the first Protestant nation. Think you might have picked a few fights, you know?
Yeah, I mean, again, but that comes down to a psychopath in charge decided that he wanted to divorce his wife, and he was going to do it no matter, you know, what the consequences were and all the rest. The point I'm trying to make is that I don't actually think that like most people in my eyes are peaceful people of all creeds, colours, whatever. And a lot of these wars are caused by psychopathic rulers. And then we take it as part of our identity, which I don't understand. Like, I didn't decide to invade Iraq. I didn't decide to, you know, kidnap a bunch of people from a country and enslave them. I've never decided any of this stuff. I don't approve of it, and I don't support it. So I don't understand why people would either expect me to form that as part of my identity or to defend that history in any way. I don't. You know?
Yeah, I mean, if you didn't do it, why should you, you know, be charged with it?
Yeah.
Like, you can't be charged with other men's deeds, right? That's a war crime.
Yeah, true. There's a reason for that.
Yep.
But it might be your own fault because you're white.
Sorry?
It might be your own fault because you're white.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, I mean, that would be as absurd as saying, well, you know, O.J. Simpson killed someone, so, you know, all black people are murderers, right? It's comically poor logic. But people use that kind of logic in all sorts of strange ways. I don't understand it at all.
Look, if you look at history, right, what they do tell us, it's like the pages of history are soaked in blood, like so much so that if you just read any stretch of history, right, there's going to be like a massive undertaking of troops moving and proximity leading to conflict and a whole bunch of people dying, right? And then you go see, like, a lot of it was like personal, right? Like between the so-called Dracula and his brother, like fighting over the throne. It's like all these people had to die because these two brothers couldn't divide up the kingdom or whatever. And a lot of it boils down to family feuds just spilling over into a country, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I dare someone to find like a 50-year period where there wasn't any war throughout history.
Yeah, but this war history that is being put in the books, obviously it's a big patch of the history, but it's not the whole of it. Not every nation is being always in war.
Yeah, I mean, as I say, they don't even tell us the truth about the present. They're clearly not telling us the truth about the past. But, you know, like, I mean, what do? You can throw it all out if you want, in which case, then no one has any right to moan about anything at all from the past because you can't trust any of it. Or you can trust the bits that you like and discard the bits that you don't. Just cherry picking. Or you can trust all of it. So, and if you trust all of it, then, you know, that brings us a different set of challenges. I'm not sure there's a correct approach, to be honest.
Well, I know one thing's for sure, that the Native American men probably try really hard to satisfy their wives in the wintertime.
Anybody having enough food during the winter? Working before winter to provide during winter? You can hunt during winter and still fish. I mean, go fishing during winter.
Well, we can, but if you're up there in the northern areas, animals tend to go to sleep during the winter months, so it's hard to hunt. You can trap, but they're going to be like small creatures like squirrels.
A lot of rabbits, deer are still pretty active, and they're easy to track too because of the snow on the ground.
I mean, if you're near the coast, you can fish any time of the year, right?
Dude, I mean, you can fish on the ice too. You drill a hole or you cut a hole. You just chop a hole through the ice and you fish.
Yeah.
But it's better during summer.
Yeah, if you're hunting rabbit, you don't need much more than a 22 long rifle.
That's why I say everybody should own a 1022.
That or even a shotgun. Shotgun makes it easier if you can't see to aim. So if you have eyesight problems, it's better to just use a shotgun. But if you can see, use a 22, man. Shit, I've been hoarding 22 ammunition since I could buy it. I still have some boxes that say like 59 cents for a 50-round box of 22 long rifles. 59 cents, man. And this one says 79 cents. Now it would probably cost you like $5.
Something seriously has to be done to get Glovers in here somehow. We chased them all off, man.
I had a Glober in earlier, didn't we? Skirix or something. He was on the Why Would They Lie train.
Okay, that was his primary concern.
After he'd been shown the Black Swan, yeah, he was like, "But why would they lie?"
Did you guys happen to do the new observation?
No. What one are you referring to?
Well, check out BMLSB's new channel. Or I mean, not new channel. His channel, his new video. Same place, except for there's like a rock formation that's 31.82 miles away that you see the whole damn thing.
Right. How high off the floor?
1.5 feet.
Oh wow,
dude!
Because this guy wasn't a flat earther, was he? I heard that he wasn't a flat earther when he first did the video, and so there was some story.
I don't know about that. I think because I know I've heard that story a few times, and I think maybe people are kind of like accidentally conflating stories of different people. Like I know that's true, or supposedly that was true of Dr. John D. Right? Like, and I don't know. Like sometimes the story got told 2 or 3 times, and I'm not sure if it's true in all 3 cases.
Fair enough. Well, I'll reserve that then, and I'll just say I don't know. Yeah, because we don't want to be spreading BS if possible. So yeah, no Globers, I'm afraid. I'm thinking. Do you remember we had that space? I think it was the summer before last, and we had loads of Globers come in to, or not Globers, sorry, podcasters come in to ask us to come onto their podcasts. I did about 3 podcasts, if you remember. And they were asking me all these different questions about flat Earth and stuff. That seems to have died down. I don't know why.
Crypto, would you like to come on to my podcast and explain the flat Earth to the Globies?
If you want.
Yeah, you really though got to check out that BMLSB 69 video if you haven't seen it yet. It's pretty awesome. He's got like 7 targets out there, so there's more rigs, even at greater distances, and then in frame you have the rock formation that he was talking about.